Well, look what we got here, boys. It's a 6-hour small-town horror story compilation. That's right, about 6 hours of scary small-town work-related stories, all compiled from previous episodes. Can you survive them all? Let's find out. Enjoy these tales from the break room. Still not as scary as working retail. From Bob Bingy. I've always been able to feel presences and been able to feel energies of places. I've seen my fair share of ghosts, usually shadows that I dismissed as a trick of the light, but never anything more than a fleeting glimpse, except for the story I'm about to tell you. This occurred at a former workplace. Now, I'd felt energies and seen or heard things before in this store, and the old heads in the store told me as much when I first started. But normally it was simple, like things being knocked over, items being knocked off shelves, scattered across the floor. My manager, who was a staunch skeptic, became a believer in the paranormal because of that store, after spending most of his morning trying to find the intruder responsible for noises he'd been hearing before opening, only to find nothing. Usually this activity in the store was mild. Noises, voices, shadow people, and the previously mentioned occasional cleared shelves. But one night in particular, a different entity found its way into our store. That night the store was staffed by myself and one coworker I'll call Jackie. The night started normal, but after the sun went down around 6:30, things started to happen. Me and Jackie just joked, saying, "The spook's being active tonight." But mostly we just went about our work. Though as the night went on, more and more things happened. Like me seeing Jackie on one side of the store, while they were actually on the other. That sort of thing continued for the rest of the night. Fortunately, being a small-town store, there weren't really any customers after sundown, so we got to close up quickly. This did cause me and Jackie to have to be separated, me in the back and Jackie watching the front. While we were separated, the thing finally showed itself. It had taken a particular interest in Jackie, as the entity was revealing itself in between us and kept moving closer to Jackie. The thing stopped at the counter that was the usual spot of our hyper-religious day shift worker who kept a Bible on his counter. After this, Jackie ran to the back, as they didn't want to be alone. They'd been calling for me to come back up front, but admittedly I thought they were just messing with me. After saying some less than pleasant words for leaving them alone, Jackie began to describe what happened. What they saw, they described as a demonic-looking dog with an almost human face. Naturally, I was skeptical, but I was okay to have someone in the back with me, as it was boring counting money. After we finished counting and shut the store down entirely, there was constant crashing and banging on whichever side of the store we weren't on. Until, as we were clocking out, we both saw something on the other side of the store. As soon as we tried to get a better look, it just disappeared, and the store fell silent. Jackie and I both had an overwhelming sense of relief, though neither of us wanted to stick around to see if that silence would continue. I presume it didn't, because the front door, which I know I had locked, was unlocked. I haven't had anything like that since, though the normal activity continued. Now I like to rationally explain things, but this one I haven't been able to. It was almost 2 years ago now, and I've not been able to find one, but I'm happily open to any explanations. When I was a kid, a werewolf was killed in my town. From down a dirt path. I'm going to be changing the names of people in this story to protect their privacy. In 1993, I was 11 years old, living in a town so small, it's not even a dot on most maps. There was maybe 900 people total back then, surrounded by dairy farms and cornfields. My mom worked dispatch for the county sheriff's office, which meant she heard everything first. Dad managed the grain elevator by the railroad tracks. Between the two of them, our dinner table was better than any newspaper for local news. That's what I miss about how things were before. Those dinner conversations. Mom laughing about how one woman called the sheriff because her neighbor's rooster was crowing too early. Dad talking about grain prices and which farmers were expanding their operations. My older brother, Mark, complained about basketball practice. Normal stuff. Happy stuff. It started in late September. Mom came home from her shift looking troubled. She waited until Mark and I were supposedly doing homework before telling Dad about the calls coming in. 3 farms this week, she said quietly. They found chickens torn apart. Delbert found his hen-house looked like a tornado hit it. Blood everywhere. Dad blamed wild dogs or coyotes. We've been having a dry summer. It pushes certain animals towards the farms. But Mom shook her head. Delbert said that the door had been opened. Not broken, opened. Latch lifted clean. October brought worse. A family lost their beagle, found it behind their shed partially eaten. Then another family's barn cats disappeared, 5 of them in one night. Something was hungry, and whatever it was liked to kill. My first real understanding something was wrong came from a neighbor of mine. His family lived about 2 farms over, and we'd catch the same school bus. One Monday morning, he was pale as paper. There was something in our yard Saturday night, he whispered as the bus rumbled down the road. Dad thought he heard the goats fussing, and he went out there with a flashlight, and he swears he saw someone by the pen. Says it was a person, 2 legs and hunched over. But when my dad yelled at him, the guy dropped on all 4s like a dog and ran away. What kind of person does that? Gotta be some kind of crazy man wandering around. His dad had called the sheriff, but by the time the deputy got there, whatever it was had gone. There were tracks in the mud, human-like, with 5 toes, though from what I heard, they ended in points, either like claws or someone who had not clipped their toenails in years. Not long after that, my mom stopped talking about work at dinner, but I could tell from the tension in her shoulders, the way she'd check the locks twice before bed, that things were getting worse. Halloween came and went with hardly any trick-or-treaters. Parents were keeping their kids close. The churches canceled their harvest parties. We'd never seen that before. Even the angsty and rebellious high school kids stayed in. Our little town pulled into itself like a turtle in its shell. Then came the night I saw it myself. I'd woken up needing the bathroom. I padded down the stairs in my socks. Our bathroom window faced the backyard, looking out toward the barn. As I stood there, I saw movement. Something crossed the yard. It walked upright, hunched over like the neighbor kid's story, its arms hanging down, more like an ape than a human. Whatever it was appeared hairy, or perhaps it was wearing shredded-up clothes. I watched it stop right at our rabbit hutch, and I saw it work the latch with fingers, human fingers. I was mesmerized, staring at this thing opening the hutch and reaching inside, and that's when I learned that rabbits can scream. Our dog started to go haywire from his pen, and the thing's head snapped around, and I swear for a second, in the dim light we had out there, I saw some of its face, eyes that reflected like a dog's, and a mouth that went out a little too far. You can call it childhood trauma all you want, but I'm telling you what I saw that night. Our dog's barking got frantic, and the thing moved towards his pen, dropping to all 4s in that horrible way the neighbor kid had described. I finally unfroze myself and ran to my parents' room, shaking my dad awake, yelling that there's something outside and that it's after Duke, our dog. Dad jumped up and grabbed his shotgun, telling Mom to call the sheriff. He ran downstairs in just his underwear. I heard the back door slam, Duke going crazy, then the boom of the shotgun. Twice. When Dad came back in, Duke was with him. He was shaking so bad he could barely walk. Dad's face was white. "Did you shoot it?" Mom asked. I don't know. Maybe. It ran away when it saw me. Jesus, I thought it was a bear. But then it stood up like a man and ran into the corn. After saying that, he looked at me and realized he shouldn't have said it. Not in front of his child. The deputy came out. He looked around with his flashlight and found blood on the fence posts. Not a lot, but some. He and my dad talked in low voices by the squad car, while Mom made me some hot chocolate and tried to pretend everything was fine. The next day, Dad and some other men followed the blood trail. They lost it by the creek, but a guy named Sam, who had the farm adjacent to the creek, mentioned he'd been missing tools from his barn, as well as clothes off his laundry line. Little things over the past month. People began to put it together. One of the local families, the Grabers, had that cousin who'd come to stay with them in August. He was a quiet guy who kept to himself, and he helped with the harvest. Thing is, no one had seen him in weeks. The Grabers said he'd moved on, headed west for more work. It was normal for hired hands. December brought snow and worse news. The killing of livestock escalated, from chickens and rabbits to goats and pigs. Always the same pattern. It would kill, take a few big bites, then have to kill again, like it wasn't satisfied with the food it got unless it killed again soon. A few months later, there came a night that finally ended it. The Weaver family lived on the edge of town in an old farmhouse. Paul Weaver worked in construction, and his wife Linda taught Sunday school. They were good people, quiet people. They had a daughter in my class. She played violin and always shared her cookies at lunch. But something or someone had broke into their house at 1:30 in the morning. The story broke in pieces over the following days, whispered by the adults who thought kids weren't listening. You see, Paul Weaver had heard glass break in the kitchen. He grabbed his deer rifle and told Linda to lock herself and Amy in the upstairs bathroom. He went down to investigate. He found a hairy man crouched over their dog in the kitchen, eating it. The man looked up at him and said Paul's name in a pleading voice, and Paul fired. Point blank, deer slug to the chest. The man screamed and went through the window, leaving blood everywhere. Paul shot at him twice more as he ran. They found the body at dawn, 300 yards into the woods behind the Weaver house, curled up under a fallen oak tree. The sheriff, the state police, even someone from the health department came out. This is where the story splits, where what happened and what we say happened became two completely different things. Officially, Paul Weaver had shot a wild man, a crazed drifter who had denned up in an old barn and gone mad. The state took his body to test for rabies, and that was case closed. Paul even got a certificate from the mayor for protecting his family. But I heard differently. Heard it from Mark, actually, who had heard it from his girlfriend, whose dad was one of the deputies on scene. They didn't just find a drifter out there under the oak tree. They found the Grabers' hired hand, what was left of him. And I'm not talking about the gunshot wounds. The body had been changed and twisted, caught between what he'd been and what he'd become. Something covered in hair from head to toe, and with a jaw that extended a little too far, still wearing the remnants of clothes. The health department people took the body away in some special truck. The remains were cremated, they said, due to disease risk, even after it had been studied. The Grabers left town within 6 months, and the Weavers lasted until spring before moving on to Florida. Everyone else just agreed to forget. The town healed quick. By the summer of '94, you'd never know anything had happened. New families moved into the empty houses. Life went on. But the subtle things changed. People put up bigger fences, better locks. Motion lights became standard. And nobody, I mean nobody, talked about what Paul Weaver really shot in his kitchen. I stayed and finished school. Got a job at the post office as a mail carrier. Not married yet. At this point, I think I missed my chance. Some people think that I'm odd, just the lonely middle-aged mail carrier. I really just don't think about it. Every day, though, as I drive these roads and deliver mail to farms, I'm watching, keeping an eye out, because I was only 11 years old when I learned that monsters are real. Sometimes those monsters are people, and sometimes they're something else. Lone Stretch of Lost Roads. From Rubber Duck. It's me, a truck driver from extremely rural Virginia. I recently got asked to help the post office of Pounding Mill to help deliver some of their heavier packages, and the boss cleared the job. Guess who was fortunate enough to do it? Me. Yeah, me. Who definitely hadn't been busy doing absolutely nothing in the depot, twiddling my thumbs and waiting for anything to come in from dispatch. Gizmo was safely in my cab, probably sleeping away as he usually does when it comes to these late night into early day shifts. I liked this time of night. It was silent except for the crickets, owls, and bats. The melody of the night had always been my favorite, a relaxing backtrack to the lonely roads that wound through those mountains. Fireflies had been out tonight, making my trip to work absolutely beautiful, as they lit up the rivers and the woods that stretched far beyond our little towns. The temperate summer wind had been rushing through an open window not far from me, adding to my relaxation, before I seemed to have hexed myself and the boss yelled my name from his office telling me this great news. I found myself whisked away to the local post office, courtesy of my lovely boss. I say that with all the sarcasm in the world, as he was a grouchy old man. I'd left Gizmo in the cab. He had food, water, and his cat box, so he was fine until I got back. That old cat hardly ever noticed me being gone these days anyway. I headed into the post office, taking a set of keys that had been left out for me, and I climbed into the well-used postal truck that they left everything in. I was used to these small tasks sometimes. Being such a small town, you tend to help everywhere you're told to. I sat in the parking lot, taking up my phone. I needed the GPS as most of the packages belonged to roads up the mountain paths, where people hardly ever dwelled. I had packages for a great deal of the outskirts, and those side streets had always tripped me up with their disuse and me not having a reason to go down them. The last time I'd set foot on one of those roads was a couple years back, when I went to help with a landslide that trapped an elderly woman in her home. I set myself up, GPS at the ready and a list of addresses sitting in the chair next to me. I was already tired, as Gizmo had demanded me to play with him most of the day, or suffer the wrath of his mighty kitty fury. I was only awake now thanks to the godsend that was Red Bull, a pipeline punch monster, and a 5-hour energy. I was wide awake. I knew I would have one heck of a crash later, but I prayed it was after I got this mess sorted. I had an extra energy drink, so I figured it wouldn't be too hard to offset the burnout. But you never know. I headed out to my first destination, which was in town, thankfully. I saw the occasional newspaper thrower, but nobody else was on the streets this early in the morning. My first drop-off was uneventful, as were the others in town. Although I did get a certain eyeful from a beautiful woman. Can't blame a guy for looking at something gorgeous, can you? I'd reached the point where all the deliveries were now on the outskirts. My trusty GPS led me down winding roads. And at least there were roads. Most were dirt paths covered with years of leaves. Most of these houses weren't as well taken care of, since they were out in the middle of BFE. I didn't hold much thought about these until I ended up on a small road named Raven's Nest. The house I arrived at was white, somewhat yellowed by the elements. It was nestled on a large plot of land, maybe 10 acres. I was never a good judge of size, but I was definitely impressed. Maybe because I spent my days in my cab. I suppose anything would seem gigantic then. I had a rather unusual package to give this house, and as I walked to the steps using a dolly to haul this massive, heavy, and irregular-shaped box, the box tipped forward, the tape ripping open with the weight of the item. It was solid wood. It looked like oak, spruce maybe. I'm no wood expert, but I can say it was hollow inside. It had brass handles and a latch on the side. It looked like a coffin, but I couldn't be sure. Could just be some goth chick's bed. I wasn't asking questions. I mounted it back onto the dolly and heaved it up the 4 steps that went to the door. I was panting as I looked for a doorbell, but found none. I used instead the old knocker that stared at me, standing out from the heavy wooden door. I felt like I was in some Monsters TV episode or something. I wondered if I might be greeted with a camera shoved in my face, but I only saw a lovely lady. She was a bit taller than me, which didn't say much with me being 5'5", but she was gorgeous all the same. She had black long hair with the slightest peak of purple as the bottom layer, which only framed her face even better. She had the darkest blue eyes I'd ever seen, and she truly left me breathless for a moment. She spoke quietly. It took me a second to understand what she said. "Thanks. Been waiting on this hope chest forever." "This what? Oh, it's not a coffin?" I asked, almost jokingly. She frowned. "It's a hope chest. Quilts, blankets, and sometimes clothes are kept in them." "Pretty old-fashioned. I like it." I realized my attempts at flirting were falling short, so I relied on my hopefully likable nature. She shrugged, gesturing to the dolly. "Can you help me bring it in? I don't have anything to move it with." I paused. I wasn't supposed to go in people's houses, but she looked so embarrassed that I couldn't turn her down. We went to where she wanted it, and she thanked me profusely. "By the way, I have some deer meat in my basement's freezer. Would you like some as a thank you?" I'm ashamed to say that I was so enamored that I didn't use my horror movie knowledge. Never go into someone's basement. I went anyway, and made it to the bottom step, before I noticed this basement was absolutely awful. It looked burnt. It had collapsed shelves, piping hanging out of the floor above, and what smelled like a hellish mix of rot and mold. I felt sick to my stomach, and I dared not go to the freezer. I'd seen enough. I went back up the stairs to find it locked, and the lady was laughing at my panic.
"You're so stupid."
I pounded on the door, only hurting my hand in the process. I hissed with pain going back down the stairs and staring at the windows that led outside. I had left my phone in my truck, so calling for help was out of the question. A smell of smoke started filling the room, and I noticed the plumes coming from the broken pipes. I saw a flicker of flame in the vents, and I grabbed a chunk of wood from the fallen shelves, slamming it into the window and forcing my body through despite getting cut up pretty bad. I booked it to my truck, not even bothering to pay attention to the woman racing behind me yelling it was only a joke. I sped down the road, making it to a clinic in town, before exhaustion grabbed me, and I fainted in the lobby. I woke up sometime later with 12 stitches and my hand bandaged firmly. I learned they had to pry 20 shards of glass from me and that I'd fractured the right side of my hand. I wouldn't be driving for a few weeks now. The police had been called and I gave my testimony. There was no sign of the woman, and nobody had lived there, allegedly, since 2004. They found the charred basement and the hope chest, but it turns out it was actually a coffin. It would have been my coffin if it hadn't been for the quick thinking and the windows. I was given vacation time until my hand healed, and I could definitely say I needed the break, with Gizmo on a nice lake somewhere we could fish. I hope I never run into her again. Phantom of the Pork, from Fierce Pierce. You might think of this story as just another small-town ghost story, but I'm here to tell you it's something more than that. Keep in mind, the exact names of places and the plant and people have been changed. It was in the early 1990s my family packed up our lives and headed to the Oklahoma Panhandle. I was laid off from my job in Kansas City, and the economy there wasn't giving me many options with 2 young daughters to feed. My wife, Cheryl's cousin, mentioned they were hiring at a pork processing plant out in Guymon, and we were desperate enough that it sounded like opportunity knocking. We found a decent 2-story rental on the outskirts of town. 3 bedrooms, faded wallpaper from the 70s, and squeaky floorboards that announced every midnight trip to the bathroom. The girls, Melissa, who was 8, and Jenny, who was 6, shared the upstairs bedroom with the window overlooking the backyard. They were young enough back then that moving was still an adventure rather than trauma. Thank goodness. The day we arrived, our neighbor dropped by with a casserole and warnings about the August heat. She told us we'd picked a heck of a time to move to the Panhandle, while fanning herself on our porch. She mentioned we'd toughen up by winter when the wind comes sweeping down and freezes everything it touches. Westland Pork Processing was a short drive from our house. The place was enormous. Imagine all corrugated metal, concrete, and industrial efficiency, sitting isolated on the flat landscape like a butcher's fortress. On my first day, the plant manager, I'll call him D, gave me the tour, shouting over the mechanical din. He bellowed proudly about how they process about 16,000 hogs a day, sounding more like he was telling me about his children's accomplishments. He explained I'd be working the cutting floor. Pay would be about $11 an hour, with overtime available most weeks, and health insurance would kick in after 90 days. The work was brutal. I'm no slouch, I had done physical labor before, but nothing like the repetitive strain of processing work. My shoulders and back screamed after each shift. The smell, though, that was something else entirely. It sank into everything. Clothes, skin, hair, the insides of your nostrils. It was a mixture of blood, offal, disinfectant, and something else that I couldn't quite place. Maybe just the meat itself, about to turn. Every night I'd come home reeking of it. My daughters thought it was gross and hilarious. Jenny would shriek that Daddy smelled like hot dogs gone bad, holding her nose dramatically, while Melissa doubled over with laughter. Cheryl was less amused. She'd tell me daily to strip in the garage, put clothes straight into the washer, and shower before touching a thing. All in all, though, I was happy. We were gonna make it. The pay was good and steady, we were catching up on bills, and the girls were adjusting well to their new school. You can't work in a place like Westland without hearing stories, though. In the break room during smoke breaks, in the locker room, everywhere the men gathered, there would be stories. Much of it was just the usual workplace stuff. Gossip about affairs between floor managers and line workers. Which person was a kleptomaniac? Which of our supervisors was a pushover? It didn't take long for me to hear one story that would keep resurfacing in different versions. I first heard it from M, who had been at Westland for 15 years and worked one station down from me. We were eating lunch when he nudged me and nodded toward an older section of the plant, visible through the break room window. He mentioned, between bites, that the area used to be the main kill floor back in the 70s, and that's where old Harold Weiss bought it. I asked what he meant by bought it, still new enough to be confused by their jargon. M looked at me like I was dense. He said that bought it meant he died. He lowered his voice to tell me it happened around 1976 or 1977. He said Harold Weiss was about 60 and had worked there most his life. According to the story, Harold had tripped and fallen into one of the grinders, with nothing left to bury but his left boot. I grimaced. That's the kind of thing that grosses me out. I said it sounded awful. M told me it gets worse, clearly enjoying having a fresh audience. He explained that some folks believed Harold didn't trip, but was pushed by a certain other man who was allegedly having an affair with Harold's wife. It was funny. I remember my first thought being, 60-year-olds getting in love affairs? Hope I have that much energy when I'm that age. He told me that this guy worked the same shift with Harold and had the perfect opportunity, though nothing was officially proven. Over the next few weeks, I heard various renditions of Harold's demise. In some versions, it wasn't a grinder that got him, but an industrial saw, if that's any better. In other versions, Harold had caught his sleeve in a conveyor belt that dragged him into the machinery. The details would shift, but certain elements seemed to be consistent. Harold was an older man, his death was always gruesome, and many believed it wasn't accidental. C, another coworker, asked me one day if I'd ever heard noises coming from the oldest part of the plant at night. I told him I couldn't say I had, though I'd only worked one night shift so far. C nodded seriously at me, warning me that I would eventually hear something. He explained that the maintenance crew wouldn't go in there alone after dark, because they claimed to hear footsteps and machinery turning on all by itself. He added that one guy swore he saw Harold himself standing by his old workstation just staring. I laughed. Every workplace has its ghost stories. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't glance more often at that old section of the plant after hearing these tales. It happened about 4 months after I started. I was working a double shift because we were short-handed, tired enough that the edges of my vision were starting to get fuzzy. I was heading to the bathroom, taking a shortcut through a rarely used corridor that connected to the older section of the plant. The floor was wet due to some condensation, always a hazard when you're in food processing, and I was being very careful with my footing. I was about halfway down the corridor when I felt it, a distinct pressure against my ankle, like someone had stuck out their foot trying to trip me. I stumbled forward, arms pinwheeling as I tried to catch my balance. To my right was an inactive grinder. It may be inactive, but I'd still be hurt or even killed falling into there like that. For a split second, I was certain I was going in, could already feel the metal against me. My heart lurched into my throat as I managed to catch myself against the wall, fingernails scraping against the concrete as I regained my balance. Panting, I spun around, expecting to see someone, maybe a coworker, laughing. But the corridor was empty, completely empty. I stood there, trying to catch my breath, staring at the empty space where I'd felt that contact. The light directly above that spot chose that moment to flicker out, plunging me into darkness. I called out then, asking if someone was there. It was hard not to sound scared and a bit panicked. I didn't get a response. All I heard was the distant machinery from the active side of the plant. I told myself I was tired, that I'd slipped on the wet floor and imagined the contact. But as I hurried back to the main floor, giving the grinder a wide berth, a cold certainty settled over me. Something had tried to trip me. Something I couldn't see. I didn't tell Cheryl about what happened at the plant. She was stressed enough with her job hunt and getting the girls settled in. And honestly, I thought I'd imagined it. Exhaustion plays tricks on the mind, you know. But about a week later, something happened at home. I was alone in the kitchen on a day off, washing dishes while Cheryl took the girls to their new doctor for checkups. The radio was playing low, a country station that was one of the few we could pick up clearly. I was elbow deep in soapy water when I felt something. A firm push right between my shoulder blades. It wasn't violent, but it was substantial enough that I lurched forward, stomach hitting the edge of the sink. Water splashed up, soaking the front of my shirt. I spun around, heart pounding. The kitchen was empty. I called to see if anyone was there, feeling foolish that I even did. But the house was silent, except for the radio and a steady drip from a leaky faucet. After that, I checked every room, convinced we had an intruder, but all the doors were locked, and the windows were just fine. There was no sign of intrusion. When I got back to the kitchen, I didn't feel very comfortable. Just then, the radio cut to static, a harsh burst of white noise that made me jump up. When I tried turning the dial, it went right back to the country station, as if nothing had happened. These incidents went on, small at first. Items moved from where we'd left them, cold spots in random areas of the house, the distinct feeling of being watched while showering or changing. I tried to make sense of it, but how do you do that? Was the house settling? Was it on some sort of high magnetism ground, if that's even a thing? But I just couldn't fully explain it. The pushes continued too. Always from behind, always when I didn't expect it. Once when I was in the garage getting tools. One time when walking up the stairs. There was an incident when I stood at the stove cooking dinner and I felt that push again. It was never harmful, not yet, but it was persistent, like someone trying to get my attention. After a month of these occurrences, I finally mentioned something to C during lunch break. I didn't tell him everything, just some vague comments about feeling strange at the plant, about how I felt like someone had tripped me that first time. C shook his head and laughed a little bit, acting like he'd told me, and to his credit, he was right. He leaned across the table and lowered his voice. Surprisingly, he asked if anything had happened at home yet. My mouth went ajar. I asked him how he even knew that. C sat back and crossed his arms. He told me it was Harold, that it had to be. "You mean the guy who died in the accident?" I asked. He confirmed with just an mm-hmm, and explained that it doesn't happen to everybody, but those Harold takes an interest in. He trailed off and just sort of stared at me for a moment. Then he said that I kind of looked like Harold. Something about my eyes and jawline. I was starting to get creeped out. I told him that was ridiculous. He said, "Maybe, but there's a photo of him in the hallway by HR if you want to check. Part of that memorial wall for workers who died. Check it out if you don't believe me." So I did that very afternoon. The memorial wall was modest, a collection of framed photos with small brass plates noting names and their years of service. Most were formal portraits or candid shots from company picnics. Harold Weiss's photo was toward the end, a color photograph from what looked like the mid-70s. He had thinning gray hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent jaw. The brass plate read simply, "Harold Weiss, 1916 through 1976, 30 years of service. C was right. There was a resemblance. Nothing dramatic, we weren't twins or anything, but enough of a similarity to be striking. Same eye color too, same jawline. Even the way our left eyebrow arched slightly higher than the right. I stared at the man's photo, and for a moment, I could have sworn his eyes looked at me. It startled me enough I nearly collided with a passing secretary. Sorry, I mumbled, and I hurried away. The activity at home intensified after I saw Harold's photo. Maybe he knows that I know. The pushing became more frequent and stronger. We even started to hear doors slamming without any draft. The television turned on a few times on its own, straight to static, right in the middle of the night. Our girls complained about bad dreams, where an old man stood at the foot of their beds, watching them sleep. Cheryl was starting to notice. "What's going on with this house?" she asked one evening, after a shelf of dishes crashed down for no apparent reason. "Is this place haunted?" "Surely not," I lied, helping her clean up the broken pieces. "It's just an old place, a bit unstable and creaky in places." I was very wrong, and the worst was yet to come. On a Tuesday night in November, I had just gotten home from work. I was in the shower, trying to wash away the smell of the plant. Cheryl was downstairs making some dinner. The girls were in their room, supposedly doing homework. I had just turned off the water when I heard screaming. Not normal kid screams. These were screams of terror, turning my blood to ice. I threw on a towel and ran out, nearly slipping on the wet floor. The screams were coming from the girls' bedroom. Cheryl was already at their door, pulling on the handle and screaming back, asking what was wrong. She shouted when she saw me that the door wouldn't open, that it was locked, and the girls were screaming. I yelled for the girls to open the door while rattling the handle myself. Melissa's voice came through high and panicked, telling us they couldn't open it, that it was stuck. She cried out that there was a man at the window. Jenny was just screaming, her voice going hoarse. We'd never installed locks on the upstairs doors. There was no physical way that door should have been locked. I told Cheryl to stand back before ramming my shoulder against the door. Pain exploded across my collarbone, but the door didn't budge. I tried again and again. On the fourth try, something splintered, and the door flew open. Both girls were huddled in the corner farthest from the window, clutching each other and crying. The window itself was wide open, cold November air gusting into the room, the curtains billowing. I rushed over to them while Cheryl closed the window. I asked what happened and who had opened the window. Ginny hiccuped through her tears that it was this old man, that he was outside looking in at them. Cheryl said that would be impossible since we were on the second floor, and she would be right. Melissa insisted with a face pale from terror that the man was really there. She explained that he told them to come outside, saying that they should just climb out and he would catch them. I went over to the window myself. I leaned out and took a look. There was no ledge, no tree branch close enough for anyone to stand on. Just a straight drop to the frost-covered yard below. "See? No one there," I said, trying to keep my voice steady for their sake, even as dread pulled in my stomach. "You girls were having a nightmare or something. That's all." Ginny denied it, saying they weren't sleeping. She explained they were doing their spelling when the door slammed shut and they couldn't open it. Then the window opened by itself and the man was right there. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she added that he looked like me, but older, angry. I looked over at Cheryl. Her face said it all. What in the world was going on? That night, we all slept in the living room. The girls were smushed between us on the pull-out couch. No one said much, but I could feel Cheryl's questions building up in her head, waiting until the girls were asleep to spill over. "This isn't just an old settling house," she said, whispering so as to not wake the girls. "Something isn't right." I should have told her everything then, about the incidents at the plant, the pushes at home, Harold's photo and our resemblance, but I was terrified she'd think I was losing my mind. So I just agreed that something seemed off about the house and suggested we look for a new place. After Cheryl fell asleep, I stayed awake, staring at the ceiling. I felt guilty for not telling her everything, and it never stopped feeling like there was another person in that room with us. Something that was terrorizing my family now. Over the next week, we stayed in hotels, frantically searching for a new place. I called in sick to work, using up precious sick days I'd been saving. The activity seemed to lessen when we weren't in the house, which reinforced Cheryl's belief that the problem was with the building itself. I finally returned to work the following Monday, exhausted and on edge. When I saw C again, he talked to me, asked if things were getting better or worse. Too tired to lie, I told him the truth, that the ghost had tried to get my kids to jump out of a second-story window. You should have seen C's face then, completely shocked. I told him I needed to quit this place and move away again, far away. C agreed, somewhat sadly. He told me that Harold's spirit seemed angry and always had been, but he'd never seen him do this before, and I didn't like the sound of that. Luckily for me, that day would be my last day at Westland. I told the floor manager I had a family emergency and wouldn't be back, and I wasn't lying. As I walked to my car, I passed the old section of the plant. I felt like I had to do it, so I spoke out loud to the seemingly empty room. "Harold, I'm sorry for what happened to you, but please leave my family alone." I then hurried to my car and didn't look back. We moved to a place 3 hours away from there, ended up getting a job at a post office. Pay was much worse, but it had regular hours, and there was no hauntings and no ghosts trying to hurt my children. Life went back to normal, and it's been normal ever since. Surrounded by werewolves. From Armando. I nearly had a breakdown watching that episode of Paranormal Witness back in 2013. I think that was the year. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I believe it was Season 3, Episode 9, The Wolf Pack, the one that showed a family trapped in their farmhouse by what they claimed was a pack of werewolves circling their property. Critics called it ridiculous, of course, but watching those recreated scenes of creatures stalking around the perimeter, those glowing eyes in the darkness, the family huddled inside wondering if they'd make it till morning. It hit a little too close. This is what happened to me and my crew on a construction site in northern Wisconsin, October of 1987. I was working as an assistant supervisor for a mid-sized outfit that specialized in commercial warehouses and industrial facilities. We would be working a contract to build some sort of distribution center for a regional supermarket chain on the outskirts of a small town. The location was ideal for the client's logistics. Right off the highway, but far enough from residential areas, they could still run 24-hour operations without noise complaints. For us, though, the site would soon become a nightmare. The property sat adjacent to a state forest, which stretched for miles to the north and west. Our section had been clear-cut decades earlier and used briefly as farmland before being abandoned. Nature had started to reclaim it. Patchy forest interspersed with open meadows of tall grass and scrub brush. The client had purchased about 40 acres, but we were only developing the 15 acres closest to the highway. The rest would remain untouched as a buffer zone. We had been on the site for about 6 weeks when this event happened. The foundation was complete. We were in the middle of erecting the steel framework for the 200,000 square foot facility. October had brought shorter days and a biting chill to the air. Most days we wrapped up around 5:30 p.m., but we'd fallen a bit behind schedule due to unforeseen circumstances, and the client was pressing us to catch up. Our project manager, who we referred to as Nikki, had authorized overtime, keeping the crew on site until about 9 p.m. for the entire week. On October 7th, I arrived for my shift at noon, relieving the morning crew. The day passed by uneventfully. It was typical construction work with the usual headaches, like materials being delivered to the wrong area, subcontractors arguing over workspace, all that crap. Around 6 p.m., the sky was starting to darken. We switched on the portable floodlights that illuminated our immediate work area. Beyond their glare, the surrounding land quickly disappeared into blackness. Most of my crew were young guys in their 20s, except for our crane operator, Delmont. He was in his 50s and had worked construction almost his entire adult life. There were 12 of us on the site that night, a smaller crew than during the day, but enough to keep making progress on the structural elements. Around 7:30 p.m., one of the younger workers, Vincent, came to me with an odd look on his face. "Hey, Armando? There's something out there, beyond the lights." I thought he was messing with me, but his expression was dead serious. I followed him to the eastern edge of the site, where he pointed into the darkness. "I keep seeing eyes reflecting in the distance, like animals watching us. But they're too high off the ground to be deer or coyotes." I stared out into that blackness, but I didn't really see anything. I then reminded him that we had spotted a black bear on the property a couple of weeks back, and I told him to stay within the lighted area. I figured that was the end of it. Within the hour, 3 more workers had reported similar sightings. Pairs of eyes reflecting our lights, always at the periphery of visibility, always disappearing when looked at directly. I still hadn't seen anything myself, and I was starting to get a bit irritated, to be honest. This just seemed like a distraction to me. At about 8:15 p.m., everything changed. The full moon had risen above the trees. Delmont had stepped down from his crane to stretch his legs when he suddenly froze up, staring past the floodlights into the meadow about 100 yards away. "Holy crap," I heard him whisper. I followed his gaze, and I felt my blood turn to ice. In the moonlight, I could clearly see 3 large figures moving through the tall grass. They were bulky things, covered in what looked like dark fur, moving around on all 4s. But there was something wrong with the way they moved, not quite like any normal animal. When one of them rose briefly into a bipedal stance to look in our direction, I heard Delmont curse under his breath. "God, those aren't bears." Word spread quickly among the crew. Everyone stopped working just to watch the shapes prowling at the edge of the darkness. I called Nikki then, who was back at the motel, but he thought we were yanking his chain and refused to come out. He ordered us to finish the schedule and to stop wasting time. Around 8:30 p.m., we heard the first howls, these deep, throaty howls that seemed to contain elements of both wolf and man vocalizations. They came from multiple directions, suggesting there were more creatures surrounding us than the 3 we could currently see. The men began to argue about what we should do. Now, our vehicles were parked in a gravel lot, which was about 200 yards from the worksite, in the opposite direction of the highway. To reach them, we'd have to cross an unlit stretch of ground, heading toward where we'd spotted at least one of the creatures. Delmont wanted to call the police, but several guys pointed out we'd sound insane reporting that we were encountering werewolves. Some said we should stay put until daylight. Others thought we should make a run for the vehicles while we still could. I tried my best to keep everyone calm, everyone focused on finishing the critical welding work, so we could all leave together at 9 p.m. as we had planned. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as 9 p.m. approached. The shapes continued to patrol the perimeter, sometimes disappearing into the trees only to re-emerge elsewhere. None had entered the floodlit area, though, which was a huge relief for all of us, I think. But they were definitely moving in a pattern that suggested they were watching us, assessing us. But why? At 8:50 p.m., we began shutting down equipment, preparing to leave. That's when Miguel, one of our welders, let out a shout that made everyone spin around. Standing at the very edge of the light, no more than 30 feet from our primary generator, was one of those things. In the harsh floodlight, its features were more visible than I wanted them to be. It stood at about 7 feet tall. It had a muscular, hairy body that seemed like a hybrid of man and wolf. Its snout was long, filled with teeth that were clearly visible, even at that distance, and its eyes reflected the light with an amber glow. The creature remained motionless, staring at us with what I can only describe as intelligence. Then it dropped to all fours and loped back into the dark. Panic nearly erupted then. 2 of the younger guys were ready to make a run for it, while others were grabbing tools as makeshift weapons. I managed to get everyone into the partly constructed office area, where we could safely talk without shouting over equipment noise. Listen to me, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Those things have not come into the light. They could have rushed us already if they wanted to. I think they're territorial, not necessarily hunting us. They're between us and the cars, Armando, Vincent pointed out. How the heck are we going to get out of here? We debated some options. The creatures continued their patrol, occasionally visible in the moonlight, and occasionally announcing their presence with those chilling howls. By about 9:30 p.m., we made a decision. We would stay together, keep the floodlights on, and wait. Maybe the creatures would lose interest, or maybe they would move away from the parking area. Quite a bit of time passed in tense silence. We took turns watching the perimeter, while others tried to rest. None of us believed in werewolves, all right? Not really. But we couldn't deny that we were seeing something very bizarre. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe these were escaped exotic animals. Maybe they were people in costumes trying to scare us. Maybe it was a mass hallucination brought on by exhaustion, or maybe something in the air from a nearby chemical plant. None of the explanations fit what we were witnessing. At 11:15 p.m., we all jumped in unison when Delmont's radio crackled on. It was Nikki, checking why the generator was still running when we should have been long gone by now. When Delmont tried to explain what was happening, Nikki's response was predictably skeptical, but he seemed to sense some genuine fear in Delmont's voice. He said he would drive out to meet us. Now, we did our best to try to warn him away, telling him to just stay at his motel. But Nikki was stubborn and didn't believe in letting his crew face danger alone, even if he thought we were overreacting. 20 minutes later, we saw headlights approaching on the access road from the highway. Nikki's pickup truck. The creatures noticed too. We watched in horror as two of them broke from the tree line and moved toward the approaching vehicle. We all expected the worst to happen. Nikki's truck slowed as the figures crossed the access road ahead of him, clearly visible in his headlights. The truck stopped completely for about 30 seconds, then suddenly accelerated forward, horn blaring continuously. The creatures scattered as Nikki roared into the construction site, sliding to a stop inside our ring of floodlights. He leapt out of the truck, face ashen. "What in the world are those things?" he shouted, all his skepticism gone. With Nikki's arrival, the dynamic shifted. We now had a vehicle inside our safe zone, but it was not about to hold all 12 of us. After a brief discussion, we developed a plan. Nikki would drive his truck toward the parking lot, with the crew walking alongside, staying within the pool of light cast by his headlights and the portable work lights we could carry. We'd move as a tight group, make it to our vehicles, and get the heck out of Dodge. At midnight, we put our plan into action. Nikki's truck moved very slowly, with men flanking it on all sides, each holding whatever tool or piece of equipment might serve as a weapon. Delmont carried a portable floodlight powered by a battery pack, sweeping the light ahead of us. I walked at the rear of the group with a welding torch, watching our backs. We made it about halfway to the parking lot when I heard rustling in the tall grass just outside our circle of light. There was something pacing us. I called out a warning, and everyone bunched closer to the truck. Nikki stopped, and we deformed a defensive circle, all facing outward. The rustling continued, circling us, joined by similar sounds from multiple directions. "Feels like they're hurting us," Delmont muttered, "like we're prey animals." For a long, terrible moment, we stood frozen in place, listening to the creatures moving around us in the dark. Then, without warning, one of them darted through the edge of our light, just a dark blur of movement, there and gone too quickly to react. A demonstration, perhaps, of how easily they could reach us if they chose. Miguel panicked and broke formation, running ahead toward the distant parking lot. Before any of us could stop him, he was 20 yards away, then 30, his flashlight bouncing wildly as he ran. We shouted for him to come back, certain we were about to witness his death. But nothing attacked him, thankfully. He made it to the halfway point to the parking lot unharmed, then slowed and stopped, realizing he was all alone in the dark. He just stood there, flashlight beam swinging from one direction to another in a panic. "Come back here," I called to him. "Don't run. Take it slow." Miguel began walking back towards us. And then I saw it. A massive shape detached from the shadow of a pile of lumber, moving on a parallel course to intercept Miguel. I yelled a warning. Miguel saw it too then, and froze. The creature stopped as well, watching him from only about 15 yards away. For an excruciating 30 seconds, man and beast remained motionless, locked in a standoff. Then, incredibly, the creature seemed to lose interest. It turned and loped away into the darkness. Miguel practically collapsed with relief, then resumed his careful return to our group. That strange encounter gave us all hope. Whatever these things were, while intimidating, they didn't seem intent on attacking us directly, at least for now. We resumed our slow procession toward the parking lot, maintaining our tight formation around Nikki's truck. Twice more we heard creatures rushing close, catching glimpses of those dark shapes just at the periphery of our light, but none of them breached our defensive circle. After what felt like ages, we reached the parking lot. The creatures remained visible at the edges of our light, watching as we quickly organized ourselves into carpools, No one would be left alone. We started our vehicles simultaneously, forming a convoy with headlights blazing. As we pulled away from the construction site, I looked back through my rear window. In the glow of the still running floodlights, I could see at least 5 large shapes moving into the previously forbidden area, investigating where we had been working before. They showed no interest in following us as we drove away. The next morning in daylight, Nikki and I returned to the site with a local sheriff's deputy. We found large, unusual footprints in the soft earth. These prints seemed to morph from wolf-like paws to something more humanoid. The deputy took photos but was clearly skeptical of our story. We pointed out areas where the tall grass had been trampled by something large, forming paths that no deer or known predator would create. The deputy suggested a small pack of wolves, maybe mixed with feral dogs. His explanation didn't account for what we saw, though, and yet we didn't push him on it. The project continued with expanded security measures. We installed more lights, brought guns, restricted work hours to daylight only. But nothing unusual happened for the remainder of the job, which we completed 3 months later. Most of the crew members never spoke of that night to outsiders. It became a sort of inside story, and when we discussed it together, we just referred to it as the night shift, with knowing looks. Years later, watching that Paranormal Witness episode, I realized I'd never truly processed what we'd encountered. I guess I'd buried it, rationalized it, and tried to forget. But those recreated scenes of creatures stalking around a lonely property brought it all rushing back to the surface. The fear, the disbelief, the understanding that I came very close to being prey to something that I could not comprehend. I've never been able to look at a full moon the same way, and when they do come around, as they always do, a bit of dread fills me, a sensation that I can't fully explain to those who weren't there with us, because they weren't the ones in a circle of failing light, hoping to survive the couple 100 yards to the parking lot. Our haunted post office. From The Deliverer. I work at our small town's post office. I'm 32 years old, and I've been here for about 7 years or so. I'm married and a father of 2 boys. Until a few months ago, I was the guy who didn't believe in ghost stories. To me, they were things people used to get attention. But now, I've changed my mind, and I'll tell you why. There were experiences I had at work that I simply could not chalk up to coincidence or exhaustion. These were stories I would not believe from someone else, but they happened to me directly. Our little post office sits near the edge of town. It's an old brick building, probably built back in the 1920s or 1930s. The windows are high up, the kind that let in a bit of light, but not enough to tell if the sky is sunny or cloudy. Inside, the paint is dingy, off-white, with water stains in the corners. We don't have a big staff. It's just me and 2 other clerks, and a postmaster who mostly stays in her office. Our hours are short compared to city offices. We're open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on weekdays, with a half day on Saturdays. It's not unusual for me to be the one closing up if someone else needs to leave early, or if I'm covering a shift alone. That's when it all started. Closing time near dark, the day winding down and nobody else around. First incident. This happened just after we got past holiday rush recently, so the post office was quieter than normal. Around 3:45 p.m., I was finishing up with the last customer when the other clerk, Ray, asked if I could close alone because he had to pick up his daughter from school. It wasn't a big deal, so I told him to go on ahead. Usually, closing by myself just means I have to lock the doors, finish some paperwork, and make sure all the mail is sorted for the next morning pickup. Takes about 15 or 20 minutes. That day I found myself alone with no noise, except for the sort of buzz the fluorescent lights make. The building felt still. I decided I'd do a quick round to make sure all the back doors were locked. After verifying the loading dock door was secured, I turned off the light in the sorting area. That's when I swear I began to hear footsteps. Very faint but distinct. It was coming from near the P.O. boxes, the public area. My first thought was that maybe a customer snuck in, or that Ray forgot to lock the front door on his way out. But I glanced at the large windows and could see the blinds were down, meaning I had already pulled them down as part of the closing routine. Even so, I went to check. The door was locked, and nobody was there. But while I was standing in the lobby, I heard the footsteps again, this time behind me. I spun around and saw nothing. Just rows of P.O. boxes. I took a big breath in and reminded myself it was an old building. Maybe the vents or pipes were making noises. I locked up and went home. That night, though, I kept thinking about how distinct those footfalls sounded, like someone was wearing heavy shoes. Second incident. The second incident happened about a couple weeks later, and it was worse. We'd been having issues with the old wiring in the building. Lights would flicker or phone lines would just cut out. Our postmaster asked me to stay late with a repairman who was supposed to check the fuse box in the back. The repairman finished around 5 p.m. and left, but I decided to stay for another half hour, just to get a jump on sorting parcels for the next day. It was a quiet evening, no other staff around, and I'd already locked the front door. I was in the sorting area, scanning packages, when the overhead lights started to flicker. Normally, I would just chalk it up to more faulty wiring, but these flickers had a rhythm to them. I noticed it after about 30 seconds. It would go dark for a second, then flicker twice quickly, then dark again. That pattern would continue over and over. It made me nervous, so I walked to the breaker panel, thinking maybe something was loose. Before I got there, I heard a loud crash from behind me. Quickly, I whirled around and saw that an entire shelf of sorting bins had been toppled over. Those bins are heavy plastic, and they were filled with mail. It's not something that just tips over by itself. You would have to physically ram into it. I walked over carefully, thinking maybe the bracket had given way. But the metal brackets on the wall were intact, not even bent. It looked like the shelf had been yanked forward, but that couldn't be, I thought. I was alone in here, right? My skin started to crawl. Then the lights went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, with only the glow of the exit sign nearby. My first instinct was to hightail it out of there, but I forced myself to stay calm. I pulled out my phone for light, planning to head back to the breaker panel. As soon as I turned on my phone's flashlight, I caught sight of movement to my left. Something black and fast disappeared behind a row of mail carts. I couldn't figure out what I'd just seen. It wasn't just a shadow cast by my phone, because it was moving independently. It had a sort of shape, but it was gone too quickly for me to fully register. And then I felt something cold sweep past me, like a gust of icy wind, but the air in the building was still. There were no fans, and the AC was not blowing at the time. I knew I had to get out. I slammed the side door behind me and locked it, as if that would keep whatever was inside from following me. Needless to say, I skipped finishing the mail sorting that night. Third incident. This third incident is the one that convinced me it wasn't just a series of odd occurrences, but instead was something demonic, or at the very least something that felt evil. It was late again. This time I wasn't alone. My coworker, I'll call her Dina for this story, volunteered to help me finish up a bulk mailing job for a local business that had hundreds of identical letters needing sorting. This was only about a week ago, mind you, just after closing on a Friday evening. We figured we'd knock it out in an hour and then enjoy the weekend. We were standing at the sorting table in the back, chatting about her kids and my sons, laughing about how small-town life can be both comforting and sometimes suffocating. The environment felt normal, cozy even. No flickering lights or strange noises, just the two of us getting along and working. Suddenly, Dina froze mid-sentence, staring past me at something over my shoulder. I felt a chill then. When I turned around, there was a tall black figure standing near the door to the loading dock. It looked like the silhouette of a very tall person. But there was no detail, just solid blackness in the shape of a human. It had to be about 6 feet tall, if not more. Honestly, maybe closer to 7. I remember thinking it didn't look like a man wearing black clothes, it just looked like the absence of light in the shape of a man. Dina screamed, and the figure darted to the side, disappearing behind some stacked boxes. I felt goosebumps all over every inch of my body. We ran toward the front, intending to leave through the lobby, but the front door was still locked. Dina got her keys out, trying to find the right one. While she did that, I turned to look over my shoulder, and I heard a deep growl, like there was a large animal trapped in the building with us. It sounded angry, full of hate. I don't know how else to describe it, but the sound made my stomach turn. Finally, Dina got the door unlocked, and we burst outside. The sun had just set, so it was that murky twilight where everything is gray. We ran to our cars and jumped in, driving all the way home. The next morning, we had to explain to our postmaster why we left the building unlocked. Dina and I agreed we'd seen the exact same thing. We together described it as a tall black shape with no face, and she said she felt sick the moment she locked eyes with it, like it was draining her. That was a very long weekend afterward. I was very on edge, very creeped out. Reminded me of how I saw a tarantula documentary when I was a kid, and it gave me the creepy crawlies for the next few days, but scale that on up to a demonic adult version. My wife noticed that something was wrong with me. I couldn't explain it to her right away, afraid she would think I lost my mind. Dina called me later that Sunday, saying that she was turning in her 2 weeks' notice. She asked if I thought the building was haunted, and I told her I thought it was something more than a ghost, something dark. She agreed with me, but refused to set foot in that place again, and despite her 2 weeks' notice, she wasn't there Monday morning. I'm still at the post office, mostly because I need the paycheck and benefits from my family. But I started to carry a small cross in my pocket, saying a quiet prayer before unlocking the doors each morning. So far, it's been pretty quiet, but I have noticed some smaller things. Once I heard a scratching sound on the wall, and at another point recently, I smelled sulfur in the back room. There are the occasional cold spots throughout the building, especially near the loading dock, even when the heater's on. I told another coworker, Ray, about it, but he shook his head at me, saying the building is probably settling, or that we have critters in the walls. So far, nobody else has seen what Dina and I had seen. Before I go, I'll say this. If you're hearing this and you're skeptical like I was, I totally get it. I used to be too. But after watching a shelf tear itself off the wall, and a pitch-black figure with my own eyes, I think there's more at work here in this world, and sometimes that stuff is evil. I spent the night with a coworker. Never again. From Leopold. I was around 21 or 22 years old, living at home with my parents and younger brother. One of those transitional phases in my life. I was working a part-time job at a local warehouse, trying to save enough money to eventually move out on my own. I was still taking a couple of classes at the community college, mostly night classes, and I was tired of living under my parents' roof with all their rules and drama. I wanted some privacy. I had a few close friends, but most of them lived too far away or had different schedules, so I didn't hang out with them as often as I wanted to. Work was the one place I saw people regularly, even if it wasn't exactly the most thrilling environment. At that warehouse, they had me on random shifts, sometimes early mornings, sometimes late afternoons. They also employed a bunch of guys around my age, mostly doing grunt work like stocking shelves, packing boxes, and loading trucks. One of these guys stood out because he was extremely quiet and awkward. I'll call him Eric. Eric didn't talk much initially, but I'd see him around the break room, always sitting alone, nursing a soda or picking at a sandwich by himself. He didn't really make eye contact with anyone, and if someone tried to chat him up, he'd give short, mumbled answers. A few of the other guys teased him, but mostly they just ignored him. I felt bad for the guy. Really, I know what it's like to feel out of place. For a couple of weeks, I made it a point to at least say hi or offer a quick comment about work. Sometimes he'd nod, sometimes he'd mutter a one-word reply. Eventually, I started to sit at the same table in the break room, just to be near him, see if I could get him to talk. One day, he was staring at his phone with this sort of lost expression, and I asked if he was okay. Surprisingly, he actually opened up a bit, telling me his phone was messing up, or something trivial like that. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Over the next week, I found reasons to walk with him to the parking lot after shifts, or to share a smoke break out by the dumpsters. Little by little, he seemed more comfortable around me. We weren't best friends or anything, but we were getting there. Eric had a subtle sense of humor, real dry, and every now and then he'd crack a joke that actually made me laugh out loud. The strangest thing was that he wouldn't make any plans with me outside of work. I'd say, "Hey, let's grab a burger after our shift," and he'd always have an excuse. Finally, he admitted he lived kind of far out, that he didn't feel like going into town more than he needed to. One afternoon, I complained about my living situation. My parents fighting, my brother blasting music until 3 a.m., and I told Eric I didn't really have a comfortable place to bring anybody back to. That's when I suggested we hang out at his place instead. He got real quiet and sort of shrugged, as if he was torn. But I guess he could tell I was desperate for a change of scenery. A day or two later, he texted me his address. The place was way out in the sticks. I mean, the directions seemed straightforward, but once I got off the main highway and onto the secluded paved road, I realized how empty that area was. No streetlights, no neighbors in sight, barely any traffic. After driving maybe 5 or 6 miles, I found this narrow dirt road off to the side that looked more like a driveway. There was a small wooden sign with the same road name Eric had texted me. I turned onto it. It was a rough, bumpy path that stretched for about 2 miles, until I finally reached a small clearing. Eric's house was a modest, single-story place that had clearly been there for quite a long time. I parked my old sedan in what looked like an improvised parking spot, just flattened grass and dirt in front of the porch. The moment I killed the engine and opened my car door, I heard Eric shouting from the porch, "Run! Hurry, man, get in here!" He sounded scared out of his mind, like something was chasing me, so I didn't even stop to question it. My adrenaline kicked in, and I sprinted to the front door, heart pounding. It felt like some surreal horror movie moment. Once inside, I slammed the door behind me and stood there, breathing hard, asking him what in the world that was about. He was peering through a gap in the thick curtains, like he was checking if we'd been followed. After a second, he let out a shaky sigh and told me, "You got here earlier than I thought. I wasn't prepared." He wouldn't explain what that meant, and I was too freaked out to push the issue. We tried to settle down. Eric's living room was small and cluttered. There were blankets covering the windows and a weird smell, kind of like incense or some kind of herbal stuff. I saw that he was just as on edge as I was, his eyes darting from window to window. He offered to smoke up to take the edge off, and we did. For a while, it helped. We chatted about random stuff like video games, old TV shows we both liked. I asked him about living out here and how far he had to drive to work every day. He said by now he was used to it, and he liked being isolated out here. But there was always this nervous look in his eyes. Every now and then, he'd glance at the front door like he was expecting someone to try to break it down. By around 9 o'clock, we'd been hanging out for a couple of hours. We got hungry, so we threw together some microwave meals he had in the freezer. He wasn't exactly stocked up on groceries. We finished eating, then put on some random action movie. And honestly, I was almost comfortable. But then it happened. The loudest banging I'd ever heard. 3 thunder-like knocks on the front door, spaced just enough apart to sound intentional. The whole door rattled in its frame. My heart leapt into my throat, and I blurted out something like, "Dude, you better get that. Sounds like somebody really needs you." But Eric's face had gone completely pale. He looked like he was about to pass out. He kept his voice low, staring at me with wide eyes, whispering, "You're not supposed to be here." At first, I was offended, thinking he was saying I wasn't welcome in his home. So I asked if he wanted me to leave. But he quickly grabbed my arm and said, "No, don't. If you go out there before sunrise, something very bad might happen. You can't leave right now." I remember my stomach twisting into knots when he said that. Everything in his tone told me he truly believed it. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if this was some sort of insane prank, or if Eric was dealing with serious mental issues. Then the knocks came again. 3 more, spaced out, so strong I thought the door was about to split in 2. Eric put a finger to his lips to shush me. I stood there in total silence, too scared to even move. We turned off the lights, sitting there in the dark for a long time, hardly even breathing. The knocking didn't repeat right away. Eventually, Eric tugged me by the arm again, leading me to his bedroom, which was just as cluttered as the living room. Papers and clothes, weird talisman-looking things hanging on the walls. He seemed resigned to the situation, and quietly said we needed to wait it out till morning. "I doubt we'll get any real sleep," he said. But then again he looked more exhausted than scared, like he had gone through this routine many times before. I asked him what that was outside, but he shook his head, telling me that I wouldn't believe him. I remember a feeling of anger mixed with fear. Part of me wanted to yell at him for dragging me into this nightmare, but I couldn't bring myself to speak too loud, or even get near the front door. Every hour, like clockwork, came those 3 knocks. It was so exact, it felt impossible for a human to time it that perfectly. Each time it happened, I nearly jumped out of my skin. After the 3rd or 4th occurrence, Eric seemed to calm down a little, like it was old news to him. But I was on edge. Around 3 a.m., Eric actually dozed off. Meanwhile, I was wide awake, sweating even though it was cold. 1,000 questions were bouncing around in my head. Who or what was knocking? Could it be some local crazy person? An animal? Why did Eric not even want to try to investigate what it was? Could it be a prank by somebody Eric knew? It didn't make sense to me. And finally, curiosity won me over. With Eric asleep, I decided to go to the window next to the front door. I moved super slow, practically tiptoeing, trying not to make a sound on the creaky floorboards. The curtains there were heavy and dark, blocking out any hint of moonlight, In the darkness, my eyes had adjusted a bit, so I could at least see shapes and outlines. I waited for the next set of knocks, determined to peek through the curtain to see who or what was out there. I stood there for several minutes. Then it came. 3 ear-splitting bangs. Immediately, I yanked the curtain aside and pressed my face to the glass, trying to get a glimpse. I wish I hadn't. The first thing I saw was a face shoved right up against the glass on the other side. Pale skin, like it hadn't seen sun in years. 2 slitted eyes, more like a cat's, but the irises were a dark, almost rust-colored orange, and the mouth was twisted into this awful grin. I'll never forget that grin for as long as I live. It wasn't right. It was too wide, too unnatural. I screamed then, my mind going blank. I stumbled backward, letting the curtain fall back into place. Outside, I heard what I could only describe as laughter. A hoarse, rasping laugh that wasn't quite human. Terrified out of my skull, I ran back to the bedroom, slamming the door behind me. Eric was already awake, eyes wide open. He just shook his head at me. In a hushed voice, he said to me, "I told you, you're not supposed to be here." I didn't even have words for that. I just stood there, shaking from head to toe, like I'd walked in on some cosmic nightmare I wasn't supposed to see. After that, we sat there in complete silence. I noticed he had a small collection of candles in the corner. Some of them were half melted. He must have lit them on previous nights, maybe as some sort of weird warding ritual. I didn't ask, though. I didn't want to know at that point. I just kept thinking about how I was going to get out of there. How, if I ran outside, that thing might be waiting for me. Eventually, the knocks stopped coming. Maybe around 5 in the morning, there was no next set of 3 knocks. Everything was finally, eerily quiet. Eric managed to fall asleep again, and I was left sitting there, listening to my own heartbeat. When I noticed the sky starting to get lighter through the gaps in the curtains, relief washed over me. I knew I wasn't staying another second in that house. As soon as there was enough light to confirm it was day, I made my move. I slipped on my shoes, grabbed my jacket, and tiptoed out to the living room. The front door seemed like the gateway to hell, but I had no other choice. I counted to 3, flung it open, and bolted for my car. I'm pretty sure I set some kind of personal record for the fastest I've ever run. The morning light was weak, but it was enough to see where I was going. When I got to my car and started it, I glanced in the rearview mirror. That's when I saw Eric standing in the open doorway, watching me. He wasn't waving or yelling. He just had this heartbreaking, sad look on his face, as if he knew this was the last time we'd see each other. And he was right, because I had zero intention of ever coming back here. I blasted down that dirt road, ignoring the potholes and bumps that nearly wrecked my car's suspension. Once I hit the pavement, I drove even faster until I got to the main highway. The whole time I kept checking my mirrors. When I finally got home, it was still early in the morning. My parents and brother were asleep, so I just went straight to my room and locked the door. But I didn't go back to bed. I kept thinking about how Eric lived with this, possibly every night, and what it was exactly that had singled him out. Later that afternoon, I forced myself to go to work. I needed the hours, and also because I had to see if Eric was there. Eric didn't come back. That day came and went. The next day the same thing. Eric never showed. After a week, management said that he had quit. No call, no show. I got a new coworker assigned to my section. I had Eric's number, but when I tried to call or message him, I got no reply. Any other contact info was in the official HR database, and they weren't going to give that out. It's been years, and I still haven't heard from Eric. I don't even know if he's still at that house, or if he left it for good. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried harder to help him, but it's not like I knew where to even start. I rarely tell anyone the details of that night. It sounds insane, right? And I'm sure some people would think I was high or dreaming or exaggerating. But I remember every moment like it happened yesterday, especially frantically running away from that house, like I was about to die. I still get uneasy when I drive on empty roads at night, especially out there in the countryside. Every time I see a dirt road branching off from the main road, I start to wonder. Eric, if you're out there listening to this, I still consider you a friend, and I hope to hear from you one day. I hope you're doing okay. Madness. From R. Strayer 625. Have you ever wondered if madness is something more than a mental illness? Maybe it leaves an impression on a place. I've always had an ability to get a sense of the emotions of a place. Churches are a good example. Walking into one, you just get a sense of all the things the walls have held within them. The joys of marriages, the grief of funerals, even pride of baptisms and christenings. Maybe I'm just overly empathetic to these things, but something happened a few years ago that made me really start to ask if it's not just me. But in the end, I still have more questions than I do answers. I work in construction, specifically demolition. I travel up and down the state for my job. I live out of a duffel bag and I've slept in more hotels than my own bed for most of the year. My roommates have genuinely forgotten my name on more than one occasion. So when I got to work that morning to see all the tools and equipment of my trade being loaded onto trailers, and all the guys throwing their various suitcases and backpacks, I knew it was going to be some time before I was anywhere near my home again. I offered up an apology to the houseplants that I had recently purchased, as they would probably be yet another sacrifice to the all-consuming need for a paycheck. I trudged into the office to see where my next job was going to take me. I grabbed that big red folder out of my mail slot to examine its contents of the new project we'd be taking on as I walked into my project manager's office. I've never even heard of this town, I moaned, deciding to start the day by irritating my boss, Tom. That's because you were born in this century, Tom replied, without looking up from his computer. This place is pretty much stuck out of time, he said, finally looking up. Used to be a mining town back in the 50s, and from what I can tell, once they shut down the mine, the town just kinda refused to die. But that's not our concern. What is our concern is that we're getting at least part of the contract to demo an old mental hospital. Part of the contract? I asked, already suspecting the answer would not be to my liking. Victor's got the cleanup, we got the demo, he said flatly, looking at me with a heavy implication to not start with him on this. I fixed my gaze on the calendar on the wall above his desk, and I was idly wondering how long it would be until I saw my own bed again when he spoke up. By the way, just to keep you in the loop on this one, don't expect a warm welcome from the locals. They are not happy about this building being set for demo. Apparently, this place has some local history, and it's been a hotbed for local disputes. He said that rather casually, trying to convey that our crew could be expected to get into fights with the locals, and expect no help from any business in the immediate area. Awesome, I said, sarcastically, before leaving the office. The drive into this place was almost as boring as the town itself. I know some people find endless rolling hills to be majestic, or something like that. But after miles of dry, grass-covered hills, I started to feel as drained of life as the landscape around me. This is gonna suck, I said aloud to the crew cab full of guys I was about to spend the next few weeks supervising. None of them responded. But that was my job, supervising. I'm an engineer for the company. My job really consists of overseeing the operation, solving all the little day-to-day problems and logistically making sure we can stay on schedule and within budget. This responsibility manifests in any number of ways, ranging from equipment repair, making sure our vendors deliver supplies on time, as well as planning demolition in a manner that makes the most sense, given the available resources. Seeing as I was already warned by Tom that our arrival would not exactly be greeted with loving open arms, I wasn't looking forward to the challenges of this assignment. After our arrival, we had one of those idiotic, groundbreaking ceremonies that I truly despise. I'd been wondering when we drove in what flavor of time-wasting nonsense I'd be subjected to. The golden shovel variety? Maybe the giant scissors and big red ribbon? Either way, they're always a waste of precious time. Photo opportunities and people in suits. People who will never step foot on the job until after it's complete. And me, I'll have to stand there over actual blueprints with people who have zero idea what they're even looking at, posing for a camera. Somehow, the thought of standing next to one of these idiots for a photo was even more distasteful than the growing stack of concerns, foolishness, and general havoc this assignment was about to bring. But we did it. Me standing there pointing at irrelevant points on a map, on a blueprint with some mayor or government official standing by my side nodding approval for an all-too-willing news crew. I wanted to use that golden shovel to brain the lot of them. In hindsight, I would have been doing them a favor. Standing shoulder to shoulder with city officials always made me uncomfortable. And by God, these people didn't help the situation. A greasy-looking man in a cheap suit sidled up to me during the last of the group photography. He had the look of a used car salesman going through multiple divorces all at the same time. Haggard would have been generous, to say the least, of his demeanor. Having all the calming presence of a man who had been held at gunpoint more than once in his years, he began to speak in a quiet, conspiratorial tone, even before I acknowledged his odor of cheap whiskey and even cheaper cologne. I gave my best effort to maintain my fragile composure as he began what I was already sure was a useless synopsis of how local government works and who I should try to make friends with if I wanted this project to succeed. "Not interested," I began, cutting him off from even beginning his pitch. "What?" he said, feigning innocence. "Look, I'm just not interested in pitches, deals, or inside scoops on who's who in this town. We're here to do a job and see it through to completion with minimal interference. We have more than enough of our own resources to see it get done without greasing any wheels or taking any deals." I lied. I hadn't even turned my head to look at him, trying to focus on the cameraman and where he was angling for a good shot for what I guessed would be the local paper. "I was just wondering if you knew the story behind the building you're about to destroy," he asked, with the first tone of actual sincerity in his voice. I had heard a dozen of these speeches before on why a particular place needed to be preserved or turned into a historical site. They come from a good place, but the sad reality is I work for the sword of progress, not the preservation of the past. Or at least, that's what I believed at the time, that old things should make way for the new. "I'm here to do a job, that's all," I said, trying to instill a note of finality in my voice. "Men like you always are," he said, and something about his words were laden with a sadness I couldn't quite place as genuine or manufactured. He moved away from me sheepishly, and I felt a little bad inside, as I finally turned to see him fully and beheld someone deeply broken by years of loss and public service. We didn't make it through the first day before things started sideways. It began with equipment failures. Machines that had been designed to break apart concrete and mortar began to malfunction at the very least end of their expected workload. I was already cursing upper management by 10 a.m. for sending me the worst of their tool lot when Tom called me. "How's the start?" he said, before even a perfunctory hello. "Not great," I replied. You really sent me the cream of the crop here for equipment. Totally top shelf, Tom, I said, putting as much emphasis on his name as possible. Accusatory tone aside, he continued, as if I had said nothing of note. 36 days, Alan, that's your deadline. We're counting on you to get this done as fast as possible if we're going to make it profitable. A number of profane words came to mind as I contemplated my reply. Yes, sir, I answered, in a way that I really hoped would convey my contempt for him and his higher-ups. At the end of the first day, I was looking over incident reports and equipment logs to try and see how bad the short end of the stick I'd been given for this job really was. My first priority was the tools. Why had this equipment broken down, and what could be done about it? My conclusion only left me scratching my head. The company had not sent me bad equipment. The maintenance logs were basically perfect. Some of these things I'd overseen the repair of myself, or by a tech that I knew was reliable. Then why? I wondered in my hotel room. I could not see any reason for the failures. These machines had been operating at full capacity over the last few jobs, and had been maintained properly. So why fail now? I racked my mind for an answer and got nothing, except for open-ended questions in return. I decided then it was time for a proper drink, and to go down to the local bar. I needed distance from maintenance logs and performance schedules, more time to reflect and think upon my current situation. As I walked into the bar, by accident still wearing my company hat and vest, I was greeted with about as much warmth as bone cancer. The glares of the patrons there gave me all I needed to know about how welcome I was at their establishment. Outsider read clearly on the countless faces littering the bar. The decision to avail myself of the outside patio area was clearly the smart choice, after a half-hearted attempt by the bartender to make a whiskey sour. The poor, sad excuse for a drink was already halfway down my throat, before it registered in my mind that violence was clearly reading out on several of the patrons' faces. My already addled mind wondered if I would make it out of this bar without having to punch someone in the neck for the trouble. Outside on the patio, I spotted the man who had tried to talk to me during the photo op. He had procured himself a table in the far corner, away from anyone or anything. The only thing keeping him company was a number of empty pint glasses. His blurry eyes met mine, and he motioned for me to join him in the empty seat across from him. I decided against my better instinct to join him, as just about everyone else in the bar looked as though they would have offered a pint glass to the side of my head, rather than exchange any pleasantries. "Come on, have a seat." He offered me the seat by way of pushing the chair out with his foot. I obliged him, setting my half-finished whiskey on the table as he offered his hand to me. "We got off on the wrong foot. I'm John." I took his hand. "Alan," I offered. "Don't worry about them," he said, vaguely gesturing at the inside of the bar. "They may give you all the death glares, but for the most part, they're harmless." "For the most part?" I asked. "Well, aside from the local paramilitary that lives deep up in the hills. But they rarely come down due to all the warrants for their arrests most of them have," he stated, as if it wasn't a big deal. "Oh, so nothing to worry about." I glared at him, letting the sarcasm seep into my voice and gaze. "They aren't coming down from the mountain just to mess up this project," he tried to reassure me. But the slight slurring of his words wasn't offering much in the way of surety. "Let me try to explain something to you." He seemed to be trying to gather himself. "That building was more than just some small care facility. It was the repository for a lot of grief and misery over the years. It's failed in just about every incarnation it's been through the years, and that was before the shooting." "Shooting?" I inquired. "I'll get to that," he started again. "That building has been the site of every failed public program in this town. Doesn't matter what the work project is, they all fail.
And those people in there are beaten down and weary from years of being made promises only to have their hopes of something better happening dashed over and over again. Getting kids to read, no source of books. Illiteracy rate here is worse than you might think. Internship for work, no business wanted to support it. Unemployment skyrocketed with a whole workforce of interns trained to a job no one wanted them to do. And then the crown jewel of failure is the rehab program. Supposed to take the mentally ill, the homeless, the addicts, all the people that place failed, and help them get back to being functional members of society. You want to guess how that turned out? He spat.
This is the part where you tell me about the shooting? I ventured.
This is the part where I tell about a failure that resulted in 6 people dead, including my son, he said, apparently having completely sobered up during his description. His words had struck me. I let my guard down and listened to his words more carefully. The rest of the evening, John bought the drinks and I listened, taking down occasional notes of certain things he said. Names, dates, events that he said had taken place. It's not that I didn't believe him, but I had a way I like to do things in situations that have this much potential to go sideways. Trust, but always verify. By the time we left, my notes had begun to slightly wander off the pages, and my usually neat handwriting had a bit of a slant to it. John, even in his state, gave off a certain air of confidence, walking me out of that bar that prevented any of the establishment's occupants from requiring the aforementioned throat punching before we opened the front door to a waiting cab. He opened the door, turned to me, and as he did so, he said, "Consider it a professional courtesy. I do wish you luck in tearing down that God-forsaken building. It's been an ugly reminder through all the years it has stood of the greed and incompetence of our local government. But every contractor that's ever tried to do anything with that building has failed." And without another word, he got into the cab. I watched the taillights disappear over the hill woozily, taking out my keys as I walked back to my work truck. I could smell the spray paint before I even got to it. There in big red letters was a single word: leave. It had been painted down the entire side of my truck. I sighed wearily. This is gonna be great, saying aloud in the open night air. I got back to my hotel room after an unenthusiastic officer came to take my statement. I didn't even want to call, knowing my report is going straight into the filing cabinet under a big W for who cares, but company policy required it for insurance purposes. I sat at the little desk of the hotel room, and I fired up my laptop, digging my notebook out and deciphering my slightly drunken scroll. I began to do some research into the conversation with John. Again, it wasn't that I didn't believe him, but sob stories were kind of a dime a dozen in this industry. It didn't take long before I found confirmation to almost every one of the building's failed endeavors, including the one that involved the death of his son. I pored over the article, which was written by a newspaper outside of the town, so it contained a lot more details about the incident. Maybe it was the whiskey still floating around in my veins, or the fact that John had looked so haggard. But my heart sank when I read a paragraph towards the end of the article, describing what had plagued the rehabilitation program. It cited budget issues that had resulted in the place being horribly understaffed with what could best be called underqualified people. Citing this as the reason for the massacre at the facility that had killed John's son, who was working the front desk reception at the time, the architect of the budget had been brought up on criminal charges, but none of them stuck. There in a court sketch was the man being held responsible for the crime, if maybe only in the public eye. Even in the poorly painted courtroom sketch, I recognized John's wary, haggard expression. I went to bed that night, thinking of this poor man, who had, in a way, if perhaps only inadvertently in the course of doing his job as a public servant, caused the circumstances that surrounded his son's murder, and then had been made a public pariah to be charged in it all. The next morning, the phone in the little trailer that was serving as my office began to ring. I cursed under my breath. Last night's events had produced a profound headache, which Tom's nasally, wheedling voice only seemed to make worse. "Well, I have good news for you," Tom chirped with an enthusiasm that made me despise the man and the entire concept of hearing anything at all. "Victor's just filed for Chapter 11. Tom had said that with the inflection of a lion who had just learned all the gazelle forgot how to run. "We have the whole contract. Everything about this job now falls under you, Alan." He sounded like it was a privilege, and not just simply adding more weight to the burden I was already bearing. I intentionally moved the phone receiver closer to my nose, so he could hear my long exhale of acceptance and frustration. "Great," I said through gritted teeth. "I'll update you as things progress." And I hung up the phone. The next few weeks progressed as painlessly as a tooth extraction. Equipment failed, deliveries were delayed, and worst of all, morale among the crew fell. Fights became more common. Don't get me wrong, I'm used to dealing with conflict resolution. The guys I work with, the crews I manage, are largely made up of the tough guy types. And tough guy types don't like wearing their ear protection. Half or more of the conflicts I have to deal with are about miscommunication rather than actual insults. A routine hearing test by our insurance company produced a result that nearly half our guys had some loss in the hearing department. And despite multiple meetings about the importance of safety equipment, the problem persisted. I was about to chalk the most recent batch of conflict resolution reports up to the stress of this job when I saw the name in the report, Ramirez. Okay, that makes no sense at all, I thought. Ramirez had always been a very peaceful man. I even relied on him for conflict resolution. He was a deeply religious guy who didn't believe in violence in the least. Wonder what made him lose his cool, I thought, as I read the report. I tried to picture a gentle guy like Ramirez in a jail cell. Again, I came up scratching my head. What was going on here? My cell phone vibrated in my pocket. Tom's office number brightened the screen. I debated tossing the phone into the running wood chipper for a brief moment. I begrudgingly decided against it, but I let it go to voicemail. I really didn't have the time for his overly litigious nonsense right now. 2 of my guys had made their way into the jail last night via the back of a squad car after an altercation with some locals at the bar, and I'd already spent half the morning on the phone with our legal department trying to figure out how to bail them out. My phone then chimed in with a new email. I rolled my eyes hard and looked at the notification. It was a response email that had been CC'd to our branch supervisors. That was never good. I'd been trying to address the problem of vandalism at the job site. When Victor's had pulled up stakes after the company went under, they'd sold their equipment to us after we took over their entire contract. But what we had failed to acquire in the buyout was their night security team. The sheer dollar amount of equipment that had to be left at the job most evenings was basically a big pot of gold for every thief in the area. And confrontations with the unhoused who were used to camping out on the grounds were a continuing problem. I'd already rung up several charges on my corporate account, buying some of our tools back from the local pawn shop, even after contacting them and asking as politely as possible to be on the lookout for our branded tools that bore our company logo. Even though they clearly belonged to us, local police had sided with the shop owners, and I had to pay to get our stolen property back. I went into my little trailer office so I could read the email on a proper screen instead of trying to squint at my phone. And immediately, I knew I was really going to be unhappy by the time I was done. It was first a denial for my request for a night security guard. The corporate jargon that followed stated in simple words, "We don't want to spend money on you." I was already pinching the bridge of my nose when I scrolled down to the second page, and I felt my face get hot. Expansion of supervisor job duties. Not only was I not getting a security guard, I was now going to be responsible for any theft or loss of time or property And just to add some terrible icing to an already lousy cake, my corporate account had been severely limited in what I was allowed to spend it on. I could hear Tom's weaselly voice as I read the words cost reduction measures. I put my head down on what was passing for a desk with a groan, wondering when was the last time I updated my resume. Part of the email had been sent to me directly, and not to the rest of the supervisors. It was a note from Tom. All it said was maybe you could put a cot in the site trailer. As I paced about the trailer, going through every obscene word I had in stock, a light bulb came on, and 2 words flashed across my mind. Malicious compliance. A dark smile began to form as I checked the company policy book for our specific guidelines about reasonable accommodations. I found the clause I was looking for and highlighted it. This was going to be my shield. I called the hotel I was staying in and canceled my reservation for the rest of the job. 2 hours later, I pulled the 30-foot rented luxury class 5th wheel into the job site wearing a huge grin. I could already picture Tom's red face as he looked over an expense report, seeing how much I had just spent on my new accommodations, knowing that I had followed the letter of our company policy, and there wasn't a thing he could do about it. I stopped by a toy store on my way back to the job site. Still grinning like a lunatic when I made my purchase, I made sure to save the receipt. My phone chimed with another email. I opened it. It was only marked with exclamation points. It was a picture of an expense report with the cost of the 5th wheel highlighted and surrounded by several red question marks. I took the plastic children's sheriff badge I'd purchased and affixed it to my jacket below my name and company logo, making sure to hold the receipt next to it, and took a picture. I sent it to Tom's email with a note. My own highlighted section of our company policy about expenditures on reasonable lodging and performance of our work, and a note that I expected to be reimbursed for my additional equipment. His 2-word response put a smile on my face for the rest of the day. Well played. The workday concluded and the guys had begun shuttering the job site for the evening. I took a revolver from my duffel bag, a large caliber handgun loaded with snake shot that I usually brought along to jobs for dispatching venomous wildlife that do like to occasionally occupy warm engine compartments of our equipment. I'd only had to use it once in the last 5 years. As usually, I didn't like killing an animal, unless I absolutely had to. But the weight of it on my hip brought me a bit of comfort, as more of a deterrent if I did end up encountering some thief trying to steal anything not bolted down during the evening. I'd moved many of these standing work lights around, strategically placing them so if I flipped the switch, most of the job site would be illuminated. Satisfied with my little defense perimeter, I lay down for the evening with my laptop to watch something brainless as I kept watch for the night. The sun had just passed behind the horizon when the first problems began. The first was a group of teenagers, who I caught trying to scale the fence. I was making around walking the fence line when I spotted them. Just a group of kids really, not real criminals. I could hear the cans of spray paint rolling around in their backpacks as they tried to mount the fence. I hit the remote start button on my fob for the generator hooked up to the perimeter lights, and made sure that the first thing they saw was me silhouetted against the light with my hand on my gun. They fled instantly. I waited until I couldn't hear the cans rattling in their backpacks anymore, before I finally started to laugh. I never would have hurt them, but I'd already had enough spray paint happy vandals for one trip. The building was pretty much covered in a variety of graffiti, ranging from actually not bad street art to many variations on fornication with my mother, and a recurring theme of various distressing words like run, hide, and watch out. Seeing them all over the walls made me feel a little sad about how calloused some people could be about a real tragedy. I pressed the off button on the fob for the generator. It wound down and the lights dimmed. I was back in total darkness. I was waiting for my eyes to adjust to the dim moonlight when I heard a noise coming from within the job site. I began walking back up toward the building itself, hoping to keep my element of surprise being as quiet as I could, straining my ears to try and locate the source of the noise. As I approached the building, I could tell the sounds were coming from inside the hollowed-out building itself. The empty concrete walls made trying to pinpoint the source nearly impossible, as echoes bounced back and forth down the hallways and corridors. The confidence I'd been feeling from putting a little scare into the kids faded away into cold dread and goosebumps, as now I could hear what the sounds actually were. They were sobs. Not "I lost my job" or "my significant other left me" cries, but the deep, heart-racking sobs of someone in genuine anguish. I changed tactics, fumbling around my pockets for my flashlight. At some point in your life, you'll encounter the kind of cries I'm talking about. They have an effect on your heart. My mindset changed from needing to run off whatever was trespassing on the site to needing to locate and perhaps aid someone in distress. I flicked on my flashlight, entering the building, expecting to see maybe one of the local unhoused, or maybe some kind of teenage runaway, as the mournful wails continued to bounce off the walls, making them sound like they were coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I felt my heart rate go up a few more notches as I swept my light down hallways, walking up and down the length of the building. The actual building was only about 34,000 square feet. There just aren't that many places to hide. I walked down a rubble-strewn hallway that had been the most recent to be demolished. It ended, opening up to the outside again, where that section of the building had already been torn down. The sobbing abruptly stopped. Then, a blood-curdling scream erupted in my ears, and something hit me hard in the back, sending me to the ground with incredible force. My head slammed into one of the piles of concrete, and little points of light began to swim in my vision. Before everything went dark, I heard a word whispered harshly into my ear. "Hide." I startled awake with my forehead throbbing in pain. I put my hand on my face and felt something wet dripping over my eyebrow. I peered around, trying to get my eyes to focus on anything. My eyes finally fixed on the only source of light, my flashlight. It had tumbled off the edge of the concrete foundation. Its upward beam illuminated the tree it had come to rest against. I pulled myself up from the concrete floor, giving myself a moment to make sure my feet were going to stay underneath me. I managed to get their cooperation and reached down to pick up my flashlight when the sobbing started again. I pointed the flashlight all about the area, trying in an even more futile effort than before to locate the sound. Now the blood trickling from my forehead was starting to run into my right eye. I wiped away the blood as best I could, but anyone can tell you, head wounds like to bleed a lot. I was standing in an open area near the partially demolished hallway when my ears finally fixed on where the sound had been emanating from. The open hallway leading back into the facility. Holding one hand to my forehead and squinting out of one eye, I scanned the hallway with the beam of my flashlight. A fresh wave of nausea overtook me, and I had to steady myself against the wall with the hand I was using to try and control the bleeding. I looked down for a moment, feeling both too hot and too cold at the same time. The cusp of light caught something my eyes tried to focus on. Blood on the floor. Not droplets, but a pattern. A shoe print. Still holding myself up, I tried to examine myself to see if I'd been injured somewhere else and hadn't noticed due to my throbbing head. I closed my eyes and let the wave of nausea recede a bit before taking a second look at myself. No blood or scrapes. No tears in my pants. The sobs cried out again, this time from somewhere directly in my vicinity. I redoubled my efforts to steady myself. I moved the beam over the footprint, and two things finally clicked into place. It's not my blood, and it's not my footprint, or rather, footprints. This was definitely the pattern of an athletic shoe, not my heavy patterned work boot. I traced down the hallway, and I found a trail of them. Another sobbing moan snapped me out of my focus,
and brought my attention back to the more pressing issue. Someone out there, besides me, was clearly hurt. I pressed my legs back into service, following the footprints to the source of the sobs. The footprints smeared and made a sharp left through a heavy steel door, and a large pool of blood had formed from under it. I took my gun out of its holster, rested my hand on the knob for half a second, inhaled sharply, and flung the door open. The scene I lighted upon was what nightmares wanted to be when they grew up. My heart followed my stomach right down through the floor as my eyes settled upon the two bodies lying sprawled against each other on the floor. They leaned against the back wall against one another, a man and a woman in matching blue uniforms, his body partially draped across hers, both with obvious signs of injuries that could not have been anything short of absolutely fatal. I turned away from the gruesome sight before my mind had a chance to memorize any more of the details. Okay, I thought. No more playing hero for me tonight. Time to call actual authorities. I pressed the flashlight into the crook of my neck and began fishing around my coat pockets for my phone. I managed to get 911 punched into the phone as I turned my back on the two bodies when I nearly bumped into someone standing directly in front of me. The screen turned from the black of the dial pad to the bright white of active calling illuminating the figure right there. The light shone upon what was left of a face. Ghost white flesh on one half stood out in sharp contrast to the grotesque lack of it on the other. Empty white eyes stared sightlessly into mine. The mouth opened and a single word escaped what semblance of a mouth remained. Leave. In a purely visceral reaction, I flung myself backward away from this new horror, only for my feet to find the slick pool in the doorway, resulting in my rapid falling backward. My hands were full with guns and phones, and the back of my head struck the floor with all my weight behind it. This time it wasn't little points of light I saw. Rather, stars exploded across my vision. The terrible pain I already felt redoubled, and for the second time in a span of 10 minutes, or less, darkness swept the world away. The next thing I knew, I was back on the job. I looked up from my clipboard to see my guys back to the task at hand. Jackhammers and engine noise filled the air. I was talking with Ramirez about where to place our new arrival of dumpsters without looking up from my paperwork. Something was bothering me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it was. It was like I was struggling to read the paperwork at all. Ramirez had his back to me looking at site plans, pointing to a location for the dumpsters. Oh, wait, Ramirez, when did you get out of jail? Legal said they couldn't do anything about it until Friday. I asked his back. He replied, "Yes, sir. They let me leave." What did you say? I asked, the alarm rising in my chest. Leave. He repeated in a voice that was distinctly not his own. Awareness washed cold dread on me as I realized the noise of the job site had gone down a few octaves. I looked around to see none of my guys were working anymore. They still held tools in their hands, machinery still running, but they were all just standing there with backs towards me. I got up from the log I was sitting on and grabbed Ramirez by the shoulder, turning him towards me. "Hey, I asked you." But when I turned him to face me, the words died in my mouth. The face was still him, but below the brim of his hard hat were two white eyes that stared out lifelessly at me. "Leave," he said in a loud whisper. "No," I stammered. I looked around for help to find all my guys now facing me with those same white eyes. They all began to whisper the words leave or run or hide. Then they repeated them over and over again. Leave, run, hide.
until it was all I could hear. I woke up to the sound of my own screaming. I was still lying in the doorway with John shaking me awake. "Alan! Alan, calm down!" The bright light of his flashlight brought fresh waves of pain shooting through my skull. I brought my arm up to shield my eyes, but still used the available light to look behind me into the room behind the door. No bodies. They were gone. I checked the ground around me. No blood. My ears still rang with the sound of my own screams and the echoes of the whispers still playing in my mind. I sucked in a breath as John put a hand on my shoulder. "What happened to you?" he asked with deep concern in his voice. My heart was beating so hard and fast, I barely registered the sound of his voice. I fell, was all the reply I could muster at the moment. His flashlight traced over to my revolver lying on the ground, then back to me, and more specifically, the little yellow plastic sheriff's badge pinned to my jacket, which was now spattered with droplets of my own blood. "You're lucky you didn't end up blowing your own foot off or something. Come on, you ridiculous idiot. That gash on your head is going to need stitches," he said as he heaved me to my feet in a way that brought new waves of pain shooting through my body, but I took it, just happy to have a companion in my misery. John threw my arm over his shoulder and walked me out of the facility, back toward my trailer. A few moments later, a police officer rolled up to the lot in response to my 911 call. But John confronted the officer, flexing his authority, assuring the officer it was a simple accident and misunderstanding. The officer seemed more than willing to leave well enough alone, as I imagined this would be a lot of paperwork on his part. When some of the pain receded and I managed to collect myself enough, I asked, "So, what are you doing here?" I peered at John from beneath a makeshift bandage pressed to my forehead. "Well, I came here to tell you what a terrible idea it is to stay here overnight, or really on these grounds at all," he replied. "This soil is contaminated, and tomorrow the EPA will be here to close the site. I wanted to deliver the news personally to you before the EPA got here and confiscated all your company's equipment for potential contaminants." He gave me an almost smug look. I could only stare back at him blankly. "I've been trying to shut this place completely down for several years of my time in public service," he said, perhaps not really to me, as he was looking out the window of my trailer out into the night. Seemed to be saying it to himself, trying to pierce the darkness by sheer force of will. "Nothing good has ever come of this land, or anything ever built on it, and it hurts everyone who steps foot here." He mused aloud, still staring into the dark. "Come on, I'll take you to the ER to get your head stitched up. Then I recommend you start making phone calls to get your equipment and this very expensive trailer off the site by morning." After a quick trip through the ER for 10 stitches and a fresh tetanus shot for my troubles, I started to make phone calls, waking up every single one of my guys not currently residing in a drunk tank to come back to the job and begin the hasty process of getting everything loaded back onto the trucks and moved to an open lot off the highway. I fired up every generator we had and hooked up every single work light available to illuminate the entire area. Tired, battered, and still feeling the ache of fleeing adrenaline, I must have looked a bit like a madman to my guys. Head bandaged, still sporting my blood-covered jacket, shouting orders that no one is to be alone, always travel in pairs wherever you go, and so on. They were giving me a wide berth by the time we'd gotten the last piece of equipment loaded. A chorus of groans answered my next order to utilize my expanded job duties and ordered everyone to load up and drive back to the home office right away. I stayed behind for another 2 hours until I could pick up the stragglers from jail. They gave me bewildered looks as I told them to get in the truck, that we're going home. After some assurances that their personal belongings had been collected from the hotel, and that our company wasn't also filing for bankruptcy, that yes, they did indeed still have jobs, they all climbed aboard. I passed one of my guys, Ramirez, the keys. "You're driving. I'm getting some sleep." That's all I said, even though he clearly had more questions. The obvious relief on his face was all but too apparent. I sat in the passenger seat watching the town disappear over the horizon in the morning light. "Sir, there was something really wrong with that place, wasn't there? Is that why we had to leave?" asked Ramirez. I involuntarily shuddered at the last word. "Circumstances beyond our control," I said, as I began to doze off out of sheer exhaustion. I watched him cross himself as my eyelids fell. No kidding, I thought to myself, before sleep took me away from that awful place. I turned in my 2 weeks the next day, deciding I'd had enough of wielding the sword of progress. John sent me an email updating me on the land's fate. He had succeeded in not only proving the soil contamination, but also in tying up any further efforts to use the land for nearly any purpose in such a nice little package of bureaucratic red tape. The place was pretty much walled off from anyone ever setting foot on it for the foreseeable future. I felt a wash of relief at this news, partially because it meant no one would be harmed, but also the soil contamination helped explain what happened to me. I must have been exposed to it and hallucinating. The feeling was short-lived. Attached to the email was a single photo of a young man in a blue uniform, John's son, and I recognized his face. Well, I should say I recognized half of it, and will never forget it as long as I live. Working as a nanny in a haunted house. From 0 to 0. I'm not the best at telling or writing stories, so I apologize in advance if it's all over the place. My story starts with a little bit of know-me information. I've had multiple paranormal experiences throughout my life. I'm a 32-year-old female, by the way. A lot of these experiences happened in my 20s. From sleep paralysis to déjà vu, premonitions, hearing voices, as well as a psychic looking into me and informing me that I had some kind of psychic power myself. Forgot what the term was, though. It typically comes and goes, and I don't have any control over it. It sort of does what it wants. Anyway, back in my 20s, I was a nanny for this one family for about a year and a half. When I first started working, 2 months in, I always felt weird or odd whenever I looked or walked by the parents' bedroom. This happened every day. I brushed it off, telling myself I'm feeling this way because it's their personal private space. I'm not one to snoop. Now, this feeling didn't occur when the mother invited me in their room. Only when I had no business with the room itself did I get that feeling. One day, I had just put their children at the time, 3 and 4 years old, down for their afternoon nap, and this is usually my time to eat some lunch. While eating, I heard footsteps walk across the floor above me. The parents' room is above the kitchen. I thought one of the kids woke up and forgot what time it was, and wanted to cuddle with their parents for the night. I walked to the stairs and looked up. The parents' bedroom door is at the top of those stairs, which was now slightly ajar. I got this intense feeling of do not enter from it. But, thinking about the girls, I walked up to check if they were still in bed. One of the girls' rooms was beside the parents'. I opened her door and she was sleeping in her bed. Then I walked across the hallway to the other girl's room, opened the door, and she was sleeping in her bed. I thought this was odd, but I went back downstairs. Now, I was thinking perhaps one of them was playing a trick on me, and I would make sure to catch whomever it was if it happened again. I continued my lunch and heard the footsteps walk across the floor, from one end to the other, again. I ran to the stairs, thinking I would catch one of them sneaking back to their bedroom, but the parents' door was in the same place, slightly ajar.
I stared at it for some time, absorbing the intense feeling emanating from it. This time, I went up 3 stairs, as it only takes 3 stairs to see all the doors. Both of the girls' doors were closed. I looked at the parents' door now and said, "Nope," and went back to the kitchen. Now, when I arrive at their house, it's 6 a.m. Both parents had already gotten up for work and were waiting upon my arrival to leave. So there's no chance of anyone coming into the house and being in the parents' bedroom. The attic is also only accessible from one of the daughters' rooms. But it's one of those doors where you have to use a ladder and push the wall door upwards to get up. This layout is a typical Canadian house that has no attic but foam and whatever else material for the roof. And it's a crawl space, so you can't even stand up there. I messaged the mother about what just happened. That's when she messaged me everything that was going on. She informed me things have been happening for months and would understand if I no longer wanted to work for them. Her daughters have been waking up every night at 3 a.m., screaming and crying, claiming someone is at the end of their bed, or the person won't stop talking so they can't fall asleep. The youngest and the mother could smell rotten eggs occasionally. She said throughout the night her bed gets kicked, and one time she felt a presence come on the bed, lying down next to her. But when she turned over, no one was there, but there was an indentation in the mattress. Another night, she thought her husband got called in for work, saw him get dressed, and left the room. In the morning, when she went downstairs, she saw her husband waking up on the sofa. She asked him when he got home, and he said he was always home and had simply fallen asleep on the sofa at 11, and she just woke him up. So the mother was confused, as she clearly saw him get dressed for work and leave the room. She then asked the neighbor about the first owner of the house, as that neighbor had lived in her house since it was built. The neighbor said the owner passed away in the place, one of the girls' rooms actually, and had the exact build and frame as her husband. The last story she told me was about how they hired someone to come and level the backyard so they could install a pool properly. She said, "He walked in the house to the back door, paused, and told us he could not do the job because there's a spirit in the house that does not want him here and is upset about all the renovations they've done. He didn't turn around and walk to the front door. No, he walked out from the backyard door, went to the gate, and just left. Didn't want to step foot back inside the house." Upon hearing this, I told her what I knew of the paranormal. And yes, I stayed. I informed her that all I got so far was creepy vibes and hearing footsteps. Nothing physical had happened, so I felt good about it. A couple of weeks went by, and the girls and I were in the basement, playing with small toys. I was against the wall, playing with their black cat in front of me, and the girls were also in front of me, an arm's reach away. While playing, I saw this black shadow mass, the size of a medium dog, zoom from the right to the left, behind them, shrink to nothing at the floor by the wall. I thought I was going crazy, until their cat stopped playing with me, got up, and literally walked to the spot it had disappeared. Again, nope came to my mind, and I told the girls I saw a rat, so we had to go upstairs. Once we were going upstairs, the mother came home, and I told her what just happened. A couple of weeks went by and nothing else happened. The mother asked me at the end of the week if I still got any vibes or anything. I thought for a minute and said no. She said last weekend she had a priest come and bless the house, even saged a whole sage stick until the fire alarms went off. Nothing has happened in the house since that purification. That's my experience of working in a haunted house as a nanny. I had an unsettling experience working at a plant nursery. From Shab, 1999. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. Growing up in the suburbs outside a mid-sized city in the Midwest, my life had always been grounded in reality. School days came in predictable cycles.
Part-time jobs were straightforward. Just the ordinary rhythms of a medium town. I also don't consider myself easily spooked. I mean, I'm the type of person who, if I hear a bump in the night, I figure it's just an old pipe rattling somewhere. Maybe the wind outside. Certainly not the type of person for ghost tours, or ghost hunting for that matter. But then, there was the incident at the nursery. It was about 2 years ago, during a period in my life when I was taking off time from college. I had decided to press pause on my environmental science degree because I just didn't know where I was heading. My boyfriend, Brendan, and I had been seeing each other for about a year, and he supported my choice. But money wasn't exactly pouring in, so I found a job working at a local plant nursery, not too far from our apartment. It was a decent-sized nursery, bigger than the ones you see attached to supermarkets. This place had its own buildings and a large greenhouse that stretched nearly a quarter of an acre behind the main storefront. We sold everything from everyday succulents to ornamental grasses, from hardy Midwest perennials to rarer tropical blooms that had to be coddled in the heated sections of the greenhouse. My shifts usually started in the afternoon, around 2, and I'd close up shop in the evening, around 8 o'clock in the summer, a bit earlier in the fall. The nursery had a parking lot out front, a fenced perimeter, and a sizable connected greenhouse, which hummed quietly with fans and irrigation systems. It smelled like damp earth and green leaves, and that smell was so familiar to me. At first, I loved it. Working there was peaceful. I got to learn about the different plants, which helped cement my interest in botany. I figured if I ever went back to school, maybe I'd shift toward a degree in horticulture or plant sciences, something that gave me purpose. I never did imagine I would have an encounter here that would leave me too terrified to set foot back in the plant nursery again. The first incident happened in late summer. The days were still warm, and the nursery was quieter in the evenings. Brendan had come to hang out as he sometimes did. He would bring me a coffee or a smoothie, and we would chat while I tidied up the place before closing. He'd usually wait out in the car once I started to lock the doors and counting the register. On this particular night, I remember it was just past 7:30, and the sky was that dusky purple, the kind you get right before twilight settles in. Most customers had left by then. I'd flipped the open sign to closed about 15 minutes prior, as I wanted some downtime to put everything in order before I locked up. By that point, there were no lingering shoppers inside. At least, not that I knew of. The greenhouse lights were still on, just buzzing overhead. We kept those on until we left, because we didn't want to stumble in the dark if we had to check something last minute. I was finishing my routine inside the main building, counting receipts, making sure the front door was locked. I could see Brendan's silhouette in the car through the glass doors, just fiddling with his phone. Then suddenly I heard a soft humming sound. At first I thought it might be one of the fans in the greenhouse acting up, making a weird pitch. But as I listened, I realized it was a human voice, a gentle, throaty hum of some old tune I didn't recognize, but which sounded somehow ancient. It was just a few notes, going over and over again. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. Something about that sound. It was so out of place in the silence of closing time. It set me on edge. Then again, sometimes older customers would wander further into the nursery than they realized, drawn to the flowers, never noticing we had closed. It wouldn't be the first time someone had to be gently ushered out at the end of the day. So I followed the sound to the greenhouse. It was dimmer inside than during the day, of course, but the overhead lights were still bright enough to see clearly. The space was large and smelled of moist soil and fertilizer. My footsteps echoed on the cement walkway as I passed rows of potted geraniums, ferns, and marigolds.
The humming grew louder as I approached the section where we kept some of the fancier perennials. And then I saw her. An old woman, very elderly by the look of her posture and the silvery bun of hair at the nape of her neck. She stood facing away from me, leaning slightly over a bed of small white flowers. Carnations, I think. She was dressed in a long, old-fashioned dress that looked oddly formal for gardening, like something from decades past. Her shoulders were hunched, her hands seeming to busy themselves among the petals. And she was humming that odd little tune. I started to speak. "Excuse me, ma'am," I said softly, not wanting to startle her. "We're closed for the evening." The old woman didn't react. She just kept humming and moving her hands, as though tending to the blossoms. There was something off about her posture, like she wasn't truly bent with age, but rather contorted unnaturally. I took a step closer. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but we've closed for the day. I'll have to ask you to come back tomorrow." I stopped mid-sentence. An overwhelming sense of terror washed over me. It was so sudden, this feeling of pure awfulness and fear sank into my guts. I can't explain it fully. It was as though every instinct screamed at me to get away from her. Don't go near her. I broke out into a cold sweat. My mouth went dry. I could barely swallow. I tried again, but my voice faltered. "Ma'am?" She just kept humming and tending as if I didn't exist. But I knew she knew I was there. Something about the tension in the air told me she was aware of my presence. My mind raced. This was no ordinary late shopper. The feeling in that greenhouse was horrific, like there was hatred flowing through the air. I had never felt such raw fear, especially not without any apparent reason. I backed away slowly at first, then turned and bolted for the door. I was panting as I ran out into the evening air. I remembered the cool dusk feeling like a splash of cold water on my face. I sprinted towards Brendan's car and flung open the passenger door, startling the poor guy. He looked at me wide-eyed. "What's wrong?" he asked. I struggled to say it. There's someone in the greenhouse," I managed. "An old lady. She's not supposed to be in there. I asked her to leave, but..." My words were beginning to tumble out nonsensically. Brendan tried to calm me down. Okay, let's go check." He turned off the engine, got out, and together we walked back inside. I clung to his arm, feeling foolish and frightened at the same time. He was bigger and stronger than me, and I thought surely this would just turn out to be some confused old woman. Maybe I'd overreacted. Inside, the greenhouse was now quiet. Too quiet. The humming was gone. We searched the entire section, row by row. There was no sign of the old woman. I checked the entrances and exits. They were locked as I had left them. No one could have gotten in or out without me noticing. Brendan tried to reassure me that maybe she just slipped out at the front when I was running around the back, but I knew that was impossible. The main doors had been locked, and even if she had somehow sneaked past me, how could an elderly woman move so quickly, so quietly? We left that night with me feeling shaken and confused. Maybe I was imagining things. I wanted to believe that. After all, stress could do strange things to a person. Maybe the dimness of the lights back there and my stress got the better of me. For a few weeks, everything was normal again. I kept working my shifts. Brendan would sometimes stop by, sometimes not. I was still saving my money, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my future. The strange incident began to fade in my memory, though occasionally I did find myself looking over my shoulder, while watering the hanging baskets or organizing seedlings. The greenhouse still had the same earthy smell, and the plants remained indifferent to my fears. Then came the second incident. It was early fall by then. The days were getting shorter. The nursery was gearing up to sell mums and decorative pumpkins. This time I was completely alone. Brendan had a shift at his own job and could not stop by. But I did have the car, and after closing I could simply drive myself home. I remember the exact date because it was just after the local fall festival. People had been coming in all week asking for cold, hardy plants. I started my usual closing routine at around 7:45 p.m. I flipped the sign, locked the front door, and headed back to tidy the greenhouse. That's when I heard it again. The humming. The same lilting, ancient tune. My blood ran cold. Every hair on my body stood up. I felt nauseous with fear and dread. I could have walked away. I could have pretended I didn't hear anything, locked the greenhouse, and left. But I couldn't leave, knowing someone, something, was inside. It was my responsibility to ensure the place was empty. The thought of confronting her again alone was petrifying. But I had no choice. I had to know. I moved slowly, cautiously, into the greenhouse. The humming was coming from the same area as before, near the white carnations. I wondered if I would find her in the exact same spot. Sure enough, as I stepped through the rows, I caught sight of the back of her dress again. The old woman was there, humming, leaning over the flowers as though no time had passed since that first night. The exact same posture, the exact same tune. My knees felt weak, but I forced myself to speak. "Excuse me," I said, voice trembling despite my effort to sound firm. "I don't know who you are, but you can't be here after closing. You need to leave." This time, she stopped humming. She froze, her back still to me, her head slightly bowed. I held my breath. The silence was so profound that I could hear my own heart beating in my ears. I waited, but she did not turn. Summoning what courage I had, I took a few hesitant steps closer. "Ma'am," I said, trying to keep my voice steady again. "I'm calling the police if you don't leave right now." At that, a low chuckle emerged from her. It started soft, sounding like a gentle laugh of an amused grandmother, but with each passing second, it deepened, resonating like a man's voice echoing in a cave. The sound reverberated through the greenhouse, making the metal frames and glass panes vibrate a bit. My legs went cold. I could barely stand up straight. Then, as if pulled by invisible strings, the old woman began to straighten. She moved so slowly and unnaturally that I let out an involuntary sob. She didn't turn around, though. She just kept laughing, that deep, horrible laugh. It sounded like something inhuman, wearing a human disguise. I didn't wait to see what was coming next. I ran. I turned on my heel and sprinted out of the greenhouse, not daring to look back. I pulled out my keys but dropped them twice due to my panic before finally getting into the car. I rapidly locked the doors. My breath was coming in short, painful gasps. Finally, the headlights burst to life, revealing the now dark parking lot. I pulled away, looking back at the greenhouse one last time before I left. Through the panes, I thought I saw a figure standing in the dark, but I wasn't sure. Didn't want to be sure. That was the last time I encountered her. A few days later, I quit, my excuse being that I wanted to refocus on my studies. But that wasn't entirely a lie. The truth was I couldn't stay there.
Couldn't face that greenhouse again, not after what I'd experienced. I didn't bother asking coworkers if they'd seen anything. I guess I was terrified of hearing that I was losing my mind, or worse, that others had seen her too. Months passed. I eventually did decide to go back to college, this time focusing more closely on botany. In some ways, those experiences at the nursery pushed me toward a greater interest in plants, as strange as it might sound. Maybe I wanted to rationalize what I'd seen, or maybe I just wanted to ground myself again in the truly natural world, something I could study, understand, and categorize. Actually, I'm due to graduate next year, and I often think back to that nursery. I remember it fondly in some respects. The nice smells, the beautiful plants, most of the customers were so nice. But I can never erase the memory of that old woman. My most terrifying run-in. From Wheeler Bill. It was 2010. I was a cop for a town nestled along a stretch of lonely highway, the kind of place where big things don't usually happen. We got our petty thieves, occasional bar fights, and the like. Budget cuts had recently hit our department hard, and that meant we often worked solo shifts, especially during the night. One evening, I was assigned to one such shift, covering for a colleague who had called in sick. It wasn't my usual beat, but I didn't mind. The solitude could be nice. Around midnight, I made a mistake that could have gotten me written up or worse, because I realized then I'd left my service weapon back at the station. I had taken it off earlier to clean it. Between that, a coffee, and a snack, I must have forgotten it. A big breach of protocol. Then again, given the low-crime nature of our town, I wasn't too worried about it, so long as I got back and none of my coworkers or bosses knew about it. The night was uneventful until about 2 a.m. I received a call about a broken-down vehicle on an old country road, just outside of town. Dispatch said a man had called in, sounding frustrated, and requested assistance. I radioed back that I would be on my way. I'd driven that road hundreds of times before, a narrow winding path flanked by dense woods on either side. The typical kind of place where cell service can get spotty. As I approached the location, my headlights caught sight of a sedan parked on the shoulder with its hood up. I pulled over behind the car and radioed in my location. I then stepped out of the cruiser. It was a cold night. I reminded myself that I was unarmed, so I needed to be cautious. "Evening," I called out. "You the one who called in?" A man emerged from around the raised hood. He was tall and lanky, wearing a worn-out jacket and jeans. His face was partially shadowed by the brim of a baseball cap. "Yeah, that's me," he replied, his voice smooth and lacking inflection. "Car just died on me." "All right, let's see what we can do." I walked over, acting friendly. I stood beside him and peered into the engine compartment. Admittedly, I wasn't much of a mechanic. "Any idea what happened?" I asked. He shrugged, his eyes fixed on me rather than the engine. "Just stopped running. Maybe you could give me a ride." His gaze was intense, unblinking. I noticed his hands then. Scarred knuckles, dirt under his nails. Pretty intimidating guy, honestly. "Sure, we can arrange that," I said. "Mind if I see your driver's license and registration first? It's part of the routine." He hesitated for a moment and finally responded. "Left my wallet at home." "All right, no big deal. What's your name?" "Daniel." Daniel what?" "Just Daniel." That's when things felt a bit awkward, and I was quickly reminded that I was alone and unarmed, with a stranger who appeared to be quite bigger than me, who was also becoming increasingly suspicious. "Well, Daniel, why don't we step back to my cruiser, see about getting you some help?" He didn't move. "So you work alone out here?" he asked. There was a hint of a smile creeping onto his face. Sometimes," I replied, "but backup's never far when I need it." "That's so." His eyes narrowed. "Listen, Daniel," I began. "Why don't you wait there and I'll run your plates. We'll figure out the best way to assist you." He chuckled then. "You seem nervous, officer. Something bothering you?" "Not at all, just protocol." He stepped towards me. "You sure you don't want to check under the car? Might be something stuck under there." I took a step back away from him. "I'll call for a tow truck. They can handle it." His smile faded. "You know it's dangerous out here at night. Never know the type you might run into. Well, that's why we gotta keep a good eye on one another, ain't it, Daniel?" I maintained eye contact. More silence. Eventually he said, "Seeing as I'm stranded, how about that ride you mentioned?" I weighed my options. Letting him into my cruiser didn't seem wise at this point, but refusing could escalate the situation. "Tell you what, why don't you have a seat in your car to stay warm and I'll make a few calls?" He glanced back at his car, then at me. "Battery's dead. No heat." "Alright, you can sit in the back of my cruiser," I offered, mentally noting that the back doors could not be opened from the inside. He stared at me for a long moment before nodding. "Sure, that'd be fine." I opened up the rear door for him. As he slid in, I noticed a tattoo on the back of his neck. A jagged symbol that looked familiar somehow. I closed the door behind him, taking a deep breath and walking around the driver's seat. Once inside, I discreetly locked all the doors. I picked up the radio handset. "Dispatch, I've got a stranded motorist at mile marker 42 on Old Mill Road, requesting a tow truck and backup." Silence. I tried again. "Dispatch, do you copy?" "Radio troubles?" came Daniel's voice from the back seat. I glanced at the rearview mirror. His eyes met mine. Just a dead zone," I said, trying to sound confident. "Technology can be unreliable," he mused. I pulled up my cell phone to try that. No signal, of course. Great. "Looks like we'll have to drive a bit to get some reception," I said. I started the engine and pulled back onto the road. The atmosphere inside the cruiser was tense. I needed to keep the guy talking, maybe glean some information off of him. "So Daniel, where were you headed tonight?" "Nowhere in particular." "Must be nice to travel freely like that. You from around here?" "Been on the road a long time. You could say I'm searching for something." "Is that so? What are you searching for?" He leaned forward. "Interesting people. Good conversations." "Well, you found me," I forced a chuckle. He smiled. Yes, I have." I noticed his reflection in the mirror. His eyes appeared to be scanning the interior of the cruiser. "So, officer, do you always forget your sidearm when you're on duty?" My blood ran cold. How did he know? I glanced down. My empty holster was partially visible. "Sometimes I'm forgetful," I said calmly. "But like I said, backup's never far." He sat back. "I suppose that's true." We drove in silence for a few minutes. Still no cell signal, and the radio remained useless. "Mind if I ask you something?" he asked. "Go ahead." "Do you believe in fate?" "Can't say I think about it much." Maybe you should, he said. I needed to say something else, take the conversation away from fate. Daniel, is there someone I can call for you once we get reception? Maybe some family or friends? He shook his head. No one waiting for me. Everyone's got someone. Not me. But you've got people waiting for you, don't you? I didn't reply. A family, perhaps. Kids? I white-knuckled the steering wheel. Why do you ask? Just making conversation. We approached a gas station, the only one for miles, but the lights were off, of course closed for the night. Let's stop here. Unfortunately, it's closed. Even so, might be worth checking. Maybe they got a payphone. I was hesitant, but decided maybe there was someone still in there, and they were just closing up. I pulled into the lot, parking near the entrance. Wait here. I'll see if anyone's around. As I reached for the door handle, he said, I think you should stay. I paused. Why's that? He leaned forward again, his voice low. Because if you step out of this car, you won't be coming back. I turned and faced him directly. Are you threatening me, Daniel? No, sir. Just an observation. My heart was pounding like it was going to explode. I had to do something to defuse this. Daniel, if there's something you want to tell me, now's the time. He smiled that thin smile again. You know, officer, sometimes meeting the right person can change everything. I nodded slowly. I agree. Maybe we can help each other. Maybe. Look, if you're in some kind of trouble, I can help you. But you gotta be honest with me. He seemed to think for a moment, then said, You seem like a good man. Honest, hard-working, family man, perhaps. I swallowed. Yes. He sighed. It's been a long time since I talked to someone like you. Let's keep talking. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. Made some mistakes, took some wrong turns. Well, everyone deserves a second chance. He looked out the window. Do they? Absolutely. He went quiet again. Eventually, he said, I think this is where we part ways. I was confused. What do you mean? Before I could react, he opened the door, stepping out. I couldn't breathe. As I said, those doors are not supposed to open. But he opened that door and he stepped out, beginning to walk away. Wait, Daniel, I called after him. He was walking into the woods beyond the gas station. I climbed out of the car, debating whether to follow him. Unarmed and isolated, it seemed like a bad idea. Daniel! I shouted. He turned back briefly and said to me, Take care, officer. Cherish what you have. And with that, I never saw Daniel in person again. I stood there. The night felt colder than it had before. I wanted to go after him, but something held me back. And I think that something was fear. I admit it, I was more scared than I'd ever been. I don't think I've ever met a man as scary as Daniel. I got back in the cruiser, trying the radio again. After a few tries, someone replied. I sighed with relief. I told him I'd been trying to get in touch. Copy that. We've been trying to reach you. Everything all right? I had some trouble, encountered a stranded motorist, but he's
He's gone now."
Understood. Be advised, state police have issued an alert about a suspected criminal in your area matching the description of a drifter involved in multiple homicides. Exercise caution.
In that moment, it felt like my heart dropped right out of my body. All I could do was mutter a "Roger that" and put the handset back where it went. I drove back towards town, and when I felt safe, I reported the man I saw, Daniel, giving them all the details. Backup was dispatched, searching the area I'd been and where I'd last seen him. But Daniel was never found, not here. To this day, I believe that my words during that encounter, showing empathy, engaging him in friendly conversation, may have saved my life. If I'd acted differently, who knows where I'd be now. This experience changed me. I don't take things for granted as much anymore, and I always remember that sometimes the most critical tools an officer can have aren't his weapons, but his words. I don't know if Daniel's still out there, but I gotta say, I kinda feel grateful for the guy, strengthening my resolve, wanting to help people more than ever. I'll end this story here and just say, be nice and understanding to your fellow man, because you may be talking to a serial killer. Even cops are terrified of the black-eyed strangers. From Garrison 422. In 2006, I was a patrol officer working the night shift in a small town that I won't name, but I will say it was in the Midwest. My wife was pregnant with our first child, and she was due any day. As you can imagine, anxiety was through the roof. Money was tight, so I'd been picking up as much overtime as I could. Decorating and preparing the baby's room was not cheap, and my mom and dad had told me how much it cost them just to deliver a baby. And after all these years of inflation, I was freaked out. One particular night, I'd been on duty for over 14 hours, and exhaustion was hitting me like a train. It was around 2 a.m., and the town was quiet. Most nights here are uneventful. Occasionally, we'll get a call about a noise complaint or a suspicious person, but nothing more than that. Not really. I parked my cruiser in a vacant lot near the edge of town to catch my breath and maybe have a quick snack. But the soft hum of the engine and the warmth of the heater made it difficult to keep my eyes open. I was fighting sleep, doing that head-banging thing, when I noticed movement in my peripheral. I ignored it for a moment, thinking it was me being sleepy and going in and out of it. But then I saw clearly a figure approaching my cruiser from the dark. I straightened up, alert and confused. It was unusual for anyone, let alone what appeared to be a child, to be out at this hour. As the figure got closer, I realized it was a young girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old. She wore a simple, old-fashioned dress, something you might see in an old photograph. Her hair was long and matted, and she walked barefoot on the cold ground. I rolled down my window a couple of inches. Hi there. Are you okay? Do you need some help?" She stopped a few feet away from the passenger side door. "Mister, can you help me?" Her voice was soft but clear. I quickly told her yes and asked what was wrong. I assumed she was lost or maybe separated from her parents. "I need to get home. Can you give me a ride?" she said, not moving any closer. I felt a pang of concern. Again, a child this young should not be alone at this hour. "Where are your parents?" I asked. "They're waiting for me. Please, I need to get home." Obviously, something about the situation felt completely wrong. Protocol dictated that I should help her, but my instincts were going crazy about this one.
Okay, why don't you come closer this way so we can talk? She remained motionless. You have to invite me in the car. I can't get in unless you say I can. My eyebrow raised, and I felt some goosebumps. What do you mean? You can come over here, I'm not going to hurt you. Just tell me to get in your car, she insisted. I glanced around. The streetlights nearby were dim, and there was no one else in sight. My cruiser suddenly felt like the only safe place in this otherwise empty world. What's your name? I asked. She waited a little too long to answer before finally saying, Amanda. All right, Amanda, I replied. Where do you live? Maybe I can call someone to come get you. She shook her head. No, it needs to be you. Invite me in, please. Her insistence on being invited was unnerving. Then it happened. Headlights from a car passing by illuminated her face. It was the first car to pass by in such a long time, and if it hadn't, I dare not think about what would have happened to me, because I saw her eyes that were completely black, dark voids like pits dug into her face. I felt a knot form in my stomach, like I was going to throw up. Amanda, I need to know where your parents are. I can call them for you. She stepped closer. They'll be worried if I don't come home soon. You have to let me in. My hand moved instinctively to rest on my holster, not drawing my weapon, but feeling reassured. In the same moment, I felt completely ridiculous and stupid. This girl couldn't have been more than 9 years old, and there I was, prepared to grab my gun. Why don't you wait right there and I'll radio for someone to come help us, I said. I reached for the radio, but all I got was static. I started to adjust the dial, but oddly enough, every channel was the same, just white noise. And then I began to hear the cruiser's engine sputter and die. The lights on the dashboard flickered and went right out. The heater stopped blowing. What was happening? I began to panic. I tried the ignition, but nothing happened. My car wouldn't start. I remembered my cell phone. I pulled it from my pocket, but the screen was now black. It wouldn't turn on. I remember charging it on my most recent break. You can't leave me out here. Amanda's voice was right next to the passenger window. I turned to look at her. She was closer now, her face nearly pressed up against the glass. Those black eyes were clear even without a car passing by, and they were staring at me. I'm sorry. I can't let you in. Her expression didn't change. You have to. I felt trapped. Something was so very wrong and unnatural here, and I didn't know how to handle it. Training didn't cover stuff like this. Amanda, I'm going to step out, and we can talk, okay? I reached for the door handle, but hesitated. A deep, unknown sense of dread told me that leaving the cruiser was not only a bad idea, but it might be my last idea. She tilted her head slightly. It's cold out here. Please let me in. I can't do that. Her lips parted into a slight frown. That freaked me out. It was the first true emotion that I saw on her face. And then she said, Then they will be here soon. Who? I asked. She didn't answer this time. Instead, she stepped back and pointed toward the darkest part of our surroundings. I followed her finger, but I didn't see anything. Amanda, who are you talking about? All you had to do was invite me in. You should have listened. I had no idea what was happening, or what was about to happen. My heart was pounding, and I tried the ignition again. The car was still dead. I hit the horn, but no sound came out. "Are you going to let us in?" she said. I felt trapped. I couldn't call for help, couldn't drive away, and leaving the cruiser felt like it would be a death sentence. "Please go away," I managed to say. "Not until you let us in," she said, and that time I swear I heard a second voice. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could. A faint tapping on the window made me open my eyes. Amanda's face was inches from mine, only some glass separating us. "I won't let you in," I declared. Amanda's face changed then. Her face twisted into a scowl. She then screamed at the top of her lungs. It was so loud, like she was inside the car with me. I had to cover my ears. I began to look all around, afraid that she had gotten in even though I'd been watching her right there. And when I looked back, Amanda was gone, the scream replaced by silence. In an instant, the heaters in the cruiser turned back on. The dashboard lit up, and I quickly tried the ignition one more time. The car started. I'd never felt so happy. I didn't waste a moment. I put the cruiser in gear and sped away, heading straight back to the station. When I made it back, before getting out, I kept wondering, was I supposed to report this? Or was this an incident that stayed with me? In the end, that's what I went with. I didn't want to risk being labeled as unstable, especially with a baby on the way. The following day, with the courage afforded by sunlight, I checked the area where I'd seen Amanda. There was no sign of children or anything unusual. I still work nights sometimes. I've never seen anything like that again, but it might be because I'm much more cautious. I don't park in vacant lots. I stay where it's lit and where people might be up still. And if I can't find a place like that or I feel too alone, I start driving. Because nothing is going to happen to me so long as I'm behind the wheel and I'm pressing the pedal down. I still wonder what the heck Amanda's problem was, and if she was even human. Trapped in the Barn. From Not Afraid of the Dark. I had an encounter that changed my life. Or should I say nearly took my life, which happened in the great state of Washington. I was 17 years old at the time. It was back in 1997. I was visiting my grandparents for my summer stay, or as my family and I would call it, summer staycation. You see, I was born and raised in Washington in the town of Newport. It's a small town that borders Idaho. My grandparents lived south of us, in an even smaller town, north of Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. When I was around 8, my parents moved our family to Newport Beach, California. Yes, from Newport to Newport Beach, which we think is funny. All my siblings liked the move except for me. I loved the beach, but I missed everything back home. So each summer, I would return to Washington and spend the summer with my grandparents. That's why we called it my summer staycation. I spent each summer hanging out with friends and working on my grandparents' farm. They grew alfalfa, corn, apples, and Vidalia onions, and they raised about 400 sheep and 7 cows. Their farm covered 297 acres, roughly 60 acres of alfalfa, 47 for commercial dent corn, 70 for gala apples, and 30 for onions. The rest of the land wasn't very farm-friendly, as it was made up of forest and rocky hills. The sheep mostly grazed in the apple orchards, while the cattle roamed the hills and forested areas. They helped keep the weeds and vegetation down under the trees and loved eating the apples that fell to the ground. When people asked why they farmed multiple crops, the answer was simple. They once had a bad year relying on only potatoes, and the undersized crop led to losses. Each summer, my grandparents would teach me to operate different types of equipment. The best part of my summers there was driving tractors, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers. Most of the planting was done before my staycation began, but they let me use the tractors for various tasks. Around midsummer, we would cut the first batch of alfalfa, and I would stay up all night working. I often saw local wildlife in the fields, owls swooping through the tractor's lights to grab mice. On the edge of the field, I would see deer, elk, moose, and occasionally a mountain lion or a bear. Wolves were like ghosts in these surrounding forests. You could hear them howl, but you would rarely see them. The few times I did see them, they were off in the distance. It wasn't just my grandparents and me running the farm. They had about 10 seasonal ranch hands helping out. I was familiar with the local wildlife. Locals never talked about anything cryptid. Sometimes you would hear word about Bigfoot, but it was always with skepticism or as a joke when teasing the local youth going camping. In 1997, when I had my encounter, I was planning to spend my senior year up in Washington. It took some convincing, but my parents finally agreed to let me move back to live with my grandparents. Little did I know that move would almost cost me my life. When you're farming, alfalfa is usually cut 3 to 4 times. Corn is harvested depending on moisture content, typically between September and late October, and onions are harvested in late August and early September. The apples are the hardest to harvest because it takes both machines and a lot of people. My grandparents usually hired local high school students and paid them by the bushel. I mention this because what happened took place during the apple and corn harvest season. I don't know how it happened, but part of the fence near the apple orchard and onions had been knocked down, and most of the sheep had wandered off. This had been discovered early one morning during apple picking. Several of my friends and I used the four-wheelers to track down and retrieve most of the sheep. Then we repaired the fence. By mid-afternoon, we'd rounded up all but 6. My friends had to leave, and I went to talk to my grandparents, who told me to make sure I tracked down the last ones by the end of the day. I ate dinner and headed back out on the three-wheeler, since all the four-wheelers were being used to move apple trailers. I loved that three-wheeler. It was older and had no speed governor, though parts were hard to find if it broke down. I rode along the east side of the property, where it was covered in forest and rocky hills. As I mentioned, my grandparents lived near the Idaho border, just a few miles from it. To give you a sense of the land, the southern and eastern parts of the farm were rocky hills with brush and trees, making it the worst part of the land. There were very few fences in that area, but if I saw the southern fence, I could get my bearings. That fence belonged to the Mendez family. They farmed a little wheat and a lot of alfalfa, and tracing their fence westward led to Amish family farms. To the north was a main road that bordered everyone's properties. As I headed east, I started my search where we had found the sheep earlier. Looking around, it was hard to tell where the remaining sheep could have gone, so I made my way to the top of a hill to get a better view. That didn't help much, so I searched for an area that sheep would naturally follow. The most likely path seemed to be at the bottom of the hill, which wrapped around to an old, half-finished rock quarry. The problem was that the quarry had filled with runoff and resembled a marsh. I cut across the hilltop and stopped at the top of the slope leading down to the old quarry. I flipped the kill switch on my three-wheeler, got off, and walked over to the edge before the slope tapered down to the marshy drop-off. It was quiet out there. I could feel a faint wind blowing past me toward the swamp, and I thought to myself, what an eerie sight. The exposed hill was dotted with sagebrush and loose rocks, weathered by time. Some large rocks looked like they could be rolled down into the marsh below. Part of the rock face was gray, but most of it was red. In the evening light, the whole area looked grim. I checked my watch. It was 7:47 p.m. The sun was about to set, and twilight was fading fast. I planned to return home, but my teenage self decided it might be fun to roll a few rocks down the hill first. I found a few basketball-sized rocks nearby and rolled them down. They caused a little shale to slide, but not much. So naturally, I looked for the biggest rock I could find, well, the biggest one I could move, and I ended up spotting one about the size of my three-wheeler. I pushed and pried, but could barely get it to budge. I needed more leverage, so I ran up the hill to look for a branch I could use. I broke one off a tree and made my way back down to the rock. It was still light enough to see clearly. As I was about to wedge the branch under the rock, I heard sheep bleating, one after another. They must be on the other side of the swamp, I thought. Knowing I couldn't do much in that terrain, I decided to head back for a truck right after I finished rolling the rock down the hill. I wedged the branch under the rock in several spots until it tilted up and gave way. The rock quickly picked up speed, thundering down the slope, with gravel and small rocks following in its wake. The slide was louder than I'd expected. As the rock neared the bottom, I saw something dart out from under the drop-off through the dust. I laughed, thinking I must have scared some poor animal. I finished watching the last of the rocks slide down, then returned to my three-wheeler. Just as I was about to start it, I heard the sheep bleating again, possibly startled by the noise. I turned and yelled, "I'll be right back," as I moved to kickstart the engine. But before I could, I caught sight of a gray mass moving rapidly towards me. In an instant, I was thrown from my three-wheeler. The blow came without warning. One moment, everything was right side up. The next, the world was spiraling out of control, flipping and tumbling. Ground, sky, blurring together as gravity pulled us down the jagged slope. I was entangled with something massive, its matted fur brushing against my face as we tumbled. The first few rolls poked and tore holes through my flannel, scraping my back and leaving me gasping for air. But it only got worse. With every turn, the creature that had knocked me off balance slammed into me, its body heavy, dense, reeking of rot. Each impact felt like it was breaking me apart, bone by bone. I felt the rock sliding beneath us. My head throbbed from rolling, but the creature was taking the brunt of each impact due to its size. Then a sudden pain near my waist pierced through my shirt. Claws, perhaps. But before I could even finish the thought, I came to a jerking halt. The creature tumbled off of me, its hulking mass rolling further down the hill. I clawed at the ground. My hand brushed against something tangled in my belt, a sagebrush. It had caught me, saving me from tumbling further. I struggled to my feet, disoriented. No matter what I did, I kept sliding, the gravel betraying me at every attempt. Then I heard a yelp and a whine from down below. I loosened my belt, freeing myself. I tried to stand and walk, but the hillside was unforgiving. I tried crawling on my knees, but the small rocks dug into them through my pants, my nerves making my legs spasm automatically. I thought I was stuck. I army crawled my way across the slope, desperate to escape whatever had tumbled away. The loose rocks shifted under my weight, but after what felt like an hour, I found a more stable spot and was able to stand up and run. The three-wheeler was on its side, with a puddle of gas seeping into the dirt from the vent hole on the gas cap. I did what I had done numerous times with that thing. I squatted down and tilted it upright by the handlebar and back fender. The engine, I knew, would be flooded. I held the throttle open to help the fuel settle. I didn't want to wait long, but I knew if I didn't give it a little time, it would flood further. As I waited, I heard it. Down below, my attacker. That thing was still there, trying to claw its way back up, its growls warped by the distance.
What kind of creature wouldn't give up after that? I muttered to myself. I squinted, trying to see what it was. Its shape looked like a badger, but it was far larger than any badger could possibly grow. Maybe a wolverine, a large wild boar. It kept growling, sounding like something between a whine and a snarl. I could not stay any longer. I kicked the three-wheeler to life. I throttled hard as the engine purred. Just as I was about to speed away, I couldn't resist another look back. It wasn't there, but then I saw a silhouette rapidly zigzagging through the marsh. Good Lord, there's no way that thing is that relentless, I thought. In case it was coming back up the hill, I did not want to be there when it arrived, so I took off. My heart pounded as I pushed the machine. The wind howled in my ears as I tore across the hill, nearing 40 miles per hour. The tree line loomed ahead, and I slowed just enough to weave between the trunks. I turned north, knowing my way back to the trail. But as I did, I caught a glimpse of it. The creature had caught up with me, its dark shape darting between the trees. My panic surged. I veered south, crouching down over the handlebars, hoping to lose it. But my front tire hit something hard, jerking the front wheel up and slamming it back down, causing the headlight bulb to come loose and flicker like a strobe light. The creature dashed by, barely visible in the flickering light. I couldn't believe how fast it was. The forest began to thin, the open hill in sight. But then a violent shove from the side sent the back of my three-wheeler skidding, like I was drifting around a corner. I fought for control, but that thing rammed me again, harder this time, fully spinning me around. Instinctively, I clamped down on the brakes, causing the engine to stall. It was like I was momentarily deaf. All sound around me disappeared. The hair on my arms stood up, brushing against my shirt sleeves. My hands started to shake, and my jaw quivered. Then, a huge mass came around the front of my vehicle. In the moonlight, I could finally see it. It wasn't a boar at all, but something that resembled an absolutely massive wolverine. It growled so deeply, I swear I could feel it rattle my seat. It turned and looked at me, its eyes glowing orange with hatred. As if I wasn't scared enough, it stood up on two legs. It wasn't a wolverine at all. It looked more like a werewolf right from a movie. But seeing something like this in real life, up close, is far more terrifying than your wildest imagination. I naturally scooted backward, falling off the three-wheeler. Once on the ground, I kept scooting back. The creature slowly went to all fours and came around the side of the three-wheeler. I knew I couldn't outrun it, but I turned and ran anyway. I didn't make it 3 steps before tripping, landing face first. Then I felt it, a hand, an actual hand, wrapping around my left ankle. I turned over, barely able to twist my leg in the creature's grasp. The thing stretched out but not fully, pulling me towards it. Finally, something snapped in me and I panicked, but it was an angry and desperate panic. "You want to eat me?" I screamed, kicking wildly with my free leg and trying to pull myself back. Its mouth was open, and it looked just like a giant dog's head. My foot was getting close to its mouth, so I used my free foot and started to bash its head. This only seemed to enrage it. Its growl intensified. My foot wasn't doing much, so I did what you do to a normal dog if it attacks. I started to kick it in the nose as hard as I could, but it still would not release me. At this point, I was teary-eyed and sobbing when I felt a small fist-sized rock. I picked it up, leaned forward, and smashed that beast in the nose, then shoved the rock quickly into one of its eyes. It yipped and released my leg, swatting at me, before grabbing its face. I quickly rolled aside, got to my feet in one motion, leaping onto my machine, firing it up and taking off. I wasn't concerned about getting back to the trail, just focused on staying on the flattest area of the hill. I thought I heard a howl behind me, but I kept focused as the light flickered. I saw the southern fence off in the distance and stayed parallel to it, running over sagebrush and swerving around rocks. The engine drowned out any noise around me. Shadows appeared a ways away. Buildings. The old Mendez barn was up ahead. My machine was drawing me closer when I heard a hideous roar. It rattled me through my core, chills running through my body like a cold breeze on a hot day that makes you shudder. Then my three-wheeler started to jerk forward. As it did, I turned to look down and saw the thing's hands on both my tires, its claws digging in, followed by a slight hiss mixed in with the engine. It had slashed my tires. Revving the engine hard, the pierced tires spun free. The beast stumbled and tripped. My bike felt limp beneath me. The RPMs were high, but my speedometer read only 15 miles per hour. The farm was so close. Revving hard, the speedometer hit 20 as I coasted into the empty area, with old grain silos on the left and an old barn on the right. Before the three-wheeler even stopped, my feet hit the ground. I ran to the barn, pushing the door open and slipping inside, feeling around for a latch. My hand soon found the familiar groove. I reached past it, grabbing a handle, and pulled hard, sliding a metal bar across. I pushed on the door and it held. A moment of relief washed over me as I slid down to the dirt floor. My bike was still idling outside, its light still blinking through the barred opening of what looked like a feeding pen. Looking around and taking in the layout, I recognized the barn from a few years back, when my grandpa and I traded hay for a few calves from Julio. I remembered because my grandpa had me move the hay up to the loft, using the hay hood pulley. I looked down the middle of the barn, seeing the stalls and the barred windows. Sitting there, I felt my heart pounding, my skin clammy with a cold sweat that I only just noticed. Reality set back in. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But as the engine idled outside, I heard dense, heavy footsteps. No, I thought, panicking. Then my three-wheeler creaked. That's the sound of the frame under strain, being rocked back and forth, I thought, springing to my feet and making my way through the barn. Peering through a stall opening, I squinted into the flickering light and saw that werewolf-like thing, sniffing the air. Not my bike. It lifted my bike back and forth, letting out a low growl, before tossing it end over end like a toy. It gurgled, then gave one last sputter before falling silent. With the engine winding down, my eyes darted to each window. Surely that thing wasn't strong enough to rip the bars off, was it? Then came a bang, then another. Looking around in the dim light, it was hard to see what was happening. There was a bang and another crash. Then the other side of the barn. Bang. Catching a glimpse of it out the window, I could see it slamming into the barn. No way, I thought. It was trying to get in, break in. My stomach twisted as it circled the barn, testing different spots when the banging finally stopped. The scraping then began. Then ting, 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 as it dragged its claws across the bars. It stopped, sniffed the air, and turned, looking directly at me. What an awful sight those eyes were. I couldn't help but stare. They gleamed with a sick intelligence and malice. Standing there, I started to back up against the stall wall behind me. There was a raw snarl, arms reaching in, feeling around. Pulling its arms out, it clasped the bars and jerked them wildly. But they held. Gripping them again, it pried and pulled, a sharp metallic whine echoing through the barn. But the bars still held. The creature stood there staring in, eyes scanning around. Was it planning? Waiting? Or thinking? Its nails clicked against the bar it held, and it let out a hideous, loud roar before disappearing. I didn't know what was worse, the silence or the werewolf at the window. It seemed like hours went by, but I pulled up my sleeve and looked at my watch. Barely an hour had passed since the rock slide. It was nearing 9 p.m. Surely my grandparents and others would come looking for me by now. But before wishful thinking could settle in, I heard wood splintering. I expected it to pop at any moment. All I heard was scratching and growling. I looked around, running stall to stall, searching for anything to use to protect myself. In one of the stalls with no windows, I heard heavy breathing and scratching. The werewolf had found a small, softball-sized knothole, and it stuck its snout through the opening. After finishing my search in each stall, I was about to lose hope when I remembered my grandpa used to keep his bigger tools in the rafters above the stalls. I scanned the area and saw a shovel and pitchfork in the stall across from me. I quickly armed myself and went back to the windowless stall. It was still there, snout in the hole. It must have heard me as it pulled its muzzle out and looked in before reinserting its snout and growling loudly. I gathered my courage and whatever I was holding in my right hand, which was the pitchfork, and I brought it down hard on its nose. Even its nose felt tough as I tried to stick it in. Its muzzle waved wildly as it pulled it out of the hole and slammed itself into the wall in retaliation. The wall flexed a little, but didn't give. I immediately backed out of the stall, and in the barred window to the left, I could see it grasping the bars, trying to stick its whole head through. Its head barely fit through the bars, and it appeared to get stuck. I grabbed my shovel and ran into the stall, bringing it down on its head with all my might. A loud twang rang out. The creature now roared, while shaking in its anger as it tried to get unstuck. I raised the shovel, about to smack it again, when I noticed the hook and eye bolt holding up the thick wood door that covered the bar windows. Using the shovel, I pushed the door up, and the hook released from the eye bolt. The door came flying down, smashing its nose and head. It hit the werewolf so hard that it knocked it free. Bang came a loud sound as the wall flexed in but didn't give. I ran to the other stalls and dropped those doors down. In the darkness, I could feel the anger of the creature. Whatever I'd done to make it relentless before, now I could feel an intense anger in its growl. The next thing I heard was it slamming itself against the door I'd entered through. The hinges sang a metallic tone as they vibrated in its attempts to enter. Then came a strange sound, a thud in the dirt like a boulder had been dropped, followed by shuffling and another thud. Part of me dared not to peer out the crack between the door, but curiosity won, and I peeked out to see what looked like the creature jumping up. What was it after now, I thought. Then it clicked. The loft. It was trying to reach the rope hanging on the pulley to get in. With the windows closed, it was hard to see. There was very little light, but I felt my way to the ladder at the very end of the stalls. Reaching the top, I quickly swung the door open and looked around. The loft was much brighter than down below. I could hear the repeated thuds and failed attempts of the creature. After climbing into the loft, I cautiously made my way over to the open loft door and peered out from a distance. The thing was jumping, missing the rope by a foot or so. It stopped, sniffed the air, and looked right at me. It backed up to get a better look into the loft and at me. Then it went down to all fours and ran, leaping through the air, and its snout nipped the rope, which made it dance in the air. Before the beast could repeat the action, I scooted closer to the edge, reaching over and grabbing the rope, pulling it and the pulley of the hay hood back inside. Immediately, the creature let out a savage bark. My skin crawled. As scared as I was equally mad. I'd seen several big bales of hay as I crossed the loft. Looking around, I saw the hay track towards the back of the loft. I grabbed it. I hooked it up to the biggest bale using the attached tines on the track and the block and tackle, and pulled it down under the hay hood. I quickly switched the bale to the hay hood and got ready to swing out over the beast below. My plan was to swing the bale out and drop it on the thing. Looking down at it, I swung the bale out, but the hood wasn't long enough to reach the distance. Now, if it wasn't for the block and tackle pulley, that hay bale would have been almost impossible to hold on to. I lowered the bale in hopes of the creature getting curious and moving under it. As I lowered it several feet down, the creature took off. Dang it. Not even an instant later, the hay bale violently started to sway side to side and got a lot heavier. I nearly dropped it but leaned back to counter the weight. In the commotion, the beast's arms appeared around the bale. Before it could steady itself in the swinging bale, I let go of the rope. The bale and creature plummeted down as one mass. The bale landed on the creature's upper body with a loud thud. I stood in shock that my plan had worked in a roundabout way. Looking down, I didn't see any movement. Nothing but a wrecked hay bale and a motionless animal. Part of me wanted to make a run for it, but I knew it would catch me if I did. I wasn't sure if the werewolf thing had been knocked out or was lying under the heavy bale waiting for me. Not wanting to leave the safety of the barn, I looked around the loft and saw several bales of hay. Using the hay track, I moved all the bales to the front of the loft, covering the opening and barricading myself inside. I climbed up to the top of several stacked bales and made my way to the wall just above the loft opening. I couldn't see outside, so I burrowed a little way down into the bales when I noticed the smell of old hay. It must have been wet at some point, and was probably the reason it was left up in the old barn. I thought I might be able to mask my scent, so I covered myself in it, lying still, so still for so long, I eventually passed out. Now, I don't remember dreaming or anything like that, but I do just remember waking up. There was a faint sniffing sound followed by a distant rustle. I went rigid as I put together the events of the night. It took all my courage to move an inch. I tilted my wrist towards my face and slowly slid up my sleeve. I peered at the glowing watch hands. It read 6:07 a.m. The rustling began again. It was almost rhythmic, then shallow sniffing followed, which was accompanied by a muffled sneeze. The fear set back in as my heart sank with despair. It took all my courage to snap me out of my frozen posture. I slowly rolled over and crawled to the edge of the bale. I feared looking over the side and having that beast's face staring right up at me. But when I looked, there was nothing. Slowly, I repeated this process for each side of the bale. What had I heard? It reminded me of when the sheep would nose the piece of hay when we fed them. Then an overwhelming thought entered my mind. The werewolf had somehow managed to get on the loft's edge and was digging through the bales of hay. Putting my head down near the bale, the sound returned. I started to tremble. I heard it sneeze again, the sneeze not so distant now. I slowly crawled up on my knees, getting ready to jump and make a run for the loft door. After moving so much, I think I had let that thing know I was close, as the rustling and sniffing intensified. Right as I was about to jump down, a head poked out of the bottom hay bale and caught my attention. It twisted and turned, trying to look around, but it struggled to look up at me. It growled a very low, menacing growl. Forget this, I thought, and jumped straight down, landing on its head and snout. It let out a ghastly sound. Landing on its head threw me off balance, and I fell just in front of it. Its head shook in anger and the hay bales followed, parts of the stacked bales starting to shake, and hay began to roll down like a rock slide. The bales started to slowly lift off the ground and then exploded as that nightmarish wolf-like thing sprung up, howling in victory. Not even making it to my feet, I scrambled across the floor to the loft door, cracking it open and sliding onto the 2x4 ladder below as the loft lid closed. I skipped many of the rungs as I quickly made my way down, the creature scratching and clawing at the door above me. By the time I was almost to the door,
I could hear the hinges being torn out of place, and the door came crashing down, followed by a loud thud. I turned to see it once again standing on the other side of the barn. It started toward me, and turning around, feeling for the door, my hand found the latch and opened the barn door. I squeezed through, slamming the door behind me. I frantically looked at the door, found the latch, and slid it into place. Right as I did this, the door flexed out and the creature howled and snarled. I could hear it crashing back through the barn. Then silence followed for the briefest of seconds before the door flexed out again. This time it flexed out far. I could tell the door wasn't going to hold, being rammed from the inside as effectively as it had from the outside. I ran around the side of the barn, nearly crashing over my upside-down three-wheeler. I kept running, and the nearest thing I saw was the old grain silos. The first two didn't have ladders leading to the top, but I could see that the next one did. As I ran up to the silo, I started to climb it. Then I heard the barn door come crashing down. By the time I was near the top of the ladder, the creature was at the bottom of the silo, snarling like mad. Looking down at it, I could see it trying to figure out how to use the ladder, but after a rung or two, its nails scraped the side of the silo as it slid down. It kept staring up at me and started to circle the silo. I finished making my way to the little platform at the top of the dome. I couldn't see down below from this angle, but I could hear it below. Being up that high, the wind whipped around me. I was starting to get too cold. I looked at my watch. It was close to 6 a.m. It was about to be sunup. At least I thought it would be. But the night was fading slowly. After a few minutes, which felt like hours, it was silent down below. So I climbed back to the edge of the silo and peered over. It was still down there, just waiting. It looked up at me and attempted the ladder again, this time more fearsome than its last attempt. I quickly went back to the top of the silo. I thought I might be able to get into the silo, but if I did, it would really trap me. So I just sat there, as the beast kept trying to climb the ladder. That was when I saw the headlights in the distance. I wasn't sure if they could see me, but I began to jump up and down. The road they were on only led one way, and that was up to these silos and the barn on the side of the hill. As the lights got closer and closer, I believed they saw me. Soon I could hear the roar of an engine, then the suspension as it bounced down the rocky road. It crested the hill, and the headlights shone on the barn as it wound up ever so closely. I could make out the truck. It was Julio. It rolled up past the barn and stopped. I frantically climbed to the edge of the silo and looked down. It was still there, even with the truck, but its head was turned back looking at the vehicle. The truck just sat there, looking like a standoff between man and beast. The door swung open, and Julio stepped out with a 12-gauge. He was hollering something in Spanish. He rested it between the door and the door frame, aimed, and fired. I was looking straight down when this happened, and that beast let out an ear-piercing yip as fur flew from it. Then it turned and started toward him. I heard the familiar sound of the pump of the gun before another blast rang out. This time the creature shook hard and just stopped. Then another blast, and another. I knew if it was fully loaded, he only had 3 shots left. Then, as if by some blessing, the creature turned and ran off. Julio screamed at me to get down and beckoned me over. I didn't know if that thing was going to return or not, but I was frozen in place. "Come on," he yelled. "It might come back." I basically slid down the ladder, jumping into the truck. Julio climbed in. "Take this and reload it." He handed me the gun as he started to drive. He reached down to the CB radio and got a hold of my grandpa. "Harv, I got him. Over." Then my grandpa's voice came through. "Oh, thank goodness." My grandpa didn't even say over before Julio replied.
Harv, you ain't gonna believe this. You remember a few years ago that thing I told you I saw? Well, his voice trailed off, but he didn't let go of the mic button. It's back, and it had your grandson trapped on top of my old silos. Over. Well, just get back here. Let me talk to my boy. Over. Once back at the ranch, everyone hugged me. All the ranch hands and a few others were out looking for me, but hadn't gone out until after 10 to search. One of the hands looked at my back and stitched up several of the big gashes. After explaining everything, my grandpa and several others got in their vehicles to head to the marsh. I insisted on going along, getting into one of the trucks. When we got there, the sheep were gone, but we found them later that day. The part of the marsh that butted up against the ledge where the slope started was completely buried by rocks. One ranch hand said there was at least 2 semi-trucks loads of rocks, which must have come down, filling in the drop-off. Then he said something that made me realize why that thing wanted to hunt me down. He said there were 2 small caves. Possibly the thing had lived there. I had buried its home, or possibly buried others that might have lived down there. If wolves travel in packs, why not these creatures, if they're quite similar? After that morning, I have never seen anything like it since. A note from the author. My story was hard to tell, mainly hard to dramatize the events that happened to me, to give you the feeling that I was feeling that night. The scariest part was when it had me by the leg. That one rock saved my life. I still don't know how it withstood several blasts from a 12 gauge, but rock and pitchfork hurt it. All I know is, if it had managed to climb that ladder, I would have been a goner. I took care of the farm for a bit when my grandparents retired, and a few of my siblings helped. But my parents now run it full time. There are scary things out there that I hope the rest of my family or others never have to encounter. Worst Pizza Hut experience. From Arrow. This story is the worst incident I ever had while working as a shift manager at a Pizza Hut. I was 21 years old at the time in 2020, so not too long ago. Some info on the man that caused this whole thing, who I've known since I was a little kid. I'd always thought there was something off about the guy. He was always in trouble, always doing something to get himself in certain predicaments. It just shows what kind of person he was. I was doing my daily activities at work, waiting for customers to show up. Whenever someone did show up, the noise of a bell would go off, letting us know that a customer had entered the store. While waiting, someone had entered the store, and I heard the bell go off. I saw it was the guy, and he was holding a liquor bottle, drinking it and talking to his friend who was also my coworker. All of a sudden, he started walking into the employees-only area, and he grabbed a knife and began to look at me, and he just started to talk trash. I pinned his arms against the wall then, and I pried the knife from his grasp, telling him to get out, as only employees were allowed back here. I told him he'd better stay out. He started to say that he was just kidding, that he wasn't going to hurt anyone. I told him I didn't care, that I needed him gone. He said he would go, but he would be back, and that I'd better watch myself, whatever that meant. He left, and I was just waiting for more customers. Only a couple came in and quickly left. I was cleaning at the time, being cautious, as I wondered if that man was going to keep his promise about coming back. An hour passed by and 2 of my coworkers went home. By then it was just me and 2 other workers, sitting and talking, on a particularly slow day. The bell went off again. I thought it was a customer wanting to place an order, but to my surprise, it was that man again, the one who had threatened me subtly earlier. He was holding a now empty liquor bottle, and I asked him what he was doing back here.
Drunkenly, he told me he wanted to kill me and that I should come towards him. I looked him up and down, rolled my eyes and said that he needed to leave immediately. He kept telling me to come over to him or to meet him outside. One of my coworkers, the one that was his friend, started to talk him down, trying to de-escalate the situation. I went over there so I could try to convince him to leave too, but by the time I stepped by his side, he was trying to raise the empty bottle to hit me with it. As he was drunk, I was able to act a lot faster than him. I blocked the bottle and hit him in the face. His glasses broke, falling to the floor, as did the liquor bottle. We struggled for a bit, and I continuously held the advantage. Fighting a drunken man isn't really a hard task. Eventually, he pulled away from me, and he quickly climbed over the employee's side. When I saw him again, he was holding a knife once more. He sprinted towards me, very clearly trying to stab me. I evaded him and ran around the salad bar, putting some distance between us. I ran to the back door and dialed 911 while I did. The operator answered and I told him the current situation. They said the police were on their way, and luckily, since we were a small town, they arrived pretty quick. Once the guy saw the cops, he dropped the knife and ran. The police officers chased him down, and another stayed at the restaurant, collecting evidence and asking plenty of questions about the incident. Eventually, my manager came in, asking if I was doing okay. I confirmed to him that I was fine, though honestly I was shaken up. Whether or not I was winning a fight against a drunken man, well, having a knife ran at you is pretty scary. My heart was still racing as I tried to collect myself. I called my parents, who came by as well and were relieved to see me uninjured. The man was giving a restraining order, and he was not allowed to come back to our store ever again. Even doing so, this did not stop him from coming back the following week. He came back and saw me, and I stared right at him. He was clearly drunk last time I'd seen him, but during the moment he came back, he seemed sober. He came in, almost mockingly. I told him that he wasn't allowed to be in here. He simply asked for a cup of water, and he took off in a hurry after I gave him one. But in that moment, my adrenaline was through the roof, and I really thought he'd come back for revenge. I was very aware of everything, very vigilant and cautious after the first incident. He really never disturbed the town again. He seemed to stick to himself more often. I'm not sure if he was arrested or not, but it seemed he knew to stay out of trouble from now on. I don't know his current whereabouts or how he's doing, but I personally hope to never run into him again, because I just don't know his intentions. If we were to make contact, I don't know what would happen. Some kind of Bigfoot in Southern Europe. From Small Winery. I always said that life has a funny way of kicking you when you're down, and that couldn't be more true last year, when in the same week I lost both my place to stay and my job in the factory due to sudden layoffs because of some scandal that made the company lose face and investors. Needless to say, I was pretty down on my luck. Had to move from the city for the first time in almost 6 years to stay with my parents at their place in a small village about 25 kilometers away. It would be temporary, just until I could find a job and get back on my feet. But the suddenness of it all hit me like a truck. Thankfully, one of my friends from high school, who I still occasionally talk to, Matt, offered me a job. The guy was saving my butt all throughout our 4 years together in that sorry excuse of a school, constantly letting me copy his spreadsheets and homework, and now he was saving me again. Of course, I accepted right away. I would be working on his family's farm, which was about 8 kilometers away from my parents' house, where I was staying. Since Matt was too busy doing college stuff, and his dad required help on the farm, they decided to hire me instead of looking for some rando who they probably couldn't trust. After talking it over with Matt and his dad, we sealed the deal and I would begin working next week, Monday morning at dawn. Monday came sooner than expected, and I begrudgingly got out of bed, beginning my drive to the farm when it was still dark outside. After 10 minutes or so, I arrived at the house/farm. It was a big house with an even bigger backyard, and behind it was a small fence that led to the fields and the farm. Since they lived on the outskirts of their village, next to them was an unbelievably large forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. As I would later learn, the giant overgrown forest was starting to cause problems on the farm, but since it was government property, nothing could really be done about it. And the people responsible for those kinds of disputes, as usual, didn't like doing their jobs and never sent anyone out to check out their complaints. I got there at about 5:10 a.m., still sleepy. Even though it was almost summer, the mornings were still cold. I got out of my car and was immediately greeted by Matt's dad, Mr. Wilton. He was a burly man in his 50s by then, with a big gray mustache and a beer belly. His face was weathered and rough, like you'd expect from someone who spent their entire life on a farm. After greeting me, he wasted no time in putting me to work. After a little chat, he handed me a pair of sturdy work gloves and a list of tasks for the day. The work was divided into several categories: livestock care, crop maintenance here and there, general farm upkeep, and problem-solving any immediate issues that arose. The day started with feeding the animals. The farm had cows, pigs, chickens, and a couple of horses. Each animal had specific dietary needs, and I had to ensure they all had water and food. This involved carrying heavy bags of feed and filling water troughs, which was a hellish workout first thing in the morning, something my city-oriented lifestyle hated very much those first few weeks. After feeding the animals, I had to clean out the stables and pens. This was a dirty job, shoveling manure, replacing bedding straw, and making sure the living areas were hygienic to prevent diseases. It was honestly a miracle how I didn't puke while doing it, with the smell invading your nostrils, whether you wanted it to or not. Of course, Mr. Wilton was there by my side for the first week. He was both teaching me things I didn't know and keeping an eye on me, in case I did do something stupid. Despite how he looked, he was a sweet old guy, constantly cracking jokes and not giving much of a crap for not knowing some things. One of the things he taught me was how to milk a cow by hand, which I had to do twice a day. He spent most of his day on the farm, driving all kinds of tractors and machines around, so I was mostly on the farm, really only coming with him if he needed some help. Still, farm work was more than enough for me, having to also keep the barn and all the equipment clean and tidy, and the overgrown forest bordering the farm was a constant issue. Occasionally, trees or branches would fall, and they would have to be cleared away. The first week I was there felt like torture, feeling like every muscle in my body turned to jelly when I got home. But over time, I got better, growing accustomed to the farm life. I also liked the feeling of satisfaction I got when I did something with my own 2 hands. You can't get that living in the city most often, working on a computer 8 hours a day. In the evenings, Matt and I would regularly sit on the couch, drinking gemischt, while reminiscing about our high school days. However, things wouldn't stay all fine and dandy forever. I worked there for about 3 months, and that's when stuff began to go sour. One evening, as I was walking down the farm, finishing my rounds, I started to hear noises from the forest. Now, typically, that was nothing new, since the forest was brimming with all kinds of wildlife all throughout the day. But this was different. It sounded strange, unlike anything I'd ever heard. Whatever it was, it sounded big, too, like a mix of deep guttural growl and monkey noises. I stopped moving, trying to listen more closely, trying to figure out what was making that noise. It was almost rhythmic, too, and after a few more growls, it finally stopped. I was confused and slightly curious, but I ignored it
and went on my way. The next day, I told Matt about the noises, expecting him to laugh at me or give excuses for it, to tell me it was some animal I wasn't familiar with. Instead, his face went serious. "You heard it too?" he asked, his voice low. "Too?" I asked, surprised. Matt nodded, looking over at the woods. "Yeah, my dad and I have been hearing those noises for a couple of weeks now, always at night. We thought it was just some animal. But now, well, I don't know. Dad says other farmers in the area reported some strange noises as well, but nothing to be concerned about. That is until yesterday. Not long after you left for the day, my dad got a call from one of his friends. This one lives a couple of kilometers away. He's apparently been hearing some things as well. He says that yesterday something even attacked his livestock, took 2 of his goats, and killed one." Matt's face was serious. I looked at him, flabbergasted. I wasn't sure what to reply with. "We don't have bears here, so maybe it was a wolf? Maybe the attack and the noises were connected," he answered. "Don't know. Dad said he hasn't seen wolves here for a better part of a decade. But I do know one thing. Everyone who's complaining about the sounds lives near the forest." I then watched him warily glare at the forest. That night, I heard it again. The same growl monkey screech that I'd heard before. The only difference this time was how much more freaked out I was since I had talked to Matt. I chose to keep a safe distance from the wooden fence that separated the property from that overgrown forest, but that didn't do much to calm my nerves. The next day I came back to see Mr. Wilton and Matt talking in front of the house, visibly annoyed about something. As I approached them, both looked at me with a concerned look. Mr. Wilton then invited me in. He set me down and gave me a shot of vodka before asking, "Do you know how to carry a rifle?" I looked at him, shocked at that sudden question. I stumbled over a few words before he continued. "Last night, Les' farm got attacked. He says he was about to go to sleep when he heard strange noises coming from the forest." Mr. Wilton stopped to refill his glass and then continued. "Says he couldn't see much from his window, but he did see 2 glowing yellow eyes emerge from the forest, break down the fence and go straight for his pig pen. Whatever it was, must have been the size of a bear if it could do that to his fence." Mr. Wilton said I couldn't tell if he was irritated or a bit scared. From what I understand, he and Les were longtime friends, and Les was the last farm in the village before a bunch of forest and unclaimed, uninhabited land. "I don't know how to handle a gun, sorry, but why do you ask?" I said after a long pause. "If it hit Les, we're right next door, and I ain't letting it take my livestock, you hear me? If you can't handle a gun, Matt will go with you," he said, stern. "Go where? What, you want us to go hunt the dang thing?" Matt said. "No, you 2 are idiots. I pray to God every time you take the tractor out in the fields. If I can't trust you with a piece of junk like that, I ain't gonna send you to hunt. You'll walk around with John and be his backup. If you 2 hear or see anything, run into the house as fast as you can. The rifle's for a worst-case scenario," his dad answered. From the way he was talking and acting, we both knew he was dead serious. Matt and I looked at each other, not saying a word. That night, we were both out on the farm, walking around like I was doing before. I could tell both of us were nervous as heck, not really talking, just listening to any noises coming from the woods. We made about 2 laps around before we heard a loud shriek, louder than the ones before. Matt immediately pointed the old rifle upwards, towards the overgrown forest,
looking aimlessly into the darkness. I looked at him, and as my head was turned towards him, I saw his expression change into fear. Then the rifle went off. As I covered my ears, I glanced up to see him beckoning me to run into the house. Shortly after we got back inside, his dad came from the other side of the house, watching on the back porch that looked to the fields. What happened?" he said in a loud voice as he stomped through the kitchen where we were. "I saw it. It was huge, like 2 meters tall, just staring at us," Matt said. I don't think I'd ever heard him so scared. His dad looked at me before making sure all the windows and doors were locked. Needless to say, I spent the night there in the old and dusty guest bedroom. When I woke up, I was greeted with the stench of booze and cigarettes coming from the living room. As I got up, I saw a group of mostly old men with a few younger folks hanging around the dinner table. I pulled Matt aside and asked him what was up. "Dad says it's getting bolder. Thankfully, the animals are fine, at least for now. But if it got that close to the farm, where we could see it, then he thinks it'll attack soon." Dad and Les gathered their old hunting buddies, most of which live around or next to the woods. They want to kill the thing once and for all, wait for it to try to attack our animals, then spray it with bullets. I wasn't sure what to say to that. The plan and the whole situation seemed insane to me. Then again, there definitely was something wrong with those woods, and whatever lived in there. Look, I didn't want to lose my job, and I didn't want to get killed. After a while, I sat at the table with them and listened. After a while, a plan was formed. There'd be people in groups of 3 patrolling the farm, looking out for the thing, and if anyone saw it, we would gather up and shoot it dead. The night came and soon everyone arrived, almost all of them carrying old hunting rifles, or guns they managed to keep after the war in '91. I found myself on the edge of the woods again, this time with Matt by my side, along with one older gentleman. We sat in the dark, listening to the usual nighttime sounds, but always on edge, waiting for something out of the ordinary. Hours passed, and just as I was starting to think the night would be uneventful, the growls returned, this time closer than before. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Matt. He nodded, gripping his flashlight tight. "Stay close." We moved cautiously towards the sound, pointing our flashlights around slowly. The growling began to become quieter and quieter until it stopped. Then, as we were about to turn back, we laid eyes on something, a hulking shape with these reflective yellow eyes. It was huge, towering over both me and the older guy that was with us. I pointed my flashlight at it, so I got a pretty good look at the thing. It looked like a giant man, covered in deep black fur, with an elongated face that barely resembled a human. Frozen in fear, we watched it just observe us, and then a second creature came out of the nearby brush into the spotlight. They began to move together, eyes fixed on us. Panic surged through me, but Matt held his ground. "We need to get back," he said, his voice steady, despite the terror I saw on his face. We slowly backed away, keeping our lights trained on the things. But they followed us, their movements creepily coordinated. When we reached the light coming from the open barn, Matt raised his rifle and fired directly into one of the creatures. Instantly, I began to shout for the others to come. The creatures halted, hitting us with this ear-piercing screech of pure rage as they retreated into the shadows. We stood there petrified, and before long, the others began to group around us, asking what happened. Some of them wanted to chase after them and hunt them down, but ultimately, we didn't do anything after that. The next day, Mr. Wilton told me I didn't have to come to the farm anymore, and honestly, I was happy to do just that.
I don't know much after that night. The only thing I do know is that the following day, he and a few others set up bear traps around the edges of the forest in a desperate attempt to protect themselves from whatever was out there. I heard from Matt about a week later that, after the incident, there were no more attacks or reports of shrieks coming from the forest. But everyone knew they were still out there. I don't know what those things were, but I know one thing for sure. Nobody who was there that night is going to set foot alone in that forest again. The Village. From the Matt. In my home state, there is a tiny little historical village right in the middle of the densely populated city. At the time, I worked for a city police agency, and this village, while now being a retail shopping spot, was owned by the state, and therefore was needing actual police patrols rather than hired security. It was a sought-after overtime shift because it was usually so chill. Working there is a fun and laid-back shift. Coincidentally, I happen to love this village, having been there on field trips as a kid and many dates as a teenager. I even took my wife there on a date when we were only dating. It's a beautiful little spot, great for family activities. This is where my story begins. This little village is gorgeous and approximately 20 acres. It contains its own river and barns. It's always tastefully decorated for the seasons, especially fall. The tiny historical homes have been updated, while still keeping the old world charm, and are leased to shop owners to sell trinkets, boutiques, candy, toys, books, you name it. It even has its very own taffy-making shop, full of modern and old-time candy. A massive barn was converted to an overpriced multi-level furniture store. An old grain silo was converted to a fancy restaurant, complete with romantic outside dining. Additionally, there are horse stables and many open fields where the pioneers grew their crops. All the little homes, shops were arranged on either side of the little river, with cool wooden bridges and winding stone paths, and boardwalks connecting you to shops. It's like a little piece of New England. My shift started at 9 p.m. when the shops closed down for the night. It's my job to ensure all the workers, mostly teenagers or early 20-something adults, get to their cars safely and make sure the historical artifacts go untampered with all night, and certainly no shops get broken into. It was October, so it was a chilly night. I opted to wear a winter coat that had my police agency insignia on it, and my badge was visible. I began my patrol around the shops, enjoying the Halloween decor. Most of the village was lit with string lights over the stone paths, jack-o'-lanterns still glowing through shop windows. After making sure all the workers made it out safely, I began my rounds first by making sure they all locked up their shop doors. Pretty often you find them unlocked, and you have to enter the shop to lock the doors. As I walked my usual route, I found a shop unlocked. This shop was called The Antiquity. It was a larger pioneer home that sold antique items. These kids never remember to lock the doors of this place, I was thinking. I went ahead and locked it myself, and carried on with my business. As I walked, I also checked the river to make sure no one was camping out under the small bridges or worse. After my first round of the evening, it was only about 10 p.m. At the edge of the property, there is a small shed that we're supposed to hang out in. It has CCTV cameras of most of the property. It's also where the farm equipment, ATVs, and snowblowers are stored. It's a spooky little building with no amenities, lacking heat as well, aside from a small little electric heater that barely worked. I was working on a master's degree, so I brought my laptop. I decided I would do some homework in between rounds, since nothing ever seems to happen on these shifts anyway. I made several more rounds that night.
enjoying the crisp fall air and crunching of fallen leaves as I walked. As my shift was coming to a close, the shop workers returned to their shops for their day of work. I decided I would talk to the antiquities shop workers and remind them to actually lock up their door tonight. "I swear I locked it," the teenage girl told me. "The lock must be broken. It's always unlocking on its own." Sure, I thought. Likely story. I went home and went to bed. A few days later, I was able to snag another overtime shift working at the village. This shift was the same week as Halloween, and the village was open later than usual because they were running a haunted corn maze and had converted one of the larger shops into a haunted house. It was a lot of fun, and they also have a witch hunt activity for the kids. They hide witches all over the village to be found like a scavenger hunt. This meant I had my work cut out for me, as we would be open late. It may be harder to get everyone out of the village on time, and also make sure the workers get to their cars safely. The air was colder as we were deep into October, and there was even more decor around for the festivities. Caramel apples and hot chocolate were for sale at virtually every shop, and everyone dressed up in their Halloween costumes. It's truly a fun little town, most of the time. When the haunted house and corn maze are running, I usually have to be close by because people tend to get lost, or people tend to do other nefarious things in the maze. On this particular evening, the shops were finally closing, and things were quieting down. Like usual, I take the employees to their cars and get on my security checks of the shops. I made my way around the village, and once again, I found the antiquities shop unlocked. I decided to go inside this time. I haven't spent much time in that particular shop, and their decor was pretty cool. I left the door open behind me as I went in, since I'm supposed to be the only person in the village anyway. I browsed the little house shop, looking at the decor. Their motion-activated Halloween decorations were going off as I walked by, occasionally startling me. I noticed there was a small wooden stairwell leading up some stairs. I had no idea the store actually had 2 floors. I thought the top window was just for show. I decided to walk up the stairs. They squeaked with each step I took. The only thing upstairs was a small bedroom, still set up with the antique furniture. On the wall was a family photo, an ancient photo of a family with a farm in the background. It must have been whoever owned the home, and the farm must have been what the village used to be. As I was looking at the photo, the front door, which I'd left opened, suddenly slammed shut. I was startled. I quickly went down the stairs, expecting to find someone in the shop with me. But there was no one. I realized I needed to continue my rounds, so I locked the door and continued my job. I walked through the cobblestone paths, admiring the decorations and checking all the doors with no other events. At this point, it's about 2 a.m. I had the urge to go back to that antiquities shop and visit the bedroom again. I didn't get to look around at everything before I jumped at what I thought was the wind shutting the door. So as I approached the shop again, I noticed a dim light on upstairs through the window. Maybe I left a light on in there. I pulled out my keys to unlock the door, but I found the door to be unlocked again. At this point, my suspicion was telling me it must be occupied by a squatter, someone enjoying the bed. I pulled my gun and entered the shop, anticipating an arrest. As such, I also got on my radio to notify dispatch and have them roll some backup over, something I've never had to do on this shift. As my footsteps creaked up the stairs, I found a small lantern lit, its flame flickering on the wicks. I had earlier assumed the lantern didn't actually work, so I would remember lighting it myself if I had. I quickly entered the bedroom and found nothing else disturbed. I holstered my gun and notified dispatch that I had no contact with any trespasser. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Fight or flight kicked in. How could it be the door unlocked, the lantern had been lit, but no one had been found? I continued my investigation, attempting to find any sort of disturbance. Suddenly, someone blew out the lantern, leaving me in the darkness with only my flashlight for light. I considered running out of the room, back down the stairs, but that would mean running past the lantern that had just been blown out, and that didn't feel like a good idea. Just then, I heard the now familiar sound of footsteps creaking up the old rickety stairs. I shone my flashlight at the doorway, and I had my gun ready. Everything about this screamed ambush. Sure enough, as the footsteps reached the landing at the top of the stairs, there was no one to be seen. I ran out of that building as quickly as I could carry myself and ran to the little security shack, spending the rest of the shift there. I tried to convince myself I wasn't insane. I finished my shift, still terrified. I decided I would ask the kids in the morning about their experiences there. "Oh yeah, this place is hella haunted," the young girl said. Young folks always had a way with words. "Rumor has it one of the old farmers from this village still lives here, probably because we kept all of his antiques as a shop." I continued my shifts there, but I didn't bother going into that shop anymore. Absolutely no point in scaring myself. I just enjoyed the village from the outside of the little shops. The worst birthday of my life. From Anonymous. I live in a small town in the north of England, where there's barely any crime. Because of this, I had no problem with walking home after work at the local supermarket. It was my 16th birthday, and I'd been landed with a shift that ended at 10 p.m. My best friend lived close to the Tesco I worked at, and had sent me a message saying to go to his and get my present. So I did. Halfway between the supermarket and my friend Lee's house, there's this forest with a path going through it. Since it was absolutely freezing that night, I stopped at the end of the path to contemplate going down it. It wasn't very well lit, so despite there being very little crime, I decided against it and continued down the well-lit street. I was barely 3 meters down the street when I heard the gate at the beginning of the forest path open. I looked back out of curiosity, but what I saw made my heart stop in my chest. A man stood there, at least 6.5 feet tall. He wore a dark tracksuit, and he had stopped right there and was looking at me. I didn't think anything of it at first. Lee's neighborhood had a gang, so I figured the guy was just part of said gang. I just kept walking, minding my own business. Suddenly, I heard the man break into a run, and I was terrified out of my mind. So I ran faster than I ever had in my life, risking a look behind me to see that the guy was indeed chasing after me. I turned back and kept running, turning into the main road of Lee's neighborhood. There was an unspoken rule between the few criminals in my town that you never went after young girls, so I knew this guy wasn't local. If he got me, there'd be almost no way to trace me. I screamed for help, hoping that the gang were around somewhere and that they'd come and help me. The man started to shout at me to shut up. I could feel him right behind me, his breath on my neck. I was so scared, and for a second I thought I was going to die. I made it to Lee's, vaulting his front fence and running up to the door, praying that it was open. But it wasn't. Figuring I might as well try to fight back, I turned to the man, trying to catch my breath so I'd have a chance against this behemoth. He couldn't vault the fence, he was too heavy, so instead he was fiddling with the gate.
Lee opened the door at the same moment I heard hooting from down the street. I was so relieved as I saw some of the actual local gang members chasing the man away. They got him. By the time the police got there, they'd beaten the man so badly he was in the hospital for a week. Turns out he was a known child assaulter from down south, and just a few days before, he had assaulted another young girl. To this day, every time I see the gang, I say thanks to them. I dread to think what would have happened if he'd made it to me, or if he'd escaped the gang and gone on to do it again. I never walked home from work again. Shadow Nightmares from Morgan Rose 91. I live in a small town in the countryside of New York near a reservation. This all started when I was 2 years old. My mother has told me all about the night terrors I would have between the ages of 2 to 5. The first time, apparently, I'd wake any time between 12 to 3 a.m. My eyes would be wide open, and I'd be standing upright in my crib or bed. She would notice my finger pointing to the left corner every night, saying, "He's here." After, I would go back to sleep, and I wouldn't remember doing such a thing the next day. This stopped once I turned 5 years old and went away for a couple of years. Then a reoccurrence happened when I turned 21. That's when it started to get weird. I started seeing a shadow of a little boy in the corner of my current room. He would just sit there and stare, and then suddenly disappear. About a month before my 22nd birthday, I was on my way to work at 6 a.m. I was driving, a little tired, but of course awake and cautious. I wasn't sure if I was hallucinating or if I actually saw a person, but someone who was about 6 feet tall walked across the throughway. It was just a black shadow. I nearly swerved off the road and decided to pull over for a bit. When I turned my head back around, I looked, and there was no one there. So I thought maybe I was just really tired and imagining it. About 2 weeks later, I was heading to bed and fell asleep. This is where I got scared and terrified for the life of me. I was in a dreamlike state. It looked like I was inside a building with Japanese sliding doors. I felt lost and confused because it felt so real. Next thing I knew, the doors opened. It was the same shadow figure I'd seen on the thruway that one day, but this time I could make out features, and they were taller, closer to 9 or 10 feet tall. It had bright red eyes, as if there was a fire burning in them. When I thought I was awake, which I somehow wasn't, I saw it. It was standing right above me, hovering over me in my bed. My body froze up as if I was paralyzed. I couldn't move anything or even shut my eyes. I was basically in shock and felt like I couldn't even scream. But I managed to yell my sister's name. I'll call her Elle. I yelled for Elle twice, thinking it was 3 a.m. And then when I went to look up, it was gone. When my alarm for work went off, I got up and went to work, having a normal day. But when I got home, I had to ask my sister, "Did you hear me this morning?" She replied yes, but it didn't sound like me yelling or screaming. To her, it sounded like I was whispering, but I sounded scared. That's when she told me an hour before my alarm went off, she felt uneasy. It felt as if she knew something was bound to happen. It's now March of 2023, and I saw it again for the last time, hopefully. My car was parked in my spot, and usually I turn around to check, making sure my headlights shut off. This time when I turned around to look, there it was, standing right in front of the hood of my car, staring straight at me. Janitor versus Ghosts from Bribey League.
I'm not going to name the high school where this happened. Not trying to get sued or anything. Let's just say it's a big brick building somewhere in the Midwest. The kind of place you've seen 1,000 times if you've ever driven through small-town America. I'm the night janitor there. Or I was, until about a month ago. I quit that job faster than a cat on a hot tin roof after what happened. Still gives me the shivers when I think about it. It all started on a Tuesday night in October. Football season was in full swing, and the halls were plastered with these garish homecoming posters. All glitter and school spirit. I was making my usual rounds, starting with the science wing, like I always did. I just finished mopping outside the chemistry lab when I heard it. A slow, methodical squeak of chalk on a blackboard. Now that's not too weird on its own. Teachers do work late sometimes. But it was almost midnight, and I knew for a fact I'd locked up every classroom an hour back. I stood there for a minute, mop dripping on the freshly cleaned floor, straining my ears. The sound was coming from 217, clear as day. I knocked gently, figuring maybe a teacher had snuck back in somehow. "Hello? Anyone still working in there?" The squeaking stopped dead. I waited, but there was no answer. Just silence. My hand was shaking a bit as I turned the handle, but I pushed the door open anyway. Janitors can't be scared of empty rooms, right? Except this room wasn't exactly empty. The lights were off, but I could see well enough from the hallway. And there, on the big blackboard at the front of the room, was a half-finished chemical equation. The chalk dust was still settling in the air. That's when I began to speed walk away from there, mop and bucket forgotten. It wasn't until I was safely in the janitor's closet, door locked behind me, that I started to try to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe a teacher had been in there earlier, and I just hadn't noticed. But I always check every room before I start cleaning. And I'm telling you, that dust was fresh. Whatever or whoever wrote that equation was there only moments before I opened the door. Where could they have gone? I managed to calm myself down enough to finish my shift, but I steered clear of room 217 for the rest of the night. Forced myself to believe I'd simply imagined it. Maybe I was tired, more tired than I'd thought. But then it happened again, and again, always in the science wing, always late at night, when the school should have been empty except for me. Sometimes it was the sound of chalk, sometimes Bunsen burners firing up out of nowhere, which can be dangerous. Once, I swear I heard the gleeful pop of a successful chemical reaction of some kind, followed by what sounded like kids' laughter. I thought about quitting then. I really did. But where else was I going to find steady work at my age? So I stuck it out, trying to ignore this weirdness as best I could. It all came to a head about a month ago. I was cleaning the gym, headphones in, trying to drown out the usual nighttime creaks and groans of the building. That's when I felt it, a tap on my shoulder, as light as a feather. I spun around so fast, heart pounding, but there was no one there, just empty bleachers and the faint smell of old sweat socks. As I turned back to my mop, movement caught my eye. There on the far wall was a perfect shadow of a person, I kid you not, tall and thin, like a teenager, hand raised as if it had just tapped me on the shoulder. But there was no one else in that room to cast a shadow like that. I watched frozen as the shadow figure seemed to notice me staring. It waved, all casual-like, then walked along the wall towards the locker rooms. Just before it disappeared around the corner, I swear that thing turned and looked right at me. I could feel its eyes on me, even if it was just a shadow. And then it was gone. Truth be told, I hightailed it out of there so fast, I nearly tripped over my own mop bucket. I didn't stop running until I was in my car, doors locked. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. When I finally dragged myself back to work, I half expected the place to be crawling with ghosts. But it was just the same old school, same scuffed floors and flickering fluorescents. That would be my last week there. I quit right after, told him I found a better job. Couldn't bring myself to explain what really happened. No one was gonna believe me. Sometimes I drive by that school late at night, and I swear I see shadows moving in the windows. Maybe it's my imagination, maybe it's my memories coming back to literally haunt me. But if you ever find yourself working nights in an old high school, and you hear something that doesn't quite fit, well, I recommend you don't go investigate. Some things are better left alone. Terror in the Attic. From Lurking Moonlight. My name is Jacob, and I'm a painter. I was born and raised in northern Washington in a small town near the Canadian border. I don't want to reveal my exact location, or the location of my encounter, because I'm still here. Only a few people have been told about this. It's hard to tell my story in Washington, because some movies about vampires and werewolves came out just before this happened, and it just so happened that those movies take place in Washington. So to this day, I keep quiet, unless I get on the topic of strange encounters, but still, I'm hesitant to share. Even after I get to know someone really well, I don't openly share this story. My coworker listens to your podcast over a Bluetooth speaker, and your podcast is the first time I've heard of others having these dogman or werewolf-style encounters. I turned ghost white the first time I heard one of your episodes referencing a werewolf encounter. My employee, Cody, instantly knew something was up. I've worked with Cody for about 3 years. After he saw my reaction to one of your werewolf stories, he knew I was hiding something, and I ended up sharing my encounter with him. He's kept asking me to write it down so he can submit it to the show. Last year I wrote my initial encounter, but Cody says I need to give some background info on myself and what led up to the encounter, instead of simply saying I saw a dogman family while painting. So here it is. I started residential painting in high school for my uncle. I was saving up to buy my first truck. After high school, I thought I would try a different profession, but nothing else ever seemed to pique my interest. So it was back to my uncle and painting. My uncle suggested I go to a tech school and get formal training in the trade, if it would be my permanent career. So I went to a tech school. Yes, there are schools that teach painting. The school was in Spokane, just south of where I live. I learned painting on a whole new level and various other skills, such as collision repair, upholstery, welding, etc. After school, I returned to my hometown and worked for my uncle's business. Within a few years, my uncle informed me that he would quit the painting industry and move to something less stressful, since he was approaching 60. Now, my uncle didn't have too many employees, 7 in total, not counting me, but he did have tons of equipment and a few vans set up for painting. So I asked to buy him out and start my own business. We settled on a price, and I bought him out and went out on my own. At first, managing the few employees and incoming business was easy, but finding work became quite difficult and stressful when winter arrived. Most employees would work different jobs during the slow times, but only 2 of the 7 employees returned when spring came around. I kept doing most of the work, which was not ideal, but it saved me a lot in the long run. After a few years, I sold off most of the extra vehicles and ran the business mainly alone. In the years following the housing crash, 2007 through 2008, I managed to stay busy, sometimes hiring back a few of the painters I knew during the busy seasons. One day during the summer of 2012, I received a phone call from a lady who had inquired about some of my work at the local pizzeria, which I'd done years ago when I worked with my uncle. She inquired about doing some cabinet work and aging the wood to make her newly remodeled log home look more rustic. Over the phone, I explained to the lady that the pizza place was made with multiple layers and various tints of conversion varnish, which is more commonly used in commercial settings because of its durability. Very few homeowners used it. The lady explained she instantly knew that was the look she wanted when she visited the pizzeria. She asked the owner about the cabinets, and he referred her to me. After my experience of doing that kind of work, and knowing how long the process takes, not to mention the product used for the finish was horrible smelling, I wanted to dissuade her from using the conversion varnish. So I explained the process of aging the wood and then distressing it. I shared with her the coating was a conversion varnish and it's a two-part mixture. Part A is the varnish and part B is the catalyst or hardener. Once mixed, it stinks, and no one can occupy the space for quite some time until it has dried and is done off-gassing. I wanted to see if she was interested in using another product. I even shared a story of what happened when I first used that product. At first, I didn't wear my respirator when refurbishing the pizzeria, as I thought there was enough airflow. I remember I felt horrid. I had massive headaches, couldn't smell, was teary-eyed, and was just out of it mentally. When my uncle showed up at the job site, he let me have it, sending me home and telling me not to come back until my headache was better. He said I was most likely overexposed to the chemicals in the conversion varnish. When I came back, he gave me a respirator and had me read up on the stuff and the toxins. Even though I knew the hazards, I never took them seriously. But I learned firsthand the importance of PPE. This might seem like a lot of info, but it plays a role in my encounter. Back to the lady on the phone. After explaining how bad the stuff was, she said it would be okay because she wouldn't be living in the place for a while, as she was a snowbird. Where I'm from, that means she goes south during the winter months. When I asked about the place's location, she explained it was about an hour north, just along the Canadian border. I explained that I knew the area well, as my grandparents used to live there before they passed away in the early 2000s. I asked her if the place was near the bridge that had flooded earlier that year. She said it was the log home nearest to the bridge, and this was the reason for the remodel, since part of her home had been damaged during the flood. I remembered seeing a few pictures of the flooding in the local newspaper. I knew about it, but not the reason. But apparently, as she said, the bridge over the river was too low, and they had an early spring and it rained a lot, melting the snow and overflowing the river. A lot of debris got stuck under the bridge and dammed up the river, which caused the river to rise and flood the houses along the riverbank. She told me she had recently purchased the home and bought it as is. When she had it remodeled, she purchased new wood cabinets and flooring and redone all the walls with tongue and groove instead of sheetrock. She said she wanted the cabinets and tongue and groove aged and covered with the same coating as that pizzeria. I thought this would be expensive with all the work that goes into aging wood and the many coats of varnish it takes. I never bid over the phone since you don't know what you're getting into. When she asked about the price, I explained that I would give a ballpark figure because I couldn't give an honest bid without seeing the project first. After I gave my ballpark figure, she seemed not to bat an eye and said okay. That weekend, I drove up and walked through the areas she wanted to be done. It turned out the house exterior was done in half logs to give it the look of a traditional log home, but the interior was just like a typical house. She wanted the kitchen and bathroom cabinets done in black and all the tongue and groove in those areas done in white. I worked up the details on an invoice and passed her the official bid. I planned to start at the beginning of October. She said she was considering inviting her family up to use the house over Christmas, and I assured her there was plenty of time for the conversion varnish to dry and off gas. When October came, I filled my van with everything I'd need. I drove up to the house. The first week at the cabin was spent prepping the wood, scratching it, putting saw marks in it, and distressing it to give it that old rustic charm. I was not looking forward to the next week, as that's when the conversion varnish would start. I remember coming home my first Friday night from there, and my wife had bought me my first smartphone. This was an upgrade from my old sliding phone. I asked why she purchased it, as my old phone was perfect. Then she called me on a video app called FaceTime, and I was blown away. She explained it was a new feature, that it would make better sense now that we could talk face to face. I am a simple person, and when I asked what was wrong with a phone call, she just laughed. That night, she walked me through my new phone, transferring numbers and all that fun techie stuff. This distracted me from my work. When Monday rolled around and I left, I didn't realize I'd completely forgotten to buy more filters for my respirator until I reached the cabin. At that point, I didn't want to drive an hour back home and another hour back to the cabin. I emptied my van, looking for filters, and found my uncle's air-fed suit and pump, which he had used for sand and soda blasting many years ago. It was tucked away in the spare tire compartment. Glad I never had a flat yet. Knowing firsthand how potent the varnish was, I hooked up the suit and said, "What the heck?" thinking at least no one would see me in this thing, as I looked pretty odd. If you don't know what an air-fed suit is or looks like, it is just as it sounds. A suit with a hose running to it to feed the suit air from the outside. There's a valve to control the airflow, which is crucial as you don't want air flowing back into the suit. When 3 p.m. rolled around, I was about a quarter of the way done with the first coat of the white conversion varnish on the tongue and groove. I needed to mix up a new batch of varnish, so I cleaned out my sprayer. Side note, once the stuff is mixed, it has a pot life of about 4 hours before it starts to cure chemically, so cleaning my sprayer out between batches is critical. I walked outside and removed my hood. I tried to video call my wife to surprise her, but I didn't see the app icon. So I texted her and explained I would stay until I was done. Most likely I would be home around 1 or 2 a.m. After I started to work again, I saw storm clouds outside. If you're familiar with a job site, most workers listen to a radio, and you'll hear weather reports between songs. But not me. At that point, I was using an iPod and had playlists to listen to. Little did I know that a massive storm was forecast. When it started to rain heavily, I was a bit surprised. But this is Washington after all, and we get a lot of rain. Around 4 p.m., I got a text message about a flash flood warning. Dang, I thought. These smartphones are innovative. At about 9 p.m., my wife FaceTimed me. I turned off my air-fed suit and walked out of the kitchen, doffing off my suit. Each time before, when I removed my hood, I had done so outside. But as soon as my head came out of the suit inside, I was reminded of the horrid, intense smell of the conversion varnish. I plugged in my headset and chatted with my wife, and made my way to the restroom. I was trying to figure out how to use the restroom while video chatting. I told her I felt weird, and she made fun of me and said to call her back. After I finished my business, I called her back via FaceTime. While chatting, I told her the fumes were too strong, so I was putting the suit back on. While doing so, I set my phone on the countertop facing up. When I was almost done donning my suit, my wife let out a blood-curdling scream, and I nearly hit the floor in shock. All I heard was,
"Jake, the ceiling, look up!"
As I turned, I saw a blackish, hairy hand with what I thought was claws lifting the attic door out of place from inside the attic. As quickly as I saw that hand, the hand dropped the lid, leaving it slightly cracked open. My wife was yelling that there was someone in the attic, and that she would call the police from our landline. I told her, "Hang on just a sec. Did you see the hand?"
That's all I saw.
she exclaimed.
I can't see that close looking through a camera.
That wasn't a hand. It was a paw. I think there's an animal up there, I told her. Not sure though. I need to go have a look. I finished putting on the gear, ensuring my corded headset was weaved through the zipper so I could still be on the phone. I turned on my air and told her I was going up into the attic to take a look, because I wasn't sure what it was. I could hear her in the background trying to argue with me, but I'd already made up my mind. I told her to calm down and just watch. I positioned the phone the best I could, but the phone was outside my suit and attached to my headset. So no matter which pocket I put it in, the phone would slide down deep, covering the camera. So I did the next best thing I could think of, a painter's trick I learned from my uncle. I rolled up some blue masking tape sticky side out, stuck it to my suit, then stuck the phone to the tape. Now my wife could see what I could see. I went and grabbed a flashlight. I took my ladder, swung it around, and placed it under the attic access. My wife kept asking me to stop slowly as the camera would freeze and cut out during my swift movements. Then, right before I proceeded up the stairs, I thought I should grab my spray gun with my short 12-inch extension on it. I hung it from my belt, then started up the ladder. Right before I headed up the stairs, I told her to call the police if something were to happen. I cracked open the access door and tossed it aside, but didn't go up straight away. I just waited briefly at the top of my ladder to see if I saw anything up there, like flashlight movement, in case it was a person. To my surprise, as I looked up there, just on the edge of the access was a light switch. "There's a light switch for the attic," I exclaimed. I used my spray gun extension to switch the light on. I expected to see something, but I didn't. So I slowly poked my head up into the attic, taking quick looks in every direction, but still saw nothing. I noticed a light at both ends of the attic, and one just above me. The attic appeared to be covered with OSB sheeting. After gaining more confidence, I told my wife, "Well, here I go." I climbed up there quickly, stood up, and looked around. At first, since I was scanning, I didn't see anything until I slowed down. That was when my eyes locked onto this mass of fur along one of the walls. The fur was dark brown, almost black, but not a true black. It was like looking at a black cat and slowly understanding that the fur was a deep brown instead. "Honey," I said, "there's a black bear up here." She responded,
I see it, but how did it get up there?
"No clue," I said. Then the bear, or what I thought was a bear, moved and stood on two bony legs, separating itself from another creature of the same size, but its color was more brown, more like tree bark. The creature was just around a foot shy of touching the attic ceiling when standing. Its fur looked wet and dirty, with clumps of mud in it. Then I noticed that the arms of the beast, standing, had hands like a human's, but ended with sharp, pointy ends, and I knew that those were the claws I'd seen. As I tried to talk to my wife, she became hysterical, yelling,
What kind of a bear is that? Is that even a bear?
"I don't know what it is," I whispered back. My wife kept saying, "Get out of the attic," but I didn't respond. The creature that had moved off the other one had its back towards me, and now slowly turned around to face me. The thing had the head of a wolf, a long snout and big ears that stood straight up, coming to a 90-degree angle, turning inwards. It had a long tail with short hair hanging straight down. The creature's eyes shined an amber-yellow glow, and it swayed side to side. I was scared before when I thought it was a bear, but now this genuine fear set in. A rush of memories and emotions ran through my mind. It's so hard to explain in writing, but when I was little,
there were these two cartoons that scared me. Even as a grown man, I wouldn't say I liked watching them because of the memories of the fear I felt as a child. The first cartoon was Peter and the Wolf. The wolf scared me as a child to the point when the music came on the TV, I would run and hide. The second one was Lambert, the sheepish lion. The wolf's eye in the cartoon would glow a yellow-orange, and this creature in front of me had the very same eyes. It was like my childhood fear had just come alive, and was even more terrifying than I could have imagined. To put it politely, if I hadn't just used the bathroom, I think I would have produced a gold nugget from my backside that would have made the California Gold Rush look like a cereal box prize. I could hear my wife yelling at me, snapping me out of my daze. "Oh my God, it looks like a werewolf," I told my wife as I gathered my thoughts. Looking at it gave me an adrenaline rush and a feeling like I wanted to pass out simultaneously. My wife was talking to me, but my attention was focused on the creature. As I inspected it more, I noticed its eyes were watering and its nose was running. I could see its chest, which looked like it was breathing shallowly as it slowly swayed from side to side. "I think the fumes must have disoriented them," I said, interrupting my wife. She said,
That has to be someone in a suit trying to scare you. It's October after all. Halloween is close. Stores are selling costumes.
"No," I calmly replied, trying to hold it together. "Whatever this is, I think it's real." The creature began to walk forward slowly. "Hold on, don't come any closer," I yelled through my hood, and I reached down and turned up my air supply, which started to inflate the suit. I thought I would try to make myself look bigger, like they tell you when you see wild animals. The creature did stop, but kept swaying. The one behind it stayed facing the wall, sitting hunched over, and when I looked at it, I thought I saw a tiny little arm and leg moving behind it. My thought was, there's no way that thing was holding a puppy. I moved a little for the first time, and this werewolf-looking thing growled at me. The growl was deep, as if I could almost feel it in the pit of my stomach. I raised my spray gun at it, and it growled deeper. It was like it knew, like it was smart, like it recognized something being pointed at it and knew that it was dangerous. My phone must have frozen, because my wife's voice returned to my ear.
Jake, answer me.
I replied, "I'm still here. Can you see what I'm looking at?" She said,
I'm so scared. I don't know what they are.
Now I was putting two and two together. "Honey, these things are up here with a baby." She started to say something, but I cut her off. "Just listen. The fumes from my conversion varnish disoriented them. Otherwise, this one right here would have already attacked me." As I was talking, my eyes caught a glimpse of a round louver vent on the back side of the attic, almost directly behind the creature. Mud streaks were sliding down the attic wall under it. "Honey," I said, "they came in through the louvers. The louvers tilt and open and they probably crawled in to escape the horrible weather." I looked at the creature, which kept on swaying. Its eyes were so creepy that I didn't want to look at them, but I managed to keep it in my sights as I slowly backed up to the louver behind me on my side of the attic and tilted it open. When I did, the air current shifted, letting in fresh air. Then I stepped back and carefully walked towards the attic opening. The creature growled at me several times, but it didn't move. I pointed at the window and began to yell. "Get out! Go on! Leave! Get out of here!" I then pointed at the opening. Then the creature started to advance towards me, not the opening. I realized I might have provoked it by yelling like that. Then it moved very fast. I grabbed my spray gun and sprayed white conversion varnish in the air. It stopped, appearing shocked at the sound and action of my spray gun. Then the creature turned, like it was going to swing around one of the trusses, but when it moved and turned, I sprayed the beast with my spray gun, leaving a massive white streak down the middle of its back. The creature let out a bellow and a nasty hiss, but with the smell and stickiness from the varnish, the beast didn't turn back to me. I could see its hands trying to feel around, almost like it was trying to feel its own back, which would be natural for any person to do if they felt something on their back. I realized then my wife was still frantic over the phone, calling my name and saying she was trying to find someone up here to call. I told her I was fine and had just let the creature have it with some fresh varnish across its back. As I returned to the access point, I could see the other werewolf creature fully. It was curled up like a dog, with not just one puppy but several. I quickly returned to the access and started down the ladder. The werewolf I'd sprayed was now rubbing its back along a truss, trying to get the varnish off. When it heard the ladder, it pulled away from the truss, like it was going to come after me. Then I saw its backside, which now had a black line down the middle of it from the varnish it rubbed off onto the truss, and I thought to myself that it now looked like a giant skunk. I grabbed the lid and slid it back into place as I hurried down the ladder. I quickly doffed off my gear as I ran to the door, pulling my phone off the tape, and I took off. I ran through the downpouring rain and just left. My wife was frantic on the call home. For the first several minutes, she kept asking if that creature had followed me. I didn't even want to look in my rearview mirror to check. When I got home through that horrible weather, my wife checked me over several times to ensure that I was okay. I filled her in on the parts where she'd cut out. I told her I wanted to get a hold of my friend Max, who I grew up with, as he was now a sheriff in my county. I wanted him to go back up there with me to help me gather my stuff. When I contacted him, I told him what I'd seen. He acted rather surprised, but I'd known him since first grade, and he knew that I was a no-nonsense person when it came to things like this. He agreed to go up there with me, after his shift the next day, to help me get my stuff and check the place out. When we arrived, it was just as I had left it. The first thing I checked was the attic access. The access door was still on. We checked all the rooms, but there was no evidence of any werewolf creature to be seen. We then proceeded to my ladder under the attic door. My friend went up first and called me up. The attic was clear. When we looked around, my friend saw everything I described. Varnish on the truss, mud under the louver vents, massive paw prints around the attic. He swore then, using a few choice words, then said, "I was hoping you were wrong. I thought you saw just a mangy bear, but these are huge wolf prints, man. Dang, no one's gonna believe this. I mean, I've gotten some weird sighting reports before, and I've heard about weird sighting reports from Jared. You remember him from school? He's a park ranger now. We usually meet for coffee a few times a week or so, or go shooting and exchange stories. But this," he paused, "this takes the cake." He sighed and asked if it was okay to call Jared, to tell him about this. I had no arguments, but said to keep it between us for now. He called Jared, who said he was going to drive up and have a look for himself. Max walked over to the louver vent, tipped it up, looked out for a minute, and said, "There are prints all over the roof. Think it's safe to say those creatures are gone." I replied, "There isn't much up here besides the mud and prints. I think those things saw the louver vents open and just wanted out of the rain." Max agreed, but to be safe, maybe you should screw the louvers shut while you finish the cabin. "You are going to finish it?" he questioned me. "Suppose so," I replied, "but I'm bringing up a few other painters to finish. I ain't painting alone up here again. I'm not painting at night either."
We returned to the ladder and headed down. I inspected my equipment while waiting for Jared. My sprayer was seized as the conversion varnish had dried and hardened in the lines in the pump. All my other equipment was okay. When Jared arrived, we walked him through the scene of the vents. He was a little shocked, but not as shocked as I thought he would be. Then I asked him if any other individuals had reported seeing these werewolf creatures. Jared told me he gets more Bigfoot sightings than anything. He'd heard of the Dogman before, but had never had a report. Nor has he heard of other park rangers getting reports. It's all Bigfoot up here. Everyone always reports Bigfoot. But a few reports, he said. Could be other things, as the reports didn't coincide with normal Bigfoot sightings. Jared went on for a bit about a few recent sightings. He finished up and said that they usually just report most things as bears. He told me it was best if I informed the homeowner that I should explain that a delinquent bear cub had entered the attic during the flash flood, and I subsequently did what I had to do, but ended up leaving when the bear cub didn't. After a few minutes of chatting and catching up, we left and drove back. I called the owner explaining what had happened and used the delinquent bear cub story as a cover. The lady said she felt terrible that I had to spray it with varnish, but she was glad that I wasn't attacked. She said she would change out the louver vents for genuine windows now. I didn't return to the cabin until Friday, when I had 2 other painters lined up to help me finish the cabin. I explained about the bear cub to them and how I'd left in a hurry. We cleaned up and finished that project. Now, when I drive past the pizzeria or hear the word conversion varnish, my mind returns to the night of my encounter. Putting words on a page or a voice on a podcast can't express the fear you feel when you are truly terrified. I'm glad my wife could have part of this experience, because now she knows there are things out there that we can't explain. When she tells me she's going to upgrade my phone, I joke, "Remember what happened last time you did that?" My favorite is when I get a text asking me to FaceTime, and I'd respond, "Remember my first time using FaceTime?" Although we try to get some laughter out of the encounter, it was genuinely horrifying, and I wish to never see one of those creatures again. Next time, if you happen to be in northern Washington and you see a giant skunk, take a second look, as it might just be a painted werewolf. Attack from above, from the Stronger Fishmonger. Back in the early 90s, I was a bit of a delinquent teenager. Dropped out of high school, never got my GED. The type of kid that had no idea what he wanted to do in life, and every kind of career path or job sounded like something I didn't want to do. But it didn't take long for me to realize I had to have a job to live. Food cost money, and you got money from work. And boy did I love food. I ended up getting hired on as a commercial fisherman. I'll say right here I knew how hard that kind of job could be, and it ended up being harder than I expected. But I fell in love with it. The waters off of the coast of Maine are gorgeous and relaxing. The smell of the sea, the rhythm of the waves, and when you can bring in a good haul, it's really satisfying. But this isn't about what I encountered while fishing. It's about what I experienced on the drive home. It was a Friday night. I had just finished a long week out on the water. We had docked real late, around 10 p.m., later than usual because of a problem with the boat's engine. By the time I had packed up my gear and said goodbye to the crew, it was past midnight. I live about 3 hours inland, in a small town nestled in the forests of western Maine. Usually, I'd stay overnight in a motel near the dock and drive home in the morning. But I was feeling a bit more homesick than usual, so I decided to make the drive, tired as I was. The first hour or so was uneventful. The roads were empty, just me and the occasional long-haul truck. My radio kept me company. I was really into old country songs back then, Country song after country song played as I passed through areas of spotty reception. It was around 2 a.m. when things got creepy. I was on a stretch of highway that cuts through a heavily forested area. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but trees on either side of the road. The moon was full that night, a detail I can completely remember. I first noticed something was off when my headlights started to flicker. Just for a moment, but enough to make me take notice. I checked the dashboard, but everything seemed normal. Maybe just some old wiring, I thought. Then I saw something pass in front of my truck. At first I thought it was a bird, an owl maybe, or a hawk. It swooped right down in front of the vehicle, big enough to make me hit the brakes. As it passed through the headlights, I realized it was no ordinary bird. This thing was massive. Its wingspan appeared to be about 15 feet, maybe more, and it was strangely shaped. The body was too long and almost serpentine, with a more reptilian head compared to a bird. I blinked hard, sure I was seeing things, but sure enough, that thing was circling back around. I saw it fly alongside my truck now. I saw it in the mirror. Leathery wings, a long neck, clawed feet, orange eyes like hot coals. I stomped that pedal right to the floor. I felt my truck push forward hard. But this flying thing kept pace with me. When I glanced back in the rear view, I saw it take a swipe at the side of my truck. In a moment of panic, I turned the wheel and veered the vehicle sideways. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was going to flip it. I managed to keep control. I then looked back in my mirror. The thing was gone, and for a second, I thought maybe it had flown away and given up, until I heard a thud above me. Sounded like it had landed on my truck. It then took off again, and it wasn't leaving. I kept seeing its silhouette, diving in and out near the truck. I'm not sure how long this went on. I swear I was going about 100 miles per hour by then. How could something that big move so fast? Now, you might expect a climax to a story like this, but you won't be finding one. One moment, the silhouette of the thing was swooping in and out, and the next, nothing. The ride was back to its quiet, normal self. But I sure as heck wasn't. I was far too scared to slow down. I made it home with record time, and as life went back to normal, I managed to convince myself that maybe I fell asleep at the wheel. But to this day, the memory is so vivid that I doubt that even now. What was that creature? What kind of flying thing is massive, looks reptilian and bird-like, and would attack someone's truck? Some undiscovered species? An alien? A dinosaur? I don't know. To me, even though I'm not sure what the thing was, it acted like it was just chasing me out of its territory. The way a bird might threateningly swoop around something to try to chase it away. And if that's the case, I'm very lucky. Because if it wanted to eat me, I think it could have easily rammed me off the road and done so. Now that's a disturbing thought. Believe my story or don't, that's up to you, and I get to live with it. Hitchhiker, from Derek Donshield. Me and a group of coworker friends carpool, and we've been doing so for a few years. It's a long commute from our small village in Somerset to the office in Bristol, but sharing the drive makes it bearable. There are 4 of us: myself, Robert, Morton, and Liam. We're not exactly friends outside of work, but we've developed a comfortable routine over the years. Or at least we had, until a certain morning in late November, when everything changed. It was a kind of cold, damp morning that England specializes in, where the fog clings to everything and the sun seems to be a distant memory. I was driving that week. We rotate to keep things fair. I picked up Robert first, then Morton, and finally Liam. Same as always. The conversation that morning was the usual mix of work gossip, complaints about the weather, and half-hearted plans for the upcoming holiday party. As we merged, the fog was so thick I could barely see the car in front of us. Suddenly, Morton spoke up. Look at that poor sod," he said, pointing to a figure on the side of the motorway. "Who'd be out hitchhiking in this kind of weather?" Through the fog, I could just make out a man standing by the emergency phone. He was tall and thin, wearing what looked to be an old-fashioned suit. As we got closer, he turned and stuck out his thumb. I'm not sure why I did it. Maybe it was the weather or some misplaced sense of altruism. But before I knew it, I was pulling over onto the shoulder. "What are you doing?" Robert hissed. "We don't pick up hitchhikers." We can't just leave him out there," I said, already regretting my decision. It'll only take a few minutes to drop him off at the next services. The others grumbled, but went along with it. I rolled down my window as the man approached. Up close, there was something about him. His suit looked pretty old, but in fantastic condition, like it had just been pressed. His face was pale, almost waxy, with deep-set eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Thank you for stopping," he said, his voice surprisingly deep and smooth. "Been waiting out here for quite some time." Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease in my stomach. "Oh, just up the road a bit," he said vaguely. "I'm sure it won't be out of your way." Before anyone could object, he opened the back door and slid in next to Liam, who pressed himself against the opposite door to maintain as much distance as possible. As we pulled back onto the motorway, an uncomfortable silence fell over the car. The hitchhiker seemed content to stare out the window, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I tried to focus on driving, but still I felt like something was off. After a few minutes, the hitchhiker spoke up. "So, Robert," he said, "how is the proposal coming along? The one for the new marketing campaign?" Robert stiffened in his seat. How do you know about that?" The man chuckled. "Oh, I know all sorts of things. For instance, Morton, I bet your wife would be interested to know about those late nights at the office with your assistant." Morton's face went pale. "What the heck are you talking about?" he sputtered. The hitchhiker ignored him, turning his attention to Liam. "And Liam, my boy, how's that gambling debt coming along? Still haven't told your parents, have you?" Liam looked like he was going to be sick. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "Excuse me? Who are you? How do you know these things?" I demanded. The man's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "I know everything about all of you," he said. "Your hopes, your fears, your deepest, darkest secrets. Like you, for instance," he said, meeting my eyes in the rearview mirror. "Still feeling guilty about that dog you ran over last year? The family dog, the one you killed and kept on driving away from." My blood ran cold. I'd never told anyone about that. Never. "What do you want?" Robert asked, his voice shaking. The hitchhiker leaned back, seemingly satisfied with the chaos he'd caused. "Want? Oh, I don't want anything. I'm just here to observe. To see what people do when their carefully constructed lies start to unravel." The atmosphere in the car was suffocating. Morton looked like he wanted to jump out. Secrets be danged. Liam was quietly hyperventilating in the corner, and Robert had tears in his eyes. "I think you should get out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Now." The hitchhiker laughed again. a sound that sent shivers down me.
Oh, I don't think so. We're having far too much fun, aren't we, friends? Besides, I'm not done yet. Did you know Robert here has been embezzling from the company for years? Or that Morton's not really the father of his youngest child?
"Stop it!" Robert screamed. "Just stop it!"
But he didn't stop. He kept going, revealing things that most of us didn't know about each other, each secret more devastating than the last. It was like he was feeding off our distress, growing stronger with each revelation. I was barely paying attention to the road anymore, too focused on the nightmare. When Liam, quiet, unassuming Liam, snapped.
"Shut it!"
he yelled, lunging at the hitchhiker.
"Shut your bloody mouth!"
What happened next, I still can't explain. As Liam's hands made contact with the hitchhiker's suit, there was a sound like static and a blinding flash of light. When my vision cleared, the hitchhiker was gone, just gone. No explanation, no trace, just empty space where he had been sitting. I slammed on the brakes, bringing us to a screeching halt on the hard shoulder. We all sat there breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. "What was that?" Morton finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. We all simply nodded, too shocked to speak at first. But then Robert asked, "Who was he? How did he know all that?" No one had an answer. Finally, I started the car again. We should get going to work," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. The rest of the drive was silent. When we made it to the office, we all went our separate ways, without a word. The secrets the hitchhiker had revealed hung between us like a presence. In the days that followed, our little carpool fell apart. Morton quit, and from what I've heard, he got divorced. Robert resigned suddenly, citing personal reasons. Liam just stopped showing up to work altogether. As for me, I've never stopped thinking about it, because we encountered something that was not of this world. But what that something was, I'll never know. Whoever and whatever that man is, he seemed to relish human misery. These days, I drive to work alone. I take a different route, but no matter which way I go, I'm still terrified of seeing that hitchhiker on the side of the road. And just so you know, I did end up driving back to the family that owned that dog. I confessed what I did, and I offered to pay in some way, but the family refused and quickly asked me to leave. Just beware who you let into your car. NAC Years, from Ken B. III. When I was between the ages of 18 through 22, I worked in a resident home as a male NAC in a small town in Washington state. At first, I didn't think much about the building, outside of it being old and filled with elderly residents. As the shifts changed from getting out at 8 p.m. to now staying until 10:30 p.m. each night, I noticed more bumps and sounds that I couldn't just write off as a resident making extra noises. About a year into working in the resident home, another aide and I were charting on a computer in the hallway. We were talking about the shift together when both of us heard someone to our right calling for help down the hall. We raced down the hall, checking each room and the residents in them to make sure they weren't awake or had fallen out of bed. Upon finishing our run-through, we found all the residents were fast asleep. At first, we thought that maybe they had yelped in their sleep, but as we got back to charting, we heard it again, but louder. Once more, we raced down that hall, thinking for sure someone had fallen this time. And yet, we found nothing, so we went back, a bit more chilled by the happenings. Weeks later, a newer female coworker requested that I help carry the garbage outside, as it was quite dark and creeped her out. And then, from down the hall, I watched as her scrubs rose and fell over her right shoulder. She freaked out and began to flail about. As I got down the hall to help, we talked about it and even laughed nervously, until she mentioned feeling a sting at her back. We looked, and a long scratch had appeared from the base of her neck to nearly her lower back. She quit within a week after that incident. A year or so later, a very religious man passed away. We all missed him due to his constant prayers for all the staff and residents. On the night of his passing, I went into his room to strip the sheets and help clean the room before the night shift showed. As I entered, all the cabinets and bed frame began to shake and rattle at a ferocious rate. I quickly left and did not clean it. On a handful of occasions, I had something out of nowhere swat me in the head or back. Not painful, but definitely odd. I left not much longer after all this, and the resident home closed soon after. The Nurse's Nightmare. From Pumpkin Mama 2022. This story will be told from the point of view of a friend of mine, Janet. I've been a nurse since I was fresh out of college. My whole childhood, that's what I wanted to do. I work nights at a small hospital in my equally small town, and we have a small staff there. We're like a little family. In my ward, there are 2 other night shift nurses who have become my best friends. I'll call them Tawny and Jody. Tawny is my age, and we started working together here at the same time. We did some on-site training together, and we have a lot in common outside of work. Tawny is just about the sweetest person you'll ever meet. She's a small woman with a soft voice, but she's a darn good nurse. Jody is several years older than Tawny and I, and she's a seasoned pro. With her take-charge attitude and ability to remain level-headed in the most intense situations, Jody is the one we look to for advice and help. The 3 of us are an inseparable trio, and we've come to be known as the 3 Nurseketeers among the rest of the staff and the town. Our small town is one of those cozy everyone-knows-everyone types of situations, and nothing of any significance really happens here. Leading up to the night my story takes place, the biggest news to hit local newspapers in weeks was the Tate family's new puppy, Ripley. That being said, the events of that night obviously shook the entire town. It was 9 p.m. on the night of November 20th. Tawny, Jody, and I were putting in extra hours to account for the trip we were planning on taking for the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday. I remember it being warm for a November night. I made my way up to the nurse's station as I always did. Tawny was already there, as she usually was the first to arrive, and Jody filed in a few minutes after I did. It was around 9:30 when we officially began making our rounds. We went our own ways to tend to our respective assigned duties. It was a quiet night. What few patients were there that night were in stable condition, and mostly slept all night. I didn't begin to feel off until it was nearly midnight, when I realized that, although I'd crossed paths with Tawny a few times, I had not seen Jody in a couple of hours. When I next met up with Tawny in the nurse's station for our break, I asked her about Jody. She hadn't seen her in a while either. What worried us even more was Jody's failure to show up for the break. Seeing that our patients were asleep, we decided to look for her ourselves. The hospital's hallways were dark and quiet, maybe even a little too quiet. Tawny and I went in opposite directions to cover more ground, and neither of us wanted to actually call out for Jody for fear of waking the patients, so we opted to quietly peek into each room. I had checked almost all the rooms of her patients, and what few of them were not sound asleep reported not having seen her for about an hour. This struck me as incredibly odd. Abandoning her post like this was very out of character for someone who had always been a dedicated nurse. Tawny and I met up again after searching. Neither one of us had any answers. Tawny had even checked to see if Jody had signed out, thinking that maybe she got suddenly sick and had to go home. But we found no record of that. Tawny fidgeted nervously with her hands and said, "Maybe she went downstairs to the maternity ward. She gets called there for backup sometimes." This was true. Jody had been a labor and delivery nurse for several years before taking this position. And so downstairs we went. We took extra care to be quiet in this particular part of the hospital and stopped only briefly to share a girly smile and giggle at the sleeping newborns on the other side of the nursery glass.
"So tiny,"
Tawny whispered as we walked away. A few more minutes of fruitless searching passed before we came to the door of the hot tub room. This was where water births were performed. The metal door, usually kept locked, was ajar. I felt this horrible feeling of dread wash over me as I inched open the door and stepped into the entrance. The actual room with the hot tub was accessed by two doors, the first being the metal one we'd already come through, and the second being a glass door. My heart sank as my gaze landed on the glass door. There were handprints all over it on the inside, and the room was so steamy the once clear door looked almost white. Tawny pointed nervously to the thermostat that controlled the tub, and I saw that it was turned to maximum heat. Not a word was said between us before we began to frantically try to pick the lock on the glass door, steam pouring out like smoke from a witch's cauldron as the door finally cracked open. Tawny nearly tackled me to yank the door open, and the heat and steam hit us in the face instantly. It reminded me of opening an oven and feeling all the moist, hot air blast you in the face. We rushed into the room, having to feel our way around in the thick steam until the majority of it escaped out the open door. Once the haze cleared, I caught sight of a figure lying sprawled out on the floor. "Tawny," I called, crouching down to find that it was Jody. Tawny screamed, but quickly regained her composure to help me hoist up our unconscious coworker and carry her out into more breathable air. Jody's skin was red and inflamed, and she was soaking wet, scrubs and all. She wore angry bruises on her upper arms in the shape of handprints. But despite this, she was alive. Her chest rose and fell frantically as soon as the air was more suitable to breathe. When she opened her eyes, they were wide and fearful, and she began to struggle to string words together as we helped her to her feet. I could not make out much of what she was trying to say, but I did get a few weak, raspy words. "Trapped. Water. Scalding. Couldn't breathe." Tawny and I shared a wide-eyed look. "What in the horror movie is happening here?" Tawny breathed, adding a bit of humor to the situation. But it was also a very valid question. What was happening here? Who had done this to Jody? We hurried back to the nurse's station, fully intending to call the police. But as we started up the stairs, we heard rapid footsteps approaching the staircase door. Injured as she was, Jody broke into a full sprint and we were right on her heels. It was jarring to see Jody, our mentor, usually so calm and sure of herself, take off running in fear like a spooked rabbit. Not that I blamed her one bit, but Jody had always been the stand-your-ground type. Not tonight, though. She noped out, and so did Tawny and I, locking ourselves in the nurse's station and dialing 911. Tawny tried to get a hold of the other staff, but could not get a response. I had never felt more alone in my life. There weren't many of us working at the small hospital that night to begin with, but now what few were there were nowhere to be found. Just us three ladies, trapped alone. That was an unsettling thought, to say the least. I'll never forget the look of pure terror in Jody's eyes as she searched the nurse's station for a weapon. She found a scalpel and told the two of us to grab a hammer or a large wrench from the connected storage closet. We did as we were told, as we always did when Jody gave us an order. Armed with her scalpel, Jody looked a bit less afraid and a bit more angry, even defensive. We waited there, huddled together in the nurse's station for what felt like hours. We'd heard heavy footsteps pacing up and down the hallway intermittently the whole time. But when the cops arrived and searched the hospital, they found nothing. No person, no scalding water in the tub, and the water had been emptied and the temperature turned down. The officer we spoke to claimed that the tub didn't even seem wet on the bottom. I could tell they didn't believe our story, but when they saw Jody's injuries, they took us a bit more seriously, even searching the hospital again. But they came up empty-handed. To this day, we have no idea what happened that night. The town was warned of an attempted murder and informed that the suspect had never been found. But the truth was, there never really was a suspect. Jody had never seen a perpetrator. She said she'd been grabbed from behind and dragged into the tub room while she was in the maternity ward, while she was taking a quick break to take a peek at the nursery babies, as she often did. The three of us are still working at the hospital, reassured by added security measures that were put into place after the incident. We try not to let the memories get to us, but Jody never really has been exactly the same. She isn't the confident, fearless woman she once was. She's jumpier now, and does not like to make her rounds alone. And you know what? Who can blame her? Firefighter vs. Annabelle from Gewalt. I was a firefighter for well over a decade before deciding to change careers and becoming a high school teacher. Don't get me wrong, I loved being a firefighter. It gives a man a sense of purpose and the occasional adrenaline rush. But after a while, the toll it takes on your mind and body, well, let's just say I needed a change. But that's not what I'm here for. Rather, I'm here to tell you about the scariest thing I encountered while working as a firefighter. This story gives me chills to this day. Way back in my early years as a firefighter, in a small town just outside of Pittsburgh, we got a call around 2 a.m. about a house fire in one of the older neighborhoods. You've probably seen the type of house before. One of those big Victorian homes that's been standing there for over a century, with more creaks and groans than a retirement home. We arrived on the scene, and it was bad. The house was fully engulfed, flames licking out of every window on the second floor. The family had managed to get out safely, thank God, but they were frantic. The father kept screaming about his daughter's doll collection being trapped inside. Now, normally, there's no way in the world we would risk our lives for someone's possessions, but the fire had not reached the first floor yet, and the man was inconsolable. Apparently, these dolls were family heirlooms or something just as important. My coworker, Kenny, and I decided to do a quick sweep of the first floor to see if we could salvage anything. We entered through the front door, the heat intense even through our gear. The smoke was thick, but we could still see well enough to navigate. We made our way to what looked to be a study or a library. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and in the center of that room was a glass display case. Inside were dozens of porcelain dolls, their little faces illuminated by our flashlights. I've never been a fan of dolls. To me, there is something unsettling about their lifeless eyes and frozen expressions. But these were on another level. They were antique, probably from the early 1900s, with delicate painted features and elaborate Victorian-style dresses. In the flickering light of the fire, their shadows danced on the walls, almost like they were moving. Kenny started to carefully open the case, but I stopped him. Something felt wrong. The air in the room felt heavy, and I don't mean from the fire. It was heavy in a way that I can't explain. I just told Kinney we had to leave. The fire was spreading too quick. He argued for but a moment, and then we heard a loud crack from above. The second floor was beginning to break away. We turned to leave, and I saw it. One of the dolls, a little blonde thing in a blue dress, was facing the other way, but I could have sworn it had been facing forward when we entered, just like all the others. I blinked, convinced my eyes were just playing tricks on me in the smoke and heat. But then it moved. I swear it moved. Its head turned slowly, just barely, enough to reveal the side of painted blue eyes, and some of its little rosebud mouth curled up into a smile. I shook my head, once again convincing myself it was just the haze of the heat. Maybe I'd inhaled a bit too much smoke and didn't realize it, though considering the fire was above me, that didn't really make sense. Anyway, I yelled at Kinney to run, shoving him towards the door. As we sprinted from the room, I thought I heard laughing behind us, barely audible over the roar of the fire. But I didn't look back. We burst out of the house just as the second floor collapsed. The family was devastated about losing the dolls, but I couldn't bring myself to feel bad about it. Human life is more important than objects. Not to mention, something in my gut told me those dolls were better left to burn. In the days that followed, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. It was very likely that the doll had not turned its head on its own accord. High heat, especially the more intense heat we may have been feeling, can warp matter, and obviously it can cause things to melt. Perhaps what I saw was a combination of those things, and maybe even some smoke had affected my vision. But at the back of my mind, I was scared that I was only making excuses. A week after the fire, I was off duty, having a drink at a local bar. An old man sat down next to me, ordering a whiskey and starting a conversation. Somehow, the conversation turned to the fire, and I mentioned the doll collection I'd seen. The old man's face went pale. He asked if I'd seen anything unusual about the dolls. I hesitated, then told him about what I thought I saw. I expected him to laugh, but instead he nodded in a grave manner. He then confessed something. "I do apologize, sir, but I'm not here by chance. I'm a bit of a collector, you see. I knew very much about the dolls in that house. I'd been in contact with the family about them. And after the fire, well, I wanted to talk to someone who was more open about them. When I heard that you were one of the ones who ran into the home, I decided I had to talk to you, in case you had seen them." He went on to explain that he knew about the original owners of those dolls, that he had studied them for quite some time. The original owner was a wealthy widow who lived in that home back in the 1920s. She had been known for her extensive doll collection, but also for her interest in the occult. There were rumors floating about that she had performed rituals with her dolls, tried to imbue them with spirits. According to local legend, the widow disappeared under mysterious circumstances. When the police searched her home, they found the doll collection, but no trace of the woman. Some of the dolls were arranged in a circle in the attic, surrounding a strange symbol painted on the floor. The old man leaned in close, voice dropping to a whisper. "Over the years, people who had come into possession of those dolls reported some strange things. Dolls moving on their own, unexplained giggles in the night, the feeling of being watched. Some even claimed to have seen the doll's eyes follow them about the room." I tried to laugh it off, but I felt rude doing so, and I felt a bit of denial too. The old man finished his drink and bid me good day, but he left me with a warning. Those dolls were not meant to be saved. Sometimes it's better to let the past burn. I'd like to say that was the end of it. A very strange set of experiences and encounters, right? I want to say I moved on and forgot about the whole thing. But life is rarely that simple. About a month after the fire, I began to have nightmares. I would dream I was back in that room, surrounded by those dolls, and in the dreams, they would all turn to look right at me. Their painted eyes coming to life, little hands reaching out. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that high-pitched giggle ringing in my ears. During my waking hours, I started to see flashes of things out of the corner of my eye, a glimpse of blonde hair, a swish of blue dress. Whenever I'd turn to look, there would be nothing there. But I still felt watched, even when I was alone in my apartment. It got to the point where I could not sleep. I was getting jumpy and irritable, constantly on edge. My performance at work started to suffer, and Kenny noticed. One day he asked what was wrong, but I didn't know how to explain it. How could I tell someone that I was being possibly haunted by a doll we'd left to burn? Things came to a head about 2 months after the fire. I was home alone, trying to distract myself with some TV, when the power went out. As I fumbled to find my flashlight or some candles, I heard it, an all too familiar high-pitched giggling sound. It reminded me way too much of what I'd heard in that fire. My blood ran cold. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the darkness, and there, at the archway to my kitchen, was a tuft of blonde hair attached to something that was hidden just around the corner. When I heard the giggle again, I'd had enough. I turned and booked it out of my apartment. I went to Kenny's. I had him come back to my place with me to check it over. But we didn't find anything. Thankfully, no trace of any blonde dolls. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that I left firefighting for good because of that incident. Strange happenings died down, and life went back to normal a month or two later. Much later on, several years afterwards, I did quit, went back to school, and eventually went on as a high school teacher. While my official reason for quitting was the physical toll of the job, truth is, I never forgot about that experience. It was so bizarre, unexplainable, and terrifying that I literally was asking my family if we had history of mental illness. I was honestly thinking I was going schizophrenic. I'm thankful that these days it's a quieter life, but sometimes I'll lay in bed and think about the words of that old man, which will be my message to you. Not all fires are meant to be put out. Sometimes the most dangerous things are the ones that survive the flames. The Man in Black, from Ruby B. I guess there's only one place to start. The story I'm going to tell you happened to me during the 5 years I worked as a CNA at a nursing home in my small town. I say small, as in one red light in the whole town, and from my small apartment, I could see the football field out my bedroom window. I started working at this nursing home when I was in my mid-20s. The first year I was there, I worked nothing but day shifts, and I enjoyed my time with most of the residents. But as any healthcare professional will tell you, there are always some residents that are more, well, I guess you could say, difficult. After my first year, there was an opening in the hall I worked for the 7 p.m. shift. I, who had worked night shifts at my previous job, jumped at the opportunity. Day shift was when all the residents had to be fed and bathed, when the place was busy with visitors and bingo. I liked that shift already, but nights were what I wanted from the moment I got hired on. Sadly, there weren't any openings available at the time. I went to the front office, filled out my transfer slip, and crossed my fingers. About a month later, I got called to the office and was told by my supervisor I was going to nights the next week. I just had to wait for the lady who was leaving to work out her notice, as I found out she was retiring and had only 1 week left. The night finally came when I eventually started on the last shift, or overnight shift. When I came in, I was greeted by one of my friends, who usually worked nights. Usually, she'd be clocking out when I was clocking in, but now we got to work together in the hall I'd been on during the day for the last year. Let's call my friend Sam. Sam and I always had fun together, and we got our work done fast, because unlike the girl on first shift, Sam actually helped me. We checked on all the residents, most of whom were already in bed or getting ready for bed. We changed folks who needed changing. The first couple of hours flew by. Around 10 p.m., we had a few call lights for late-night snacks or help to the bathroom, but it wasn't anything that I couldn't handle. Honestly, it was a lot slower paced than the first shift. A few more hours passed of us charting and folding some of the blankets and towels for the first shift when we heard what sounded like a door opening. We assumed that a resident had gotten up to get us or just couldn't sleep. We had a few that could walk around on their own, and we were used to it on all shifts. As someone who had worked the hall for a year, I knew whose room it was without even having to turn around. So, without looking up from my folding, I said, "Miss Betty, you okay?" No answer. Sam and I both turned around, thinking Miss Betty was playing peekaboo, which she did on a regular basis with a few people who worked with her. To our surprise, her door was shut. We both shook it off at first, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a shadow walking into another room across the hall. I worked in a hall full of women, and this was the shadow of a man. I asked Sam if she had seen it too, and before I could finish the question, she said, "Ruby, we need to talk about something." I was puzzled, but agreed, because her face was more serious than before when we were just chatting and folding blankets and towels. We walked behind the desk that allowed us to see clearly down the hall to see every call light in case we were needed. She then took a deep breath and said, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I looked at her and explained that I did believe in ghosts. I had had experiences when I was younger, but never anything here on the job. She smiled at me and replied, "Well, silly, you worked during the day before." The nurse who was working in the hall had come back from her break and was also a friend of mine. Let's call her Angela. She smiled at us and said, "Oh, ghost stories." She had worked day shift with me before switching as well. Angela looked at both of us, then nodded at Sam. "You saw him, didn't you?" Almost laughing, thinking they were joking, I said, "Saw who?" Sam cleared her throat before answering, "The man in black." For the next 10 to 15 minutes, she sat there telling me the story of how when someone is getting ready to pass, they will see the man in black enter the room of the resident. I didn't completely shoot it down, because, like I said, I've seen things before. But I looked at both of them and said, "I've been here long enough to know none of these residents seem sick or at death's door." Angela, who had been here the longest, said, "Sometimes you don't get a warning. It just happens." She then started getting the medicine trays ready for first shift. We then saw a call light come on. Sam and I both checked the room together. We only had 12 residents on the hall, so between both of us, it wasn't too bad. We got to the room and saw a sweet lady named Miss Ruth trying to use the restroom. I went to assist her when she just pointed to the corner of the room by the bathroom door and said, "Tell him to leave." We both looked around and saw no one behind us. About that time, her wheelchair slowly started to roll from the corner. We brushed it off and finally got her to calm down and get back to sleep. Later that night, she would pull her call light 4 or 5 more times until 6:30,
and by then it was almost time to go home. Everything was fine after that, and before first shift came in, I had changed a few people, got a few people up, and even got their breakfast cart from the kitchen for them. Around 7 a.m., I saw first shift starting to come in. Before we left, we had to give a report to them, letting them know what happened, who's up, and who's been changed. Those sorts of things. In my report, I told the girl in the hall who I'd worked with before that Miss Ruth had been restless all night, so we'd let her sleep in. We mentioned she said she had seen a man in her room, and without skipping a beat, the older nurse on day shift said, "Oh no." I asked her what was wrong. "I don't want anything to happen to Miss Ruth, but if she's seen him, then it must be true." The older nurse got her cart and all her supplies and took off down the hall. I went home as usual, got some sleep for the next night shift. Sam and I, kind of brushing off the experience we had the night before, came in and chatted. But before we even got to the nurse's station, we heard screaming.
"I said, get that man out of my room. I'm scared. He won't leave me alone."
We sprinted down the hall, and with both of us being tall with longer legs, it didn't take us long to see Miss Ruth pushing up against a male CNA who had come to help the nurse because she was fighting to get up. They finally moved her to another room, and she fell asleep just around 8 p.m. After that, we were doing our normal folding and answering lights when we heard screaming again. This time, Miss Ruth had gotten herself in her wheelchair and was scooting down the hall screaming,
"I don't want to die. Leave me alone."
There was no one behind her, but you could see her face. She was very scared. This went on for 2 more days, screaming and yelling until one night on our last day before the weekend, which we were scheduled to be off, we arrived to silence. Miss Ruth was checked out by a doctor who had came around to visit patients who couldn't leave. He told the nurse to make her comfortable because, being an older doctor and seeing things like this before, he thought Miss Ruth didn't have long. That night, we propped Miss Ruth up, made her comfortable, and checked on her almost every hour. Before the next shift came in, Miss Ruth passed away peacefully in her sleep. Like I said, I've seen stuff before, and in the next 4 years I worked there, I experienced several other things, and I even saw the man in black several more times in my hall. Eventually, I left the nursing home after COVID, but as far as I know from friends who still work there, the man in black still comes around to get the residents when it's their time.